say very good morning and welcome. We start in just about 1 minute. All the platforms are ready to go. Take time and look at the headline and the just conversation for today. Moki from almost all the four corners of the world. Moni assalamu alaikum. A very good morning. Moki Bubayi Christel, Ija Sinkola Anja, Ija Ominirani. Take time and look at the topic we are discussing this morning. And I say good morning. My name is Olayomi KOIKIMEDIA, bringing the world closer to your doorstep. From London here is now coming up to 7:35 a.m. Same time with Yoruba time, different time zone around the world. I say good morning. Which country is the last to gain independence? Why Yoruba must now join those other countries? I want Numelo to be independent in the last couple of years. We want to talk about them and ask why we should not be one of those countries as well. From Instagram to Twitter to MixLR to YouTube to Facebook, I say good morning and welcome to the program. Molobe Moloki Guba YSDM, Yoruba Self-Determination Movement. I say good morning to each and every single one of you from the Yoruba Central Office, Moki OPC, Moki Agbekoya, Moki Global Directorate, Moki Yoruba One Voice, Moki Buba One Leader as well. Gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá tó bá ṣì ń sọ pé ká wà nínú Nàìjíríà ọ̀tá Yorùbá ni. And as we are just about to kickstart, I'll be playing my anthem and that will take me straight into the conversation. Each and every this country, I will talk about them. How many of them can the population Igba Ogun not get independent? And probably we'll discuss how they got their independence. Mega rally is coming very soon. Emalo Gbaradi for mega rally. A declaration is not something we should be scared of. We should be able to declare ourselves out of the contraction called Nigeria and let the global world talk about us and why we have declared ourselves from the territory that belongs to us. It was the British government that changed the narratives. Kinshi English. We are Omo Yoruba. I say welcome once again. In under 40 seconds, at exactly 10 minutes after this, I will be starting the program. In just 40 seconds. Moki Professor Banja Kitoye, Moki Deputy One, Moki the YSDM Deputy Chairman, Moki Yawa Chief Mrs. Modope Onitiri Abiola, Moki Chief Sunday Adeyemo Igboho, Moki Bami, Moki Gbogbo Eyin tí ẹ ń darí ètò. Moki Gbogbo àwọn ẹgbẹ́ kankan ní gbogbo àgbáyé níbi kí olúkálùkù wà. And there we go with our anthem. If you know you sing along with me.
She said,
gbogbo wa níbikíbi tí Elédùmarè bá ti ní kẹ́ darapọ̀ mọ́ ètò ti tàárọ̀ yìí. Èní ní 4th October 2022, 7:39 a.m. My name is Olayomi Koiki, one out of so many Yorubas that believe that we should come out of Nigeria without wasting too much time now. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọmọ Yorùbá lè disagree pé ká má kúrò nínú Nigeria. They have the right to disagree. But one thing is, Nigeria do not own us. Nigeria is not our own. And tá bá sọ pé kí ìran Yorùbá kó dá dúró, that means we need to complete the job that we are doing now. A gbọ́dọ̀ ṣe gbogbo tó bá lẹ́tọ̀ọ́ láti gba sovereignty wa, láti reclaim in tó jẹ́ tiwa tí òyìnbó kó kúrò lọ́wọ́ wa. Kò ń ṣe bí ìtìjà, àmọ́ à á gbáradì fún gbogbo tó bá fi gbà. Èmi á máa sọ pé tí a bá ti gbára wa sílẹ̀ ní wákàtí lásìkò yìí, Amẹ́ríkà ò ní gbà wá sílẹ̀, Britain ò ní gbà wá sílẹ̀, France ò ní gbà wá sílẹ̀, kò sí ìlú tó máa gbà wá sílẹ̀, àwa la máa gbára wa sílẹ̀. Ọ̀nà wo la wá fẹ́ fi gbàgbára wa sílẹ̀? Òun náà la ti ń tọ̀ láti bí ọdún mélòó kan. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí ẹ ti ń ṣe for years. We appreciate you. Bí ọmọ Yorùbá kan bá ṣe ń sọ pé kí a lọ dìbò 2023, ọ̀tá ọmọ Yorùbá ni. Nítorí pé kò sí tó ń jẹ́ Nàìjíríà tẹ́lẹ̀ kó tó di pé àwọn òyìnbó aláwọ̀ funfun wọ́n dé. Mo wá fẹ́ gbé wa lọ sórí ìrìn àjò kan bí a ti ṣe máa educate ara wa láàárọ̀ yìí. Àwọn ìlú mélòó gan ló tiẹ̀ ti gba independent rí? Ǹjẹ́ àwọn ìlú kan ti gba independent rí? Kí lorúkọ àwọn ìlú náà? Àti pé bóyá báwo ló ṣe gbà á? Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọmọ Yorùbá sọ pé template kan ní ká lò. Èmi á máa sọ pé a lè lo as many templates. Kò ní wá jẹ́ bí wọ́n ti ṣe gbà tẹ́lẹ̀ náà làwa náà ṣe máa gbà. There are probability pé ó lè yàtọ̀ síra wọn díẹ̀. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí ẹ ti darapọ̀. My name again is Olayomi Koiki. Without wasting too much time, what I'm going to do, I'm going to have to give us a big screen and then reduce my own camera. So that way you can see as much of my conversation this morning. I welcome you as you are joining the conversation. Ẹ má yẹ kíyàn kankan sọ fún yín pé ìtagbé dání pé we are secessionists. Nigeria does not own us. The Western world do not own us. We own ourselves and we have the right to declare out of the contraction called Nigeria at any time as we wish. And we will do so at the appropriate time. We should not be coward, neither should we be scared. That declaration should be something that we should not talk about. We should be prepared to declare ourselves out of what was created. Ìgbà tó kúkú created, wọ́n consult gbogbo wa. But now we want to tell the world that we are ready to take back our sovereignty and reclaim what belongs to us. Ìyẹn nígbà fẹ́ dá ogun sílẹ̀. Ìtàn sọ ni pé territory wa là ń torí ẹ̀ jà, and nothing more than that. As I'm about to start the presentation, mo fi ti Elédùmarè á tó fi bẹ̀rẹ̀. Whether you're a Christian, you're a Muslim, the fight in front of us has nothing to do with religion. The fight in front of us has got to do with the sovereignty. That if we do not do the needful now, that will be the end of us. And we need to do whatever it takes as quickly as possible so that kí ìran Yorùbá lè padà síbi tí a wà tẹ́lẹ̀. Don't let anybody fool you that the world is coming to rescue us. Nobody is going to come and rescue anybody. If you are in that view that pé èèyàn kan ń bọ̀ wá gbà wá sílẹ̀, a máa dúró pẹ́. And that means we will run for another 4 years of election and another 4 years and another 4 years. And I believe I have a better screen like that. So that mo fẹ́ carry presentation yẹn dáadáa. You will have opportunity to call, but please do not call as long as you know I am live and disturb the conversation. Mo fi tọ̀wọ̀tọ̀wọ̀ ni mo fi kí gbogbo wa pé ẹ káàárọ̀, ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò. Let's start looking into it as I have it in front of me. South Sudan, the newest international recognized country in the world, is an African country which declared independence on the July 9, 2011. In the following days, it became also the newest member of United Nations. There was a lot of civil war that ravaged the world's newest country. The civil war erupted in South Sudan in 2013. But as we speak right now, there are still people living in South Sudan. So táwọn èèyàn bá ń sọ pé wọ́n kàn máa pa gbogbo yín dànù ni, ẹ máa sọ fún wọn pé irọ́ ni. Even in the midst of South Sudan, a sì láwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà tó ń gbé níbẹ̀ because we normally have a caller from South Sudan. So the fear pé tí a bá lọ declare Yoruba nation, wọ́n kàn máa wipe wa, ẹ sọ fún wọn pé even South Sudan tó ń jà civil war lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́, because they are still not stable, but at least there are still people living there and working and doing things. It might not be perfect. So let me just go and look at if we have any kind of news from South Sudan generally, because I'm going to talk about each of those countries one at a time. And as you can see, South Sudan probes 5 unconfirmed suspected Ebola cases in the border region. Sex abuse allegation against aid workers in South Sudan in the United Nations camp. South Sudan hopes plan for port in the Djibouti will increase market access. I want to talk about that. Ẹ máa rántí pé this is a country that even after tó declare Yoruba nation, tó declare ara wọn ní Yoruba nation, tó declare ara wọn, lóòótọ́ ogun ṣẹlẹ̀ níbẹ̀, àmọ́ bá ti ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí, ayé ṣì ń lọ níbẹ̀. So bí ọmọ Yorùbá kan bá ń dẹ́rù bà yín pé wá kọ̀ pa gbogbo yín dànù ni, ẹ máa sọ fún wọn pé South Sudan gan tí wọ́n ja ogun, ayé ò tán níbẹ̀, àwọn èèyàn dẹ̀ ṣì wà níbẹ̀. Ẹ jẹ́ ká wá máa mú lẹ́yìn kọ̀ọ̀kan. Kí ni population South Sudan lénìí? Ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ wo population wọn. The population of South Sudan, as we have it here according to the World Bank, is 11.19 million. And like I always say, ẹ mú pen and paper tí bá ń ṣètò. Nítorí pé, again, a lot of things from there. Mo kí ẹ káàárọ̀, ìyá mi gbé mi lékè. We couldn't complete the conversation because the phone was playing out. Once again, my name is OLAMILEKAN. I want you to take your pen and paper so that tọ́mọ Yorùbá kan bá ń sọ fún yín pé a lẹ́tọ̀ọ́ láti declare, ẹ sọ fún wọn pé ìlú tó ti jagun gan tán pè ní South Sudan, ayé ṣì ń lọ níbẹ̀. South Sudan, as I have it in front of me, which I am also taking some of my notes so that if I want to reference back to them, the population is 11.19 million people, according to the World Bank. Like I said, they might not be perfect, they might not be rich, but they have what they call a country. I'm going to leave South Sudan quickly and come back to the next country, which is going to be Kosovo. Kosovo declared their independence just as so many other countries. Let's go and look at Kosovo and talk about a bit of Kosovo. Kosovo, Albania, Albania, officially the Republic of Kosovo, is partially recognized state in the Southeast Europe. It lies at the center of the Balkans. Kosovo, ẹ máa farabalẹ̀ kẹ́ gbọ́ bí tí mo fẹ́ sọ yìí, unilaterally declare its independence from Serbia. Nínú ayé yìí náà ni tó ń ṣe nínú ọ̀run, tó ń ṣe lójú òfurufú, ní ayé tá à ń gbé yìí, ìlú kan wà tó ń pè ní Kosovo ní 17th of February 2008 wọ́n declare independence wọn láì béèrè lọ́wọ́ United Nations, láì gbàyè lọ́wọ́ Amẹ́ríkà, láì gbàyè lọ́wọ́ France, láì gbàyè lọ́wọ́ Germany, láì care whether anybody is interested in how they are going to declare or not. Tó bá pè nǹkan ní unilaterally declaration of independence, mo fẹ́ ká wo ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn dáadáa. Again, we are talking about Kosovo. Kosovo is a formally process leading to establishment of a new state by a subnational entity which declare itself independent. Mo fẹ́ ká farabalẹ̀ ká gbọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ dáadáa. And sovereignty without a formal agreement with the state from which it was succeeding. Máa farabalẹ̀ mo fẹ́ ṣàlàyé bíbá fún gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá. Béèyàn kan bá ń sọ fún yín pé Yorùbá ò lè declare kúrò nínú Nàìjíríà, ẹ sọ fún wọn pé ẹ gbọ́ lórí KOIKIMEDIA pé ìlú kan wà tó ń pè ní Kosovo. Wọ́n declare ara wọn kúrò láì tọrọ àyè lọ́wọ́ Serbia ní 2008. And as I speak to you today, ìlú yẹn má ṣì wà bá ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀. Again, declare independent. Kosovo declared independence in 2008. The 2008 Kosovo Declaration of Independence, which proclaimed the Republic of Kosovo to be a state independent from Serbia, was adopted at a meeting held on the 17th of February 2008 by 109 out of the 120 members of the Assembly of Kosovo, including the Prime Minister of Kosovo. Bí ìran Yorùbá bá sọ pé òun náà declare rẹ̀ kúrò lára Nàìjíríà, a ní right láti sọ bẹ́ẹ̀. Let's continue. While I come back to that, I just want to go on to tell you a little bit about Kosovo. We'll come back to that. We've talked about South Sudan, and I want us to remember each of these countries as I'm doing all this analysis this morning. Let's look at the passport index of passport ranking of South Sudan. Probably not a very good one. Well, because it's still a very fragile country. So as it is right now, is 102 in terms of EBT position. Now let's talk about Kosovo, the next country. Kosovo. First, let's look at the population, the numbers. Kosovo population is 1.873 million. Well, with 2 million. Again, Kosovo is 1.8 million in terms of the population. They have their own official language known as Albanian and Sarbanian. Like I said, it declares independent out of Serbia in 2008. So if anybody is telling us that we do not have the right to declare as of Mokwe, it was only 2008. Let's go and look at if they have their own currency. They are spending euro. So that means pé ìlú yìí tí à ń pè ní Kosovo yìí bí ó ṣe kéré tó yìí ǹjẹ́ wọ́n ní flag tiwọn? I'm sure they do because they're a country and that is the color of their flag because they are under European Union. Let's go back again and look at níbo ni passport wọn wà láyé. Passport ranking. Passport rank in the world. Kosovo rank number 80. So that means to buy the passport Kosovo, you are still better than having a Nigerian passport. As of 2019, Kosovan citizens had a free visa or visa on arrival to access more than 53 countries and territories, ranking Kosovan passport to number 80 in the world in terms of travel. I'm going to come back to that and look at more conversation. So that is what their passport looks like. Again, let's go back to a bit of more conversation on Kosovo. So what do we know about Kosovo? It lies at the center of the Balkans. Kosovo unilaterally declared its independence from Serbia on the 17th of February 2008. and has since gained diplomatic recognition. Ẹ wo òyìnbó yẹn, the same òyìnbó tí Onítìrí máa ń lò, recognition. Láti ìgbà tó ti declare, ìyẹn mi pé àwọn ìlú kan bá wọn ṣe. Yes, àwọn ìlú kan máa disagree pẹ̀lú wọn, but àwọn ìlú ń bá wọn ṣe tó dẹ̀ recognize wọn. Bí a bá declare lénìí, kò mí pé a ní rí ìlú tó máa bá wa ṣe. We will probably have some that will disagree. Àtayébáyé nìyẹn, ìyẹn ń ṣe new thing. But we will also have countries that will agree with us. It doesn't matter how small or how big those countries are. And those are the countries that we will first have cordial relationship with as quickly as possible when we declare Yoruba nation. Because àwọn ìlú tó bá ti lè fún wa ní pé àwọn agree pẹ̀lú wa bá ṣe declare, we will make sure that we will have a very good relationship with them by even allowing at least their citizens to have free access to come to our country. We will have relationship. Do not allow anybody to bully us that we cannot declare ourselves out of the contraction known as Nigeria. It has been done before by a country called Kosovo. Once again, a very good morning. It is the border. It has since gained diplomatic recognition as a sovereign state. What do we know by the meaning of sovereign state? Tobaston Koni sovereign state. What does it mean? We are asking to be a sovereign state, and that is exactly what we've been doing, and that is exactly why we are saying that we want Yoruba nation. When we say something is sovereign state or a sovereign country is a political entity represented by one central government that has supreme legitimate authority over territory. International law defines sovereign state as having a permanent population, defined territory, one government, and the capacity. Do we have that as Yoruba people? Yes, we do. We have the population. We have the territory. The territory that we are fighting for. All hail Biafra. Good morning to those of you that are joining us. Territory tá à ń torí ẹ̀jà kò ń ṣe tilẹ̀ Igbo, kò ń ṣe tilẹ̀ Middle Belt, kò ń ṣe tilẹ̀ Hausa. It is our own territory. Ẹ forget nípa nǹkan táwọn politicians bá ń sọ. When we declare Yoruba nation, we will continue to tell our politicians that they do not own us. APC politicians do not own the Yoruba people. PDP politicians do not own us. AAC do not own us. Labour Party do not own us. We are the Yorubas that own the territory. Ọba ilẹ̀ Yorùbá kọ́ ló ní wá. They are just the stool to their territory. Àwa ọmọ Yorùbá gangan la ní territory yẹn, and we have the right to do what we like on that territory as long as that right does not kill the right of the next people, whether they've been living with us for some time or those that will probably want to do business with us. We should declare Yoruba nation before the end of this year. The world is not going to end. It was done in 2008 by Kosovo by declaring themselves out of what we called Serbia in 2008. And since then, they've gained diplomatic recognition as a sovereign state by 100 members of United Nations. So that shows that even as United Nations stand today, some countries do not agree with Kosovo, but does not mean that some countries have not done so. It is a border by the Serbia to the north and the east, North Macedonia to the southeast, Albania to the southwest, and Montenegro to the west. Most of the central Kosovo is dominated by the vast plains and field of Dokajini and Kosovo field. I don't have to bore you with all those history. But at least, at the get interfemulo níbẹ̀, pé ìlú kan wà ó tó ń pè ní Kosovo, and kí ló ṣe ní 2008 wọ́n declare ara wọn kúrò lára ìlú kan tó ń pè ní Serbia. Ayé ò parẹ́. When we say declare, that means pé wọ́n sọ fún àgbáyé pé àwọn ò ní ṣe pẹ̀lú Serbia mọ́, and the world did not end. Don't let anybody fool us that we can never declare ourselves out of Nigeria. Nigeria does not own us. The military do not own us. The Navy do not own us. We are not asking that we are fighting, but we will defend ourselves with the last man standing. When we declare Yoruba nation, whatever is going to happen from then means that if anybody within the military or the security will become a treasonable felony. We are on our territory, and the world knows that. We have the population, we have the language, just as German, just as the French, just as the Australian, just as the Denmark, the Norway. We also have our own language, we have our territory, and we are not fighting anybody, but we will defend those territory with the last man standing. Do not let anybody fool you that a declaration is bringing war to Nigeria. Pastor Enoch Adeboye, as I said yesterday, told you that Nigeria is already at war, and that means the longer we leave it, the more problem is going to be for me and you, because that war might actually kill every single one of us. Nigeria is at war. That is what Adeboye said in his first Sunday sermon yesterday. I didn't say so. He said so. We are in a war situation, Pastor Enoch Adeboye. For that means the longer we stay and allow all these Olori Buruku politicians from A to Z continue to fool all Nigerians, but they should not fool the Yoruba people, we declare our territory and we will defend it. People ask, kí la máa wá ṣe pẹ̀lú àwọn APC member, kí la máa ṣe pẹ̀lú àwọn PDP member. What we are saying is, when we declare Yoruba nation, that means a new system is about to start. Let me take you to the next country. Let's talk about Serbia. Serbia, as we know it, again, is a small country with about 6.9 million people in terms of population. Let's look at the history of Serbia. Once again, a very good morning. Republic of Serbia, or Sabija, redirect here. Serbia, officially the Republic of Serbia, is a landlocked country in the southeastern and central Europe, situated at the crossroad of the Pannonia Plain and the Balkans. It shares land borders with Hungary, to the north, Romania, to the northeast, Bulgaria, to the southeast, North Macedonia, to the south, Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina, to the west, and Montenegro to the southwest, and claiming a border with Albania through a dispute territory of Kosovo. Serbia, with Kosovo, has about 8.6 million inhabitants. Its capital, Belgrade, is also the largest city. Again, Serbia. These are smaller countries that have their own nation, and they are running those nations according to how they can run it. Let's go and look at Serbia again when it comes to more information about Serbia. Again, don't let anybody bully you that we do not have the right. Serbia is the next country we are discussing. Serbia. Population, again, is 6.9 million. They have their own country. They are operating as much as they can within the little confinement of what they do. Let's go and look at their passport ranking. It might not be a very good one, but at least they have a country. Number 35, a very good one, more than the shit-hole country called Nigeria. So as of today, their passport ranked number 35 in the world, a population of 6.9 million. How did they get their independence? How did they get their independence, rather? That happened on June 5, 2006. Serbia officially, the Republic of Serbia, as we said earlier, was founded June 5, 2006. Let's look at what it says here. The Ottoman Empire, Serbia, which had won independence from the Ottoman Empire early in the 19th century, regained control of Kosovo in 1912, just about 2 years before the amalgamation of Nigeria. This was what they were all doing during those era. The empire was moving around, gaining territory, using those territory for their own selfish gain, and yet destroy the people that owns that territory, just as the Yoruba landlock has been destroyed. Change our language, change our identity. And now, hardly anybody can even write a full sentence in Yoruba anymore. But something broke up during the First Balkan War, but it lost gain in 1915 during the World War I. But as we know, Serbia eventually gained independence on the June 5, 2006. So who is telling us that we cannot also gain our own independence? If anybody is still thinking that we should wait for the international community to come and tell you to go and declare a Yoruba nation, they're not going to do so. So we leave Serbia and go straight to the next country. Montenegro. Montenegro. Where's Montenegro? Once again, a very good morning and welcome. I'm not sure I did that. Let's look for Montenegro. Montenegro, again a population of less than 700,000. Montenegro is a country in the Southeast Europe. It's located on the Arctic Sea. Imagine all this country now have to be dictating to Nigeria and the Yoruba people inside it as well. Once again, a very good morning and welcome. Nigeria must be dissolved, and it has to be dissolved without any hesitation now. If anybody is telling you that it cannot be dissolved, tell them it will be dissolved just as Soviet Union was dissolved. Once again, a very good morning. And I go on a short break. I'll come back in just about a few minutes because I got a call to pick up.
Big Bobby, all you are here, possible and amalgamation in Nigeria, created by the enemy of black men. Where the black never see the lies. Operation 9, that is what it is. The country where the leaders send the people slowly. They turn their children to prostitutes, and they turn poor children to terrorists. Now, terrorists are the takeover. Yoruba people say we know they do it again. Say we do it, and that is what we want now. Freedom, 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 freedom. What the fuck are come and free us? Freedom, 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 freedom. Location 9, you Boko Haram. You know I'm a harsh politician at the test man. Fake promises every year. Fake miracle everywhere. Fake military anywhere. Now, all the black people wanna go. The Afro people wanna go. Location 419, you need to break up. Freedom, 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 freedom. We need a freedom. Freedom, 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 freedom. Free education and audio. Good security and one chance. Over 100 million people don't poor. All my nigga need a job, they know they see what. They want to go to farm, full of me attack. Don't give me any fucking reason why we not to go. Even many people say they wanna go. Freedom, 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 freedom. So bad, but one, you won't be republic. I think that's what I'm fighting. So, You're British, came to Africa. You come and enslave us, and you call it colonization. You join one nation together, and you call it one Nigeria. Who tell you we are one? When only Yoruba never tell themselves right.
Lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí mo kí gbogbo wa níbikíbi tí ẹ ti ń gbọ́ wa tí ẹ ti ń wò wá. As I say, à ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa the next country. And the next country is Montenegro. Montenegro is a country in the southeastern Europe. It's located in the Adriatic Sea. It's part of the Balkan sharing borders with Serbia. Mo fẹ́ kẹ́ wo gbogbo numbers àwọn ìlú tá à ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ẹ̀. Montenegro, ẹ rántí pé àwọn ilé ìwọ̀ ọ̀tẹ̀ tó population ni wa. Kò ṣe pé àwọn náà wọ̀ jẹ́ èèyàn. But ta ló wá sọ pé àwa náà lè jẹ́ èèyàn ní àwùjọ àgbáyé láti lè dá dúró táwa náà máa ṣèjọba ara wa ká máa ṣe tó wù wá láì gbàṣẹ lọ́wọ́ anybody. Once again, a very good morning, good evening, and welcome to the program, Minister Radio. I had to go on that short break earlier. Now, let's go and look at again their passport ranking for Montenegro, number 47. I hope pé ẹ follow gbogbo bá ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn lọ. A ti sọ nípa ìlú mẹ́rin nísìnyí. A ti sọ nípa kíkọ fún ní a bit of the breakdown again. What's going on? I've been on Instagram, don't disconnect. Start it again. A ti sọ nípa South Sudan. A ti sọ nípa Kosovo. A ti sọ nípa Serbia. Montenegro là ń sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ nísìn. So we have now talked about 4 countries that are not even up to a population. Moriembe Walata, Karo, good morning. Montenegro is number 47 in the passport ranking in the world. Just as we have said earlier, Montenegro have their own identity. They have their own landmark. They have their own territory. Their population is not even up to 700,000. Morimbe Yawa, Janet Mati, good morning. They have their own language called Montenegrin. Wọ́n ní láti sọ òyìnbó because òyìnbó kọ́ ni language wọn. But àwọn English ń sọ fáwa nísìnyí pé ká ṣe sùúrù nínú Nàìjíríà ká lọ dìbò. Àwa la máa wá sọ fún English pé a ṣe Nàìjíríà mọ́ by declaring a Yoruba nation and let the world worry about that. But the more tá a bá ń pẹ́ sí nínú Nàìjíríà tá a ṣe gbogbo ohun tí ẹ ká ṣe nísìn, we will remain as Nigerians according to the international community. But tá a bá ti declare ara wa kúrò nínú Nigeria, that means we are officially not part of Nigeria. Ìyẹn ò sọ pé a fi gbógun wá, à ń reclaim in tó jẹ́ tiwa ni. Ẹ rántí pé Kosovo ní 2008, àwọn declare ara wọn without waiting for anybody. Let's go and look at the next country. Timor-Leste, or we can call them East Timor. I've talked about them so many times. Àwọn gba independent wọn ní 20th of May 2002. Ìlú tá à ń pè ní East Timor. East Timor. 2002 May 20th ló gba independent wọn. Their population as of today is not even up to 2 million. It's just 1.3 million. The whole population of an East Timorian. And let's look at a bit of the history of East Timor. But before I do that, let's look at their let's go and look at again East Timor passport. East Timor passport ranking in the world. Their passport ranking is number 56 in the world. We'll come back to that. And that also gives them access to come to United Kingdom for 188 days. And I believe I'm still right on that conversation. Let's go and look at what people are asking. Since Mima saw, and again, this is something that somebody asked on Google. Where is it there? Below. Does East Timor need visa to UK? Olele. Maximum stay refers to numbers of days allowed on a single visit. Maximum stay refers to numbers of days. East Timorian visa for citizens of United Kingdom is required. One minute. How strong is the Timorian passport? It's number 56 in the world. The Timorese passport currently ranked on number 56, placed according to the Guide Passport Ranking Index. Let's go and check something. Because I know the last time I saw it, they're allowed to come to UK. 1 minute. Where is the passport index? All right. This is Estonia. Not Estonia. Find a country. East Timor. Boom. Again. Let's do it this way. All right, let's do something. Let me search for them quickly. East Timor will be under E. Gbogbo passport àgbáyé wà lélẹ̀. It's called passport index. East Timorian. I know the last time I saw it, I thought I can mix one up. Yeah, Timori. Yeah, that's the one I'm looking for. Okay, so let me go and now see if they have access to come to UK or they need a visa. Let's go under UK. Yeah, I'm right. Only one then. Visa free for 180 days. So to buy any passport or East Timor, you can come to UK for 180 days. So I'm right. Okay, so that's fine. I wanted to be sure so that I'm not saying what I'm not sure about. Okay, so now let's come back again. We found out their population, but báwo ló ṣe gba independent? I want us to talk about a little bit about their independence, how they got their independence. East Timor, how they got independent and from which country. So let's take a look about it. East Timor, again, in 1975, declare, declare. And I hope you can see it because I don't want you to say, let me blow it up a little bit. I want you to say it. Àwa kọ́ la máa kọ́kọ́ náà fẹ́ declare kò ń ṣe tó gbọ́dọ̀ máa dẹ́rù bà wá. Òun ni mo wà níbí báyìí. Mo ti fún yín ní ìlú méjì láàárọ̀ ẹ̀ tó declare ara wọn. Wọ́n tún pẹ̀lú kan ní East Timor. Ní 1975, wọ́n ṣe kí ni? Wọ́n declare from a country called Portugal in 1975. Wọ́n declare kúrò lára Portugal. Yes, wọ́n jà lóòótọ́, àwọn èèyàn kú lóòótọ́, but lédi nísìn ayé wọn better. Wàá ṣeré jàre wọ̀ látà. Ayé wọn better ju ọmọ Nàìjíríà lọ, àbẹ̀ni tó ń pè rẹ̀ ní àmì Nàìjíríà tó mọ identity ẹ̀. Let's see if I can get, we've talked about them before, but I can just give us a preview from this, our professor. Professor Kylie, or what's it called? Let me drop the frame a little bit. Okay, it's okay, the frame is fine. So let's listen to him. I do not own the copyright to this video.
Small Southeast Asian country of East Timor finally became independent after a campaign for statehood that had lasted for well over a quarter of a century.
How about declare Yoruba nation? We will continue to allow an election in 2023. There will probably be another election after another 4 years, and they will be giving more power to the Fulani to take more control of the territory that belongs to us, not Nigeria. The territory to Waleni does not belong to Nigeria. It actually belongs to the Yoruba people, the Igbo people, and the northern people, and the Middle Belt, and the remaining ethnic groups in Nigeria. And don't tell us about what about the smaller countries or the minority. Let them also have their own country. I've given you countries that are not even up to 1 million today. Montenegro is under 700,000. So tí Kanuri bá fẹ́ jẹ́ ìlú, ẹ jẹ́ kó jẹ́ ìlú. Tí Edo bá fẹ́ jẹ́ ìlú, tí Igbo bá fẹ́ jẹ́ ìlú, it doesn't matter. Let every single one of them become a country.
While many observers see East Timor's quest for statehood as a model for other territories seeking independence, as I'll show, it actually falls into a rather unusual category of independence movements in international relations. Hello and welcome. My name is James Colindsey. If you're new to the channel, here I take a look at international relations, conflict, and the origins of countries. The vast majority of the world's independence conflicts are secessionist in nature. These are disputes where a part of an established state wants to break away and become a country in its own right. In most of these cases, the parent state, as the country it's trying to break away from is usually known, refuses to grant permission, and the territory in question is left with little to no official international support for its attempts to become independent. However, alongside these disputes, there have been a select few cases where an independence movement emerges in a territory that does in fact have a legitimate and widely recognised right to statehood. In these examples, the territory's path to statehood has in fact been thwarted by an external power, most usually a neighbouring state that has made a land grab for the territory at the point of decolonisation. In a recent video, I looked at one such case, Western Sahara. I've put a link above and in the description below. However, another fascinating example was East Timor. Unlike Western Sahara, which remains unresolved, East Timor did in fact eventually manage to gain its independence, but not without having to fight for almost 30 years.
Fight for 30 years. Àwa tí ń jàjà yẹn already for more than 60 years of the shithole independence that was given to us. So what we should be doing now is declare and continue to ask for recognition and also international relationship with different countries around the world. But if we do not do all those now, what we are actually saying is we are pushing our fight again and again, and that is not good for us.
To secure it. East Timor, more properly and officially known as Timor-Leste, lies in Southeast Asia. Located on the island of Timor, it shares a land border with Indonesia to its west and is surrounded to its north and east by other Indonesian islands. Immediately to its south, across the Sea of Timor, is Australia, which lies approximately 500 kilometres or 300 miles away. At 15,000 square kilometres or 5,800 square miles, it's the 154th largest of the UN's 193 member states. Its population is around 1.27 million, making it 156th in terms of population size. The story really begins in the early 16th century, when the Portuguese first settled on the island and established a trading base. A century later, the Dutch also arrived. Colonising the western part of the island, they forced the Portuguese over to the east.
So, I don't want to pause too much. You can go and watch this on his own page. It's called Professor Kylie, and it's very, very good when it comes to different countries around the world. So, we've got the message and the understanding, okay? So, what we need to now ask ourselves is, if all these are countries of their own, They are running a unilateral semi-presidential system of government. Why are we worried and scared of having an independent Yoruba nation? Kí ló ń dẹ́rù bà wá? Kí ni concern wa? I want to know all those concerns later on when we open the phone line. Kí ni nǹkan tó ń concern wa gangan when people are saying that tẹ́ bá lọ declare ẹ kàn máa dá wàhálà sílẹ̀ tí apá yín ò lè kàn? Even South Sudan tí ó ní civil war nínú, they are still running a country. And like I say, the longer we stay in, the more we stay in Nigeria, the more we will remain there as slaves, and we will not have the power to our own territory. And that is why I'm saying that we can go now, do the final push, or we come back again and we continue doing analysis. There's nothing wrong in that. I will be here to do those analysis for us. But by the time we declare, we will start then having a top-level international relationship, conversation. One mama could have meeting. One mama could have different, reasons why we want to be on our own. That's the countries that probably disagree with us. But the more we are in Nigeria, every country in the world today believe that Nigeria is a sovereign country and they are not going to interfere in the affairs of the current situation in Nigeria. But we are going to allow support Nigeria for a free and fair election. We know that there's terrorism there, there's economic problem, there's this, we know that people are asking to break away, but they're not going to break you. Because these countries will not give in to allow you to go and break away from your country. Break away. Now. Tí wọ́n ní pé káwọn accept yín or come accept yín, just as so many countries did not accept Kosovo. Only 100 members of United Nations accept Kosovo as a member, as a recognition country. Because I don't think Kosovo is also a member of the United Nations. But they have countries tó wà nínú UN tó support wọn, tó nífẹ̀ẹ́ wọn, up to 100. Báwa gan bá ní 10 tó bá support wa, we are still okay. And we will have relationship with them. Now let's go to the next country. We've talked about South Sudan, 11 million population. We've talked about Kosovo, 1.8 million population that declared in 2008. We've talked about Serbia, 6.9 million in population. Montenegro, not up to 650,000 in population. We talk about the East Timor. It declares itself from a country in 1975, but they eventually got their independence in 2002, May 20th, precisely. Let's talk about Palua. They got their independence in 1994. I'm not sure whether I have that open. If not, I'll open it again. Okay, I got it open. Palua. Once again, a very good morning to those of you that have joined us. Palua, as we have it. Palua, officially the Republic of Palua. Their population is 18,000. You heard me very well. 18,000 in population ìlú tí mo ṣe dárúkọ yìí. According to the World Bank, not KOIKIMEDIA, okay? 18,000 population. They have their own language called Paluan, and they also speak English. Tabagba Yoruba Nation, a máa sọ èdè wa, a dẹ̀ tún máa sọ English, so that we can have people to come and live with us and do business with us. Once again, Palua. Báwo ló ṣe gba independent wọn? Let's take a look at what Wikipedia is telling us about Palua. They have their own language. Officially the Republic of Palua, and historically Balua, Palaluas, or Palui, is an island country in the Western Pacific. The nation was approximately. Let's go and talk about it a little bit. Báwo ló ṣe gba independent one is what I want to ask now. How did Palua gain independence? Let's go and ask the question. Having voted in a referendum against joining the Federated State of Micronesia in 1978, that was the year I was born, the island gained full sovereignty in 1994 under a compact of free association with the United States. Their currency is United States in US dollar. They also run a unitary presidential system of government. Who gave independence to Palua is the question here. The United States, Palua was part of the United Nations Trust Territory of the Pacific, administered by the United States following the World War II. In 1978, Palua began the process of independence and gained it in 1994, just a year after the 1993 general election. Why táwọn sáré election àwọn ìlú kan sáré bó ṣe máa gain independent wọn. I hope you can see why we say that election is not the ideal. Why táwọn sáré election àwọn ìlú kan sáré bó ṣe fẹ́ gain process of independence. Ẹ̀yin máa wá kúrò nílùú yín nísìn ẹ wá ní ẹ fẹ́ lọ gbé nílùú yẹn. Àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́? Ọmọ Nàìjíríà nísìn àwa máa wá bó ṣe fẹ́ wọnú ìlú yìí nísìn láti lọ gbé níbẹ̀, but àwọn tó ṣe wàhálà nígbà yẹn pé káwọn náà lè gba independence ṣáwọn wá stupid. Let's go into it again. Spain maintained its sovereignty over the island until Germans purchased them in 1899. Ẹ wo bá ṣe ń tàlú, just as British sold us out as well. Then they started the start of the World War I in 1914, the year Nigeria was amalgamated for the benefit of the British colony that was using our resources to fight the war. And this is why, after all those years, they are now saying, we're giving you independence, we allow you to just go and run your own government, and we don't have to be interfering in that. I am now asking you, once again, a very good morning and welcome. Somebody is just asking for the Ominira, so I want to send it to them so that they can pay money into it. Once again, a very good morning and welcome to the live transmission. Today is the 4th of October 2022. My time here is now 8:32 a.m. I welcome each and every one of you as I am educating you on countries that have gained their independence and they are still existing. Wow, that was sáré ní 1993 pẹ̀lú bàbá wa late Chief MK Abiola bí bó ṣe máa di president. Àwọn Palua, àwọn ṣe ètò bó ṣe máa gba independent wọn, and they eventually got it, in 1994, just a year. Àwa ti da gbogbo ẹ̀rú nígbà ní Nàìjíríà. Wàhálà ti ṣẹlẹ̀, wọ́n ti dàbò rú, everybody ti ń jà. Ṣe jẹ́ ká kúkú wá dúró nísìn tán. Now wọ́n tún fẹ́ push pé kẹ́ lọ ṣe 2023. While àwọn ìlú kan rán wà nísìnyàn tó ń process báyìí o, nígbà tí àwọn ìlú yẹn bá wá gba independent wọn, àwa máa wá fẹ́ ṣorí kunkunkun, a fẹ́ lọ gbé níbẹ̀, a fẹ́ lọ kàwé níbẹ̀, ẹ rí pé a gbọ́n. Àwọn ìlú tó ń ṣe wàhálà yẹn, ẹ rò pé àwọn stupid. They are not stupid. Again, as I said, let's now go and look at ǹjẹ́ Palua tá à ń sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ yìí lénìí, ta sọ pé ìlú làwọn náà, ǹjẹ́ wọ́n ní flag tiwọn? Let's go and check. It's just on the, pé 20,000. Let's have a look. It's loading. Sorry, I'm not being. Okay, yeah, they have their own flag, which is like a moon. The flag of Palua was adopted on the 1st of January 1981. So àwọn náà ti wà lẹ́nu jàǹgbára yìí, just as bí bàbá wa Táíwò Victor ṣe máa ń sọ pé àwọn náà ti wà lẹ́nu jàǹgbára yìí for 30 years. But pé èèyàn kan ló máa gbé wa kúrò yẹn irọ́ lẹ pa. There will be multiple different people. Àwa náà ti dé nísìnyí. àwa náà ti ń bá yín fọwọ́ kún ó yẹ kẹ́ máa dunnú ni kò ṣe pé ká máa bínú sí ẹ ti ń ṣe láti 30 years níbo lẹ gbé dé àwa kan náà ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ nísìn àwọn kan náà tún lè dé lọ́la èyí tó ṣe kókó bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé ká push together ká declare kò ṣe pé ká wá máa ṣe analysis akọ̀wé aṣèkiri kan yẹ kọ́ la fẹ́ jẹ mọ́ nísìn ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo akájọ declare Yorùbá nation ká dẹ̀ gbà pé a ti ready àfẹ́ fi Yorùbá nation ká jókòó sínú ẹ̀ títí ẹ máa dá 10 pounds síbí ẹ dá 20 pounds síbí nígbà tílẹ̀ Yorùbá ní owó yẹn lọ́wọ́ so that irú àwa náà nísìn à lè set up properly just as whatever I want to do mo lè divert to anything I have the right. But for now, I stick to Yoruba nation using our media. Ṣé yẹn lè fẹ́ kí n jókòó sí títí ká máa ṣe analysis? Tẹ́ bá ti declare Yoruba nation this year, what will happen is in the next year. I'm gonna be here and nobody's gonna hold me responsible for anything because èmi ti pariwo nísìnyí pé ká declare ni àti ṣe láti 20 years. A dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo wa. Èyí tó ṣe kókó nísìnyí ni pé ká fi gbogbo ohun tó bá ń ṣe sílẹ̀ nísìnyí pé ká pariwo mega rally káwọn èèyàn wá jáde ní ogúnlọ́gbọ̀n. Kí gbogbo ẹgbẹ́ kí gbogbo ọkọ mẹ́rin Victor Taiwo inú ẹ̀ pariwo mega rally síta ẹgbóhùn sókè kò ń ṣe pé ká máa ní akọ̀wé à ń kọ átíkù kan la fẹ́ máa kọ títí ìyẹn ò lè ràn wá nílẹ̀ àbá àkọ átíkù ká máa pariwo lórí social media tá a bá declare Yorùbá nation àgbáyé kankan ìtìrí wa as responsible and ready people òtítọ́ ni mo sọ fún yín yẹn. We appreciate everybody that have been working tirelessly àwọn ò ní láti tún pẹ́ mọ́ lórí ìdọ̀tí 1981 làwọn ilé náà just as báwa náà ṣe ń ṣe flag bá ṣe ń pariwo tá à ń ṣe flag lọ sílé tá à ń ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ tẹ́gbẹ́gbẹ́ oríṣiríṣi ẹgbẹ́ ń ṣe oríṣiríṣi nǹkan tó ń ṣe táwọn bàbá mi Dr. Kebiorun kò sí tó ń set up establishment tó bá ta bá ti declare Yorùbá nation a máa rent office káàkiri abẹ́rẹ́ sí iṣẹ́ embassy wa ẹ jẹ́ kí èèyàn kan parọ́ fún yín jáde ìlú tó ò bá ṣe tiwa à á sì ní ọ́fíìsì níbẹ̀ náà àkànní lè ṣe operation tó pọ̀ níbẹ̀ ni ìlú tó bá ṣe tiwa lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀ a máa gbá embassy síbẹ̀ táwọn ọmọ Yorùbá máa lọ síbẹ̀ tó máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí lọ register síbẹ̀ ẹ má jẹ́ ká fi ọ̀rọ̀ sílẹ̀ ká máa rojọ́ ká máa ṣe analysis tó ṣe ní Nàìjíríà for the last 60 shit year of this country called Nigeria analysis ni ẹ lọ sórí àwọn journalist hangout nísìn analysis irọ́ náà ni àwọn jókòó síbẹ̀ àwọn wà ókè wọ́n máa ṣe analysis ẹ lọ sórí NTA gbogbo àwọn ẹ̀gbọ́n àgbàlagbà tó ti ṣe media yẹn analysis ni wọ́n máa gbéyàn kan wá Nigeria can be better if we run our economy like this Nigeria can be better Nigeria can be good Nigeria will be better Nigeria will be fine ìyẹn lẹ́fẹ̀ẹ́ jókòó lé lórí ẹ pẹ́ síbẹ̀ tá a bá declare Yorùbá nation nínú ọdún yìí ẹ bá yẹn ká tètè ká ṣe ta fi ṣe ní kíákíá mo ti fún yín ní ìlú méjì láàárọ̀ yìí tó declare láì gbàyè lọ́wọ́ anybody ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá tó wà nílé ẹ jẹ́ ya gbáradì kẹ má jẹ́ kọ́tì yín bá ṣe ṣe ní gbogbo àwọn tó ti jẹ́jẹ́ ìmúlá oríṣiríṣi kí ni flag ranking wọn àbí passport wọn ẹ jẹ́ ká tún lọ wo passport ranking tìlú yìí náà ìlú náà wọ́n lè má pọ̀ àmọ́ wọ́n wà òkè passport ranking ẹ jẹ́ ká tún lọ wò yẹn náà kí ni passport ranking wọn láàárọ̀ yìí number 49 ó tún dá tún ti Nàìjíríà lọ tó bá ní passport ìlú yìí ó jẹ́ ya tètè yá rí gbà. The Paluan passport currently ranks on number 49 place according to the Guide Passport Ranking Index. It provides visa free to 123 countries. Ìyẹn ni wọ́n wá jókòó ká wá lọ dìbò ẹ wá lọ dìbò. I am telling you that if we fail to do the needful now tí gbogbo ẹgbẹ́ pátápátá tí ẹgbẹ́ tó bá ṣe sọ pé ká sì ṣe sùúrù díẹ̀ sùúrù kí la ní ká ṣe ẹ wá fún wa ní reason àìtí lówó ta fẹ́ fi jà ta náà fẹ́ jà ní àná fẹ́ jà. ká wá máa ṣe analysis akọ̀wé à ń pátíkù à ń kọ ìyẹn kọ́ ló dé mọ́ nísìn a sì ní time mo ní ká declare lọ́la mo ní ká declare lọ́túnla but we still have the time in our October nísìn October November December before December ká gbọ́dọ̀ declare ní 1991 Soviet Union náà dissolve ayé òde parẹ́ ayé òde tán ẹ má jẹ́ kọ́ ọmọ kan kíyàn kan fúlù wa pé kìnnì kan ẹ jẹ́ ká kọ̀ lọ wo news kékeré lára Palua ìlú tó 20,000 wọ́n ṣayé wọn lọ ẹ jẹ́ ká kọ̀ lọ kí ni news tó ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti bẹ̀ láàárọ̀ ẹ̀ Palua National Day United States of Department ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ nǹkan tó kọ síbẹ̀. On behalf of the United States of America ẹ ríran wò I congratulate ọlọ́run ọba America yìí náà máa dáṣà ẹ congratulate ìlú tó 20,000 àwa Yorùbá wá ń sọ pé abẹ́dádúró nísìn ẹ wá ní sọ pé kò sáyè On behalf of United States of America, I congratulate the people of Palua on their 28 years of independence and send you best wishes on your National Day because the most United States of US Department of State. Ìbọn òde rí níwájú yìí. A máa ṣe meeting, Zoom meeting, kìnnìkan meeting. Yes, ó dáa ká máa ṣe engagement, but anybody tó o bá ti sọ̀rọ̀ declaration, yeah, forget it. Forget it. Our nations have a long tradition of friendship and partnership. The vital US-Palua relation is built on the shared values and common sacrifice. The United States and Palua share commitment to democracy and a free, open, resilient, and prosperous Indo-Pacific continues to guide our relationship. Earlier this year, our two governments cooperated on the successful our Ocean Conference in Padua. This conference is just one sign of our cooperation between United States and Palua. Ìlú tó pé 20,000. Ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá ẹ̀ ń gbọ́ mi. Ìlú tó pé 20,000. Amẹ́ríkà ń bá wọn ṣe business. Bàbá declare bá Amẹ́ríkà ò tí bá wa ṣe nísìnyí wá bá wa ṣe lọ́jọ́ iwájú. Ẹ má jẹ́ ká fi pé Amẹ́ríkà ò ní gbà wá sí nísìnyí, Amẹ́ríkà ò ní support ẹ̀, ẹ jẹ́ àfihàn sílẹ̀, UK ò ní support ẹ̀. Tá a bá dúró dè yẹn, a máa wà nínú Nàìjíríà títí di next year. Fàtìlẹ́ gbọ́ lẹ́nu mi yẹn. But tá a bá ti declare, ó di pé Amẹ́ríkà máa láti set committee kan tó máa bá wa sọ̀rọ̀, a máa bá Nàìjíríà sọ̀rọ̀, a dẹ̀ máa sọ fún Nàìjíríà pé since tí wọ́n ti náà fẹ́ lọ, báwo la ṣe máa ṣọ̀rọ̀ tó wà nílẹ̀ yìí torí pé àfẹ́ kó dogun, a dẹ̀ fẹ́ humanitarian crisis. Palua lẹ́wọ̀ níwájú mi. It was released by the Secretary of State Anthony J. Blinken. Ìlú tó tó 20,000. Ẹ ṣáà fèsì yàn ọmọ Yorùbá. Ẹ máa kọ́ parọ́ fún yín pé kẹ́ máa lọ declare. Bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ti declare, inú oko ẹrú ni gbogbo yín máa wà. Òtítọ́ lèmi sọ, ìlú òyìnbó lèmi kúkú wà. A máa bá yín pariwo látòkè. Ẹ jẹ́ ká gbáradì. Gbogbo ẹgbẹ́ pátápátá, Global Directorate, Yoruba One Voice, Yoruba Central Office, YSDN, ẹ release statement pé mega rally máa wáyé lẹ́yìn mega rally ká máa prepare fún declaration. Tẹ́ ẹ bá ti sọ yẹn, ẹ̀ ń fẹ́ máa fún wa ní in tó jẹ́ pé à ń push ara wa, títí tó máa fi ṣe election. Palua lẹ ti gbọ́ yẹn. Ẹ já tún lọ sí the next country. Ó di ìlú mélòó láti pariwo lé àárọ̀ yìí. Mo ti sọ nípa South Sudan. Mo kàn refresh yín ni báwọn tó tẹ̀ wọlé. 11 million ní South Sudan. Kosovo àwọn èèyàn ya declare ara wọn. Ọ̀yà dúró de United Nations. Báwa ṣe ń dúró de wọn. 1.8 million ní population wọn. Passport wọn is number 86. Ti South Sudan number 102. Serbia 6.9. 35 ní passport ranking wọn wà. Montenegro 621,000. 47 position ní passport wọn wà. East Timor àwọn declare ní 1975 1.3 million. Passport ranking wọn is number 56. Palua táṣẹ sọ̀rọ̀ tán ní South America ń kí pé wọ́n kú independent yo 49 position. Ìlú olókù Eritrea ẹja lọ síbẹ̀ ìlú olótún pè bẹ́ẹ̀. Eritrea, officially the state of Eritrea, is a country in the Horn of African region. So that means pé nínú ayé tá wà yìí náà, ìlú kan wà nínú Africa táwọn náà ṣe gba independent. Eritrea is the northeast African country on the Red Sea coast. It shares borders with Ethiopia and Sudan and Djibouti. The capital city, Amsterdam, is known for its Italian colonial building. Gbogbo àwọn olórí burúkú colonial empire. Wọ́n ti báyé jẹ́. Àwọn Italy ló bá àwọn yẹn jẹ́. Wọ́n bá tiwọn jẹ́ níbẹ̀. Kí ni population wọn? Eritrea là ń sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ nísìnyí. Shine your face ọmọ Yorùbá. Ẹ bá jẹ́ kó kó èrè mọ́ yín lára. Sí nǹkan tẹ́ máa fi KOIKIMEDIA ṣe. Èmi àkúkú wà níbí báyìí. 6 million 6 point kìíní kan million gbogbo population wọn nìyẹn. Àwọn náà ní language wọn ní history wọn. 6 million ní population wọn. A máa bèrè bó ṣe gba independent wọn nísìn. Àkọ́kọ́ fi lọ sí Eritrea. Eritrea. Báwo ló ṣe gba kí ni passport ranking wọn? Passport ranking wọn. Àti mọ population, passport ranking in the world. Number 105. It might not be good, but at least ìlú ni wọ́n. Wọ́n máa mọ bó ṣe máa manage ara wọn. Well, yeah, it's formerly part of Ethiopia. Kúrò ńbẹ̀. So àti mọ̀ bí tí passport ranking wọ́n wà. Now, interfere ni pé báwo ló ṣe gain independence wọn? How did Eritrea gain independence? Eritrea voted overwhelmingly in favor of independence between 23rd and 25th of April 1993. Nígbà tí MKO ní ká lọ ṣe election, àwọn eléyìí ń jà fún independence, wọ́n ti wá dìlú nísìn, àwa sì wà nínú ìdọ̀tí. Once again, between 25th, 23rd, and 25th, 1993, April precisely, the United Nations Monitor Referendum, the result of the referendum was 99.83% of Eritrea independence. So they had a referendum. And I'm sure pé wá ti jà kó tó stage yẹn. Wọ́n kàn déédéé wá ṣe referendum. Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ máa ń pariwo referendum. Ìjà ti lọ, ẹ̀já ti sùn lọ. Àwọn ọ̀dẹ̀ fẹ́ jà. Àwọn fẹ́ lọ wọ́ọ́rọ́wọ́ ni. So the Eritrean authority declare, again, the word declare, ó tún jáde níbí báyìí, declare Eritrea as an independent state on the 27th of April 1993. Why táwọn sáré election nísàlẹ̀ ní Nàìjíríà? Oh my God. Why táwọn sáré election? Ṣẹ̀gbọ́n tí wọ́n yẹn sọ, Eritrea declare their independence. Mo èmi náà kàn kọ sílẹ̀ ní oṣù àtijọ́ mi ti bá ń ṣòye program akọ́ máa padà síbẹ̀. Declare, again the word declare, ó tutù jáde. Declare on the 27th. Inú ayé yìí náà ní o, kò ń ṣe ní ọ̀run, kò dìgbà tíyàn bá kú ló máa ń rí gbogbo eléyìí, òun là ń rí níwájú wa yìí o. Kọ́ máa fún nìyí o. Ẹ jẹ́ kí lọ bí akọ̀ lè rí fídíò kékeré kan mú jáde nínú ẹ̀, kákọ̀ fi okay, ẹ jẹ́ ká tún lọ sọ́dọ̀ bàbá yìí, òun náà tún la máa tún lọ lò. Ẹ jẹ́ àgbọ̀ again. Once again, this is KOIKIMEDIA bringing the world closer to your doorstep. Today is the 4th of October 2022. I do not own the copyright.
Eritrea's independence from Ethiopia in 1993 is one of the most interesting cases of secession in modern international relations. While many may think of it as a rare example of a successful unilateral secession, it wasn't. Instead, it falls into a very unusual, if not unique, category. In this video, I'm going to explore Eritrea's path to statehood. I'll show that it won its statehood by effectively turning the tables on its parent state. Hello, my name is James Curlinsey. Welcome to Independent Thinking, a channel dedicated to international relations, independence, statehood, and the origins of countries. Time and time again, I've stressed just how difficult it is for peoples to break away and gain independence in the modern world. In many cases, the campaign for statehood is defeated, or else the territory in question finds itself reintegrated back into the parent state. In the more successful scenarios, the breakaway area may become a de facto state, effectively separate but largely unrecognised on the world stage. However, just occasionally, a long-standing secessionist campaign is successful and results in the creation of a new country. One of the most interesting cases of successful secession in the past 30 years was Eritrea's independence from Ethiopia in 1993. Coming at the end of a bitter and brutal 30-year war.
It's again, bitter and brutal 30-year war. Àwa ti wà nínú ogun for 60 years already. Because if anybody is telling you that, but Koiki Awo is nínú ogun, we have been in there, and even it has now been confirmed officially by Pastor Enoch Adeboye, as we said yesterday. But what we are saying now is to move and not allow the Fulani to come now and destroy and kill us. We declare and we can defend that territory properly. Let's listen a little bit more.
It's a surprisingly rare case of a territory that breaks away and eventually manages to get full international recognition and a seat at the United Nations.
They have a seat at the United Nations.
Given that it had been pursuing independence since the start of the 1960s, many believe that it's a case of unilateral secession. In truth, it isn't. It became independent with the permission of Ethiopia. However, the way in which it secured this permission is a truly remarkable and unusual story. So, how did Eritrea gain its independence? Eritrea lies in northeast Africa, bordered by the Red Sea along its eastern coast. Its neighbours include Djibouti to its southeast and Sudan to its northwest. However, its longest land border is with Ethiopia. At around 120,000 square kilometres or 45,000 square miles, its population, according to latest UN estimates, is about 3.5 million inhabitants. By virtue of its strategic location along one of the world's key trading routes, it has a long and rich history. However, the story really begins in the 19th century with the expansion of European colonialism in Africa. In 1869, the first Italian commercial enterprise was established in Eritrea. Then, 20 years later, in 1890, the Kingdom of Italy formally established the colony of Eritrea. Following Italy's conquest of the Empire of Ethiopia in the mid-1930s, Eritrea was incorporated into the newly formed territory of Italian East Africa alongside Ethiopia and Italian Somaliland. In 1941, Italy was defeated by British forces and Ethiopian guerrillas during the Second World War and forced to relinquish its African holdings. While Ethiopia regained its previous independence and in fact went on to become one of the founding members of the United Nations in 1945, Eritrea now found itself under British rule. This continued until the end of the war, when the territory was formally placed under British trusteeship. Meanwhile, Italian Somaliland was eventually placed back under Italian administration in 1949. It gained its independence in 1960 and united with British Somalia.
Again, I'm not going to bore us too much. We've got the idea. So now that we talked about that, what countries left? I now have Slovakia, which is my last country that I want to talk about. Again, Slovakia. Mo rántí ìlú ìdáadáa torí pé a ní ọmọ wa kan tí some years back, tó jẹ́ ọ̀kan tó yẹ pé a mọ̀ dáadáa láti bẹ̀ kó tó di pé wọ́n di member of the European Union, very, very like a sister. Population, again, is not up to 6 million. It's just under 5.4 million in Slovakia. Slovakia, mostly mountainous territory, span about 49,000 square kilometers with a population of over 5.4 million, the capital and the largest city. The question now again is, official language, Slovak. Currency, euro, because it's the member of European Union. So Slovakia, how did it gain independence? Again, in 1989, the Velvet Revolution peacefully ended in the communist rule in Czechoslovakia. Slovakia became an independent state. Again, nígbà táwọn sáré election ní Nàìjíríà òṣì burúkú yẹn, àwọn eléyìí gba independent. Ìwọ nísìnyí wàá wá máa wá bó ṣe fẹ́ lé ìlú tó ń pè ní Slovakia yẹn, because tó bá lọ síbẹ̀ ayé ẹ̀ better ju Nàìjíríà tó wà lọ. If you don't know that. So 1993, January 1st of January 1993, after a peaceful dissolution of the Czechoslovakia, sometimes known as Velvet Divorce. Kí ló pè bẹ́ẹ̀ jẹ́ kí lọ́wọ́ meaning Velvet Divorce yẹn oríṣiríṣi àwọn òyìnbó la máa ń rí. Let me go and look at the meaning of Velvet Divorce. Tó bá pè bẹ́ẹ̀ torí bí àìlàwà náà máa lò pẹ̀lú Nàìjíríà. What is meant by the Velvet Divorce? A non-violent separation. Okay. Ìyẹn làwa náà fẹ́ o. Violent too. A non-violent separation of formerly United Nations, especially the one which occurred when Czechoslovakia split into Czech Republic and Slovakia in 1993. Okay. Ìyẹn làwa náà fẹ́ o. What causes velvet divorce? Those who argue that events between 1989 and 1992 led to the dissolution point to international factors such as the breakaway of the Soviet satellite nations, the lack of unified media between the Czech Republic and Slovakia, and most importantly, the actions of the political leaders of both nations. Wow, interesting. Irú ilé làwọn náà máa ń fẹ́ kẹ́ velvet ẹ̀jẹ̀ ń kọ́ sílẹ̀ mo like ilé. So it's called velvet divorce, non-violent. Ọlọ́run bá jẹ́ káwa náà rí lè gbà lágbára Elédùmarè inú mi máa dùn. Tí ìjọba Nàìjíríà kọ́ máa sọ pé ó dá bàbá ẹ máa lọ. Velvet divorce, non-violent ló mean. So it's a non-violent breakaway. A non-violent separation rather. Separation. Okay. Sintelédùmarè ò lè ṣe bọ̀kákọ̀lọ̀ prepare mind wa. Now, mo kàn fẹ́ lọ wo dissolution yìí of the Soviet Union. The dissolution of the Czechoslovakia took effect on December 31, 1992 and was a self-determined split of the Federal Republic of Czechoslovakia into the independent country of Czech Republic and Slovakia. Both mirror the Czech Socialist Republic and the Soviet Socialist Republic, which had been created in 1969 as a constituent state of Czechoslovakia Republic. It is sometimes known as the Velvet Divorce, a reference to the bloodless Velvet Revolution of 1989, which had led to the end of the rule of the Communist Party. So let's hope things will be like that in the shithole country. Now, let's come out and talk about their Slovakia. So we have an idea how so it was a velvet, the Slovakia part of Czechoslovakia again declared independent with German support one day before the German occupation of Bohemia and Moravia. Okay, so they declared their own independence with the support of German. Interesting. So 1993. So in July 1992, Slovakia declared itself a sovereign state and began negotiation. So that means Keta Anova declare our negotiation. Interesting. Ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣe lè. Ṣé rí pé we learn a lot. And this is coming from the Department of the State, United States of America. A guide to the United States history of recognition, diplomatic, and consular relationship by countries since 1776, Slovakia. I can share this with us so that Entoba feel local. So let me do that, because these are things that also help, us as well. For those of us that are, learning a lot about, because a lot of us are just learning about, self-determination. A lot of us are learning about how countries break away. Some of them I don't know myself, so I might assume more. A very good morning to you and welcome. So I'm just doing that. We're going to open my phone line in just about a few minutes because I've already concluded with my with the conversation. And let's hear our people speak as well. My name is OLAMILEKAN. KOIKIMEDIA, bringing the world closer to your doorsteps. I should have the Yoruba Central, the YSDM or the Central account. I think we agreed to Friday about 5 p.m. Yoruba time. So we look forward to having them on that day. So just to talk about this quickly, in summary, July 1992, Slovakia declared itself a sovereign state and began negotiations with the Czech Republic to disband the country that had been Czechoslovakia. Once parliamentary approval on January 1st, 1993, Slovakia and Czech Republic became two separate autonomous countries. The United States formally recognized the establishment of Slovakia on that same day. Recognition. The U.S. recognition of Slovakia independence in 1993. On January 1st, 1993, the United States of America formally recognized both the Slovakia and the Czech Republic as separate sovereign states. A public statement was made indicating that an ambassador to the Slovakia Republic will be appointed shortly thereafter. Diplomatic relationship. Establishment of diplomatic relation and the American embassy in Bratislava in 1993. Diplomatic relations and the U.S. embassy in Bratislava were established on January 4, 1993 with the appointment of Paul Acker as charge d'affaires interim. The first U.S. ambassador to Slovakia, Theodore E. Roosevelt, presented his credential on the November 22nd, 1993. If we do not leave Nigeria, don't expect America to tell us what to do. America is only just waiting for us to do the needful, and a negotiation will follow. Once again, we've been talking about countries that got their independence not too far away between the last 30 years. And I'm sure there's so many more countries around the world that are preparing for that. The time now is just 9 o'clock. And as usual, we do this one before we now start taking our calls. And I say welcome to the conversation that has been going on for the last 1 hour 33 minutes. Again, Nigeria is not a country. Let's hear this.
Let's think about how we will have this conversation about the unity of Nigeria. And I reflect back at some of the prominent statements made by some of our founding leaders. And I feel that probably this would help us to have a conversation on the Nigerian unity. I just brought forth, not to bore you, first, and I quote, not my statement, Nigeria is not a nation. It's a mere geographical expression. There are no Nigerians in the same sense as there are English, Welsh, or French. The word Nigerian is merely a distinctive appellation to distinguish those who live within the boundaries of Nigeria from those who do not. This is accredited to Chief Obafemi, the former Prime Minister of the Western region. The second one, and I quote, it is true that we politicians always delight in talking loosely about the unity of Nigeria. 60 years ago, there was no country called Nigeria. What is now Nigeria consisted of several large and small communities, all of which were different in their outlooks and beliefs. The advent of the British and that of Western education has not materially altered the situation, and the many and varied communities have not knit themselves into a composite unit. This is accredited to Sir Ahmadu Bello, former Premier of the Northern Region. The third, and I quote, since 1914, the British government has been trying to make Nigeria into one country. But the Nigerian people themselves are historically different in their backgrounds, in their religious beliefs and customs, and do not show themselves any sign of willingness to unite. The Nigerian unity is only a British intention for the country. This is thinking about.
Well, you heard him there. That was, the former president, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, that was speaking there. That the Nigeria that you think it is. Let's now hear from Dr. Ugo.
They wanted to be separate from the country that the British Empire had imposed on us, which was this country of Nigeria. where they kind of took a bunch of independent nations who don't have anything to do with each other, don't even speak each other's language, don't relate. Many of them were even enemies and warring at the time. Smushed them all together and drew these arbitrary lines around them and called them countries and named those countries.
Right.
And then said, now y'all get along and do a country for us and be a union for us. And then go through, contentious, bloody independence processes that never really yield any real independence. You're still part of a commonwealth afterwards. True. And you have the eternal meddling in your affairs and the eternal extraction of your resources. And the eternal fomenting of divisiveness and infighting in order to be able to control you. This is what an oppressor does, a colonizer does. These are tactics and strategies of dominance.
Right.
We were subjected to that as a larger unit of Nigeria. And then when the Igbo people said, we want our own thing, let's go and do that. Well, it so happened to be that the territory that this new country of Biafra was going to be in included very, very rich oil reserves. Mm-hmm. And the British were not going to let go of that.
Wow.
And the people that they had put in power, their puppet Nigerian governments weren't going to do that either because they needed it for the Nigerian project.
Right.
And Britain needed it for its own interests and uses. So Great Britain got directly involved in this civil war and in the war for independence and decided that they would do everything to make sure that Biafra did not go.
Wow.
And this everything meant directly funding genocide of the people of Biafra.
But our historic memory includes the notion that the greatest days were Ivan, Peter the Great, and Catherine the Great. In other words, when you could control your neighbors. And people don't want to be controlled anymore. They want to be free to chart their own course. I'll never forget the first time a man with impeccable military credentials, the warden of Rhodes House, who was Admiral Viscount Montgomery's aide to camp in World War II, said, you're going to have to leave Vietnam. For the same reason we had to leave Nigeria. We left Nigeria in a horrible war. 3 million people died. But we had to go, and you're going to have to go. And I said, why? He said, because they don't want you. People want to chart their own course. They have to feel secure in their own identity. But
which is it for you, Dr. Badaya? Do you think the government is unwilling or unable to protect the people of Southern Kaduna?
In fact, it is not only unable, it is unwilling, and we have good reason to feel that they are part and parcel of the killers. Let me make some revelations to you.
That's a very big allegation, Dr. Obadiah. The government is part and parcel of the killers.
Yes.
That's big.
Yes. Okay, how will the government just say, it is revenge killing and so on? Then you leave it there. Because it is revenge killing and so on and so forth. The body language of this administration, the body language of the state government shows clearly that they have a hand in the killings. No doubt about it. Because, you see, General Abacha, and people don't give him his due. Do you think you have tolerated such nonsense? And let me make some revelations, because some of us also have our own intelligence networks.
Okay.
Have met with some of the bandits. We have met with some of their high commanders. One or two who have repented. They have sat down with us, not once, not twice. They told us that one of the northern governors is the commander of Boko Haram in Nigeria. Boko Haram and the bandits are one and the same thing. They have a sophisticated network. During this lockdown, their planes were moving up and down as though there was no lockdown. Moving ammunitions, moving logistics, moving money, and distributing them in different parts of the country. They are already in the south, in the rainforests of the south. They are everywhere. They told us that when they finish these rural killings, they will move to phase 2. The phase 2 is they will go into the urban cities, going from house to house, killing prominent people. I can tell you, this is the game plan. By 2022, they want to start a civil war in Nigeria.
So what do they expect of us now that this war is on our doorstep? Of course, there has got to be civil mobilization. And if we keep waiting for this to be centrally handled, we're all going to become, if we're not already slaves in our land. That to me is personally intolerable. It's not an acceptable condition. And whatever it takes, I stand ready to contribute in any way. So what do they expect?
Now, you see, you Obina, you have everything going for you. And I don't want you to feel discouraged. Please, think about it, Nigeria. But I believe it's only for a short time. Because it depends on you. Whatever my generation might have done wrong, and I will be fair to admit that my generation has done a lot wrong, it is for your generation to do it better. And don't just sit down and complain. Don't just sit down and complain. Sitting down and complain is like the anger of the people. You're on the same time, you'll be on the same line, on the same level, but you have to be proactive. And you have to make sure you get enough of what I call critical mass of people, like-minded people, who will be ready to say, yes, we can bring about the change. And you can bring about the change if you get the critical mass of people that are ready to slot it out. I always say, when people say, well, when will these old hands go out of the way? They won't go out of the way. You have to make them go out of the way. They won't voluntarily go out of the way. You have to make it uncomfortable for them. I'm not talking about violence, but bringing pressure to bear to make it uncomfortable for them.
And we have to make it uncomfortable for them and not violent way as well. So we open our phone line officially, probably at least, as we continue, with the conversation. If you'd like to join the conversation, it's +4474044059117. I'm just going to recap on some of what I've discussed. I'm going to talk about, the letters that we've already been talking about all the time. Also, as we prepare for our mega rally. Prepare. Everybody has the responsibility to prepare everybody at home for the mega rally. Not literally asking us, and prepare. It is our responsibility. It is our collective effort, from organization to WhatsApp group. This is not the time to sit behind the fence and say, if you wait for that, you're going to wait forever. It is the time that every one of us must be involved. Are you planning what you want to do, for your mobilization? As at the time when the rally is going to be held. Nobody knows the date yet, but the date will be communicated with us at the appropriate time. We've been looking at countries this morning. We've been talking about countries. And which are those countries that we're talking about? We're talking about countries from South Sudan. We're talking about countries from Kosovo, Serbia. We're talking about countries from Montenegro, East Timor, Palua, Eritrea, and Slovakia. These are all the countries that have gained independence in the last 3 decades. Hello, good morning, and welcome to the program.
tá a ti ń fẹnu sọ fún àwọn èèyàn lé tá a ti ń fẹnu convince àwọn èèyàn lé àwọn olóṣèlú wà nù àwọn tá a sọ fún náà tó dé dá ojú àmọ́ tó bá ti mọ̀ pé àwọn fẹ́ pa wá kí ló fẹ́ pa wá wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ declare kìíní yìí because tó bá fi declare kìíní yìí gbogbo láti orí bàbá títí dé orí kí lóró gbogbo àwọn tó wà ń bẹ pàpàtà àwọn náà fẹ́ pa wá wọn ò dé ẹ̀pù olóyè Sunday Igboho náà because máa ẹ̀ bó ṣe wà nísìn ó ní ilé olè lọ bíbẹ̀ tàbí pé ìka ni wọ́n nìyẹn o torí ibi ìka lèmi ṣe ń ro sí lójú tèmi wọ́n declare nǹkan tó fẹ́ declare ṣé bí gbogbo nǹkan tẹ́ máa ń sọ ṣe báwọn náà ń gbọ́ táwọn ò bá tẹ̀ lè analyse báyẹn fún wa ẹ̀yin analyse báyẹn fún wa everybody then gbọ́ kí wàá ní nǹkan tó ń ṣe wọ́n tó wá lọ fún àwọn ní declare wọ́n mọ̀ pé àwọn làwọn fẹ́ kan fẹ́ pa wa àdẹ̀ tó ṣe bọ́ sóko ya ni èmi tẹ̀ tí ń plan àti sáàpù Nàìjíríà iná bó jẹ́ Ghana kí wọ́n lọ gbé wọ́n jọ tó lọ kọ́ máa fìyà jẹ wa torí wà tó mọ̀ pé àwọn ò ní fìyà jẹ wọ́n fi gbé gbogbo ètò ìkàlẹ̀ tó bá ti wá mọ̀ pé àwọn fẹ́ fìyà jẹ wa kọ́ máa declare wá kú wọn kọ lọ ọmọ Yorùbá tó bá ti kú láfta ọdún ìbò ṣe wọn lù wá èmi ò ní sọ ju ẹgbẹ́ máa bí tó lọ sá.
Once again, a very good morning, and also we advise and appreciate those of you that are calling. Let us also remember to put our money into the YSDM and likewise, the Ominera account. Hello, good morning. Okay, line here bad. Two back claim, okay. Okay, better me say because don't crack the leg. Okay, I go ahead. I'm going to see.
Ceremony kúrọ́tọ̀ yìí mo fẹ́ fún yín ní pass mark ni o. Ẹgbà bẹ́ẹ̀. Ṣẹ́rí láti gbàgẹ́ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ kínní. Láti gbàgẹ́ ti wà Nàìjíríà ní ti follow yìí. Gbogbo program ẹ̀ ṣe Nàìjíríà ní máa watch live. Àtọ́jọ́ bí wọ́n bọ́ọ̀sì dé kẹ́ wà ní garage kẹ́ transmit gbogbo kínní yẹn gbogbo ẹ̀ ni mo wò live. Bàbá mi, ìbá ní kí n rétí àwọn èèyàn kó jà fún òmìnira Yorùbá ẹ̀ gangan pẹ̀lú tọkàntọkàn pẹ̀lú gbogbo ara wọn. Mànẹ́yìn àti chief Sunday Igboho. Ẹgbà bẹ́ẹ̀ Ọlọ́run àmà ṣẹ́rí ẹ̀yin dẹ̀kọ́ àwọn ìyàwó yín àtọwọn òbí yín ni. Ṣẹ́rí àwọn ni wọ́n fún yín problem inú wọn dùn sí nǹkan tẹ̀ ṣe. Ọlọ́run á dẹ̀ dúró tì yín gbogbo nǹkan tẹ́ bá ń dáwọ́lé nínú ẹbí yín á máa pọ̀ sí rere. Gbogbo ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ tẹ́ bá ṣe Ọlọ́run fún kíní tẹ̀tí ẹ̀ ṣe lásán ìdáríjì màmá jẹ́ gbogbo tẹ̀bí yín. Ẹgbà bẹ́ẹ̀. Ṣẹ́rí lórí ọ̀rọ̀ mo lérò pé bàbá parí àdúrà tí à ń gbà fún wa wíìkì yìí. Mo lérò pé bàbá Igboho ò ní jáde síta àwọn náà ní ká lo 2 weeks ká fi máa jó. Because the ara ṣẹ́rí mi ìfẹ́ pé kọ́ máa rò bí ìbínú bó ṣe ká oníkálukú lára ni declaration là ń lóde. Ẹ jẹ́ ká declare kìíní. Tá a bá ṣe gbogbo eléyìí tá a ṣe èèyàn sì máa kú or minimize ẹ̀ àti already àti plan. Mo mọ̀ kọ́mọ Yorùbá ti plan. Èmi tí mo ń sọ̀rọ̀ gbogbo wa ti plan. Ẹgbà bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣẹ́rí since tó kàn tí kéèyàn bá ti ní interest sí nǹkan èèyàn á achieve ẹ̀. Gbogbo Yorùbá ti ní interest sí a máa achieve ẹ̀.
Line here clear. On crack. So we are later on to try again. Line here on crack. Let's go to the next caller. Plus 44 74 04 405917. Do not attempt to call any other number. I'm not going to pick it up. It's going to be a waste of time. Hello, good morning, caller.
Good morning, Mr. Olamileko.
Sir.
And thank you for this wonderful enlightenment and Eledumare Ajiboduroti by Anonymous. I mean, let me start from what Dr. Melania said. All these terrorists, they are in the southwest forest, all the southwest. I mean, the Nigerian government or Nigeria state, they are not ready to go after them. They are not ready from what we all can see. It's only when we get out of Nigeria, we stand up as a nation, then we can be able to go after them. Now, all we can do now is prepare for the rally and we declare Yoruba as a nation. United Nations doesn't declare a country. They are just for peacekeeping mission. It's only when we declare then they recognize us And if they don't recognize us, we are not going to be, we are not the only country that's not being recognized. We can carry on as a country and then go along with whoever that recognizes us as a country. So, everyone back home, please, Ejeka Baraji for Mega Rally.
Thank you so much. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ a máa sọ pé ǹjẹ́ rally máa push wa kúrò nínú Nàìjíríà? I say yes, because the rally is a recognition to the world that we are ready to go out of the Nigeria. Just to back the brother that called my uncle, ẹ̀gbọ́n mi dáadáa, lórí nǹkan tó sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan, òun ló wà níwájú mi, which I'm gonna, and it says, and I quote, the United Nations tí gbogbo wa ń rí níwájú yìí is neither a state nor, mo ń bọ̀ ẹ̀kọ́lá ẹni sùúrù for 30 seconds kí n fi ka bíbá ìsíta. The United Nations is neither a state nor a government. Wọ́n kì í ṣe ìlú, wọ́n dẹ̀ ń ṣe ìjọba, and therefore does not possess any authority to recognize either a state or government as an organization of independent state. It may admit a new state to its membership or accept credential of the representative of a new government. Ẹgbọ́n sókè kọ́lá. Hello? Hello, one more time. All right, we're going to let you go. You have to call back again because we can't hear you. Once again, a very good morning to the benefit of those that are watching us from all over the world, and welcome to the live transmission as we continue to educate and prepare ourselves if truly we want to go. If we are not ready to go, we can continue to do analysis every day, and that will then determine how long we want to stay to go. Ever mute background. I don't need to be hearing myself again in your house. If you don't mute that background, I'm going to have to disconnect you.
Mr. Koiki, ẹ káàsán.
Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò.
Ẹ jọ̀ọ́, ọ̀rọ̀ tèmi tí mo fẹ́ sọ. Mo ti ń ro ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn láti bí i 2-3 days now. Ṣé nígbà tí àwọn ìlú tó kù tí wọ́n ń gba òmìnira, ṣé bí gbogbo wọn ṣe ń gbàdúrà tó ń lọ sórí òkè, tó ń lọ sórí ìsàlẹ̀, òun ni àwa ṣe ń ṣe yìí? Because after this 1 week Thanksgiving sin, gẹ́gẹ́ bí Kọ́lá yẹn ṣe sọ, wọ́n máa tún sọ pé ká tún lọ ní 14 days fasting and prayer. A máa tún ṣe 14 days fasting and prayer tó bá tún di another 1 week. Wọ́n ní Ọlọ́run ti gbàdúrà wa, wọ́n ní ká máa tún dúpẹ́ ilé ìlú. Tí táìmù máa fi lọ. Tí anything at this point, ó dàbí ẹni pé tí kankan bá ti ṣẹlẹ̀ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá nísìn, orúkọ àwọn tí wọ́n sọ pé wọ́n lead wa Yorùbá nation yẹn, orúkọ la máa dá sí àwọn náà ń pa Yorùbá. A máa dá orúkọ wọn sí ni. Because èmi ò mọ ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ò tiẹ̀ fẹ́ yéèyàn mọ́ rárá àtọ̀, kò fẹ́ yéèyàn mọ́. Ẹ jẹ́ kí wọ́n ó di declaration o, ẹ jẹ́ kó ṣe rádìó kó declare kájọ máa bára wa fà á. Tá bá ti bára wa fà á, United Nations, every other country máa wá bá wa dá sí. Ṣé àwọn èèyàn ti bá ń gbàgbé ni United Nations tó tẹ̀ máa sọ pé ó máa wá fún wa ní freedom, ó máa fún wa freedom. Ṣé wọ́n gbàgbé pé àwọn ìjọba Nàìjíríà náà wọ́n pẹ̀lú àwọn tí wọ́n wà ní United Nations? Ṣé wọ́n ti gbàgbé ni? Èmi ò tí ì fi tí United Nations ti dúró pé òkè o, àwa olórúkọ àwa United Nations ó yà fún yín lómìnira o. They will only come when there is crisis. Simple. And budgeting crisis yẹn kó bẹ̀rẹ̀ on time because crisis is already in Nigeria, but wọ́n kàn ṣe pamọ́pamọ́ ni. Wọ́n jẹ́ kó kúkú wọ̀n síta kájọ máa bára wa fà kí wọ́n mọ̀ pé òkè Nigeria is not settled. Èyí tí wọ́n ṣe máa fi ọ̀rọ̀ sábẹ́ àwọn sọ táwọn èèyàn ṣe máa gbéra wọn wá láti Amẹ́ríkà, láti UK lọ sí Nàìjíríà. At the end of the day, wọ́n máa lọ kidnap wọn bí Mr. Gbenga tí wọ́n lọ sí ilé tó lọ pa wọ́n dànù yẹn. Ṣé ẹ̀kọ́ tó fẹ́ continue láti máa ṣe nìyẹn ni? No, now, kọjá ká bá wa ṣe kíní kó bá wa declare everything get started so that our mobility belongs. We cannot continue doing like this all the time. Kàmá ṣé gbogbo nǹkan làdúrà máa ń ṣe. Mi ìṣàpàdúrà òkè ń gbà o. Mi ìṣàpàdúrà òkè ń gbà. But ibi tó bá yẹ ká ti sọ̀rọ̀, ká ti fi ọwọ́ àti ẹsẹ̀ ṣe nǹkan, a lè máa gbàdúrà síbẹ̀ náà. Ọwọ́ àti ẹsẹ̀ la máa fi ṣe. Òun la máa fi ṣe. Kọ́jọ́ à ń bẹ̀ wọ́n ni. Because nísìnyí tí wọ́n bá lọ ṣe election pẹ̀rẹ́, gbogbo àwọn tó wà ní fílí Nàìjíríà tí wọ́n ti gbójú jáde tó ṣe Yorùbá nation yẹn, gbogbo wọn náà máa pick one after the other. Wọ́n máa lọ máa pick àwọn ọmọ ọlọ́mọ délé ni. Ṣé gbogbo èèyàn ló máa lọ́wọ́ láti travel kúrò ní Nàìjíríà? No. Wọ́n bá wa ṣe kíá o.
Okay.
Ẹ
Eshigoni, thank you so much. Another view, another angle, and this is where we have the opinion view on the live transmission. Once again, as we continue to review and tell ourselves the truth, àwa kọ́ ni ìlú tó máa kọ́kọ́ gbáradì kúrò nínú ìlú kan. A pé ogun wá sí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá o. Àmọ́ in terms of ni pé the more we stay in there, the more problem we have. Let's go to the next caller. Hello, caller.
The white lion.
Ẹ káàárọ̀.
Ẹ kúṣẹ́ káàárọ̀ sà.
Àwọn ni ẹ.
Ẹ kúṣẹ́ wa o, ẹ kú ètò wa o, Ọlọ́run á nífẹ̀ẹ́ yín o, bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe nífẹ̀ẹ́ àwa ọmọ Yorùbá o, Ọlọ́run á nífẹ̀ẹ́ yín o, Ọlọ́run á tọ́jú àwọn ọmọ yín, Ọlọ́run á tọ́jú àwọn ẹbí yín o. Ẹ ní ṣìṣe lágbára Ọlọ́run. Ọlọ́run gbogbo ẹ̀ṣẹ̀kẹ́ṣẹ̀ tẹ́ bá jẹ́ Ọlọ́run á foríjì torí àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá o. White lion.
Yes.
Ṣé ní ibi tí ọ̀rọ̀ náà dé dúró sí báyìí? Ẹ jọ̀ọ́, à ń bẹ màmá wa Onítìrí, à ń bẹ bàbá wa Professor Banji Akintoye, à ń bẹ bàbá wa Sunday Igboho ṣá. So gbogbo àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá ní Nàìjíríà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí sí inú wa ò dùn mọ́. Inú wa ò dùn rárá torí identity wa náà fi ń ṣeré yìí o. Wọ́n dẹ̀ máa ń sọ wọ́n ní ọmọ tí ò bá àbí ìlú tí ò bá ní identity, tí ò ní identification, ìlú ẹrú ni. So kò dẹ̀ sí àyè fún ọmọ Yorùbá kankan tó máa fi di adarí orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà torí tó máa ń sọ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà kò ń ṣe orílẹ̀-èdè o torí wọn ò lédè. So Nigeria is just a market square where individual come and do in own market. So the rest people that are just doing president, they are just a market keeper. So orílẹ̀-èdè wa gbogbo ní orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá o, a ní nǹkan kan ṣe pẹ̀lú Nàìjíríà o. A ní nǹkan kan ṣe pẹ̀lú Nàìjíríà. Kọ́ má dẹ̀ fi identity wa ṣe rárá, identity wa lélẹ̀. Kọ́ má kó wa sínú ẹrú kejì o. Torí ọwọ́ wọn ló kù sí báyìí. Tó bá dẹ̀ ń fa kínní, tó bá ń falẹ̀ fún kínní, ó ti ṣó pé àwọn náà wọ́n ti fọwọ́ sí kínní yìí o. Wọ́n jọ àfẹ́ kó má pa wá àfẹ́ mú rárá àtọ̀.
Okay, Eshigoni, thank you so much for that.
Eshigoni, sir.
Lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí mo kí gbogbo wa níbikíbi tí ẹ ti ń gbọ́ wa, èmi á máa sọ pé somebody asked a question there, Mr. Koiki, tell who concerned to declare Yoruba nation. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ different people will ask different questions to whether we are ready, whether we are prepared, whether we have everything it takes to put ourselves in that line of action. The caller that called also talked about ǹjẹ́ àdúrà la máa ṣe ní gbogbo ìgbà until like other countries that have done so in the past. Let's just quickly recap. The line is still open for the benefit of those of you that wants to call in. +44 74 044 05917. Email if you want to, info@koikimedia.com or musakalam@gmail.com. All the documents that we've been talking about, you can find them when you go on our website, which is www.koikimedia.com, where you can go in there, you can find documents, I've updated more pictures, also upcoming events, I've put that there as well. So if you go there, you probably come across something like this. We are doing it every day to make sure that we can at least get information out there. Also links and order. If you have an event coming up that has got to do with Yoruba Nation, let me know. I will put it out there. It may come more organized, we will rally it on Senile, but my job as a media is to help them to publicize it, as you can see right there. We go straight to Canada where we have a new caller. Hello, good morning. Voice in low there. I'm going to Dajilewa. No, maybe I'm going to get Caliboy, sir. I want here. Thank you so much.
So this is the right time to do whatever you want to do right now before the year runs out. So the government that's what one that is the Facebook one of the right is to just discuss that as well. What do we about this? Because we should make it one is done this right. So this is the
Eshigoni, thank you so much. Mo mọ̀ pé ìdájí bẹ̀lẹ̀ wà Canada, and also depending on what part of Canada. Let's go straight to the next caller. Hello, good morning, caller. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò.
Ó dàbí ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ máa ń sọ wọ́n dàbí pé ewu múyàn. Ṣẹ̀mọ̀ téwu bá múyàn, ara wọn máa nìyàn. Tó bá tú, téwu yẹn bá wá tú, ara wá dẹ̀yìn. Òun lọ̀rọ̀ tẹ máa ń sọ. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ló ṣe máa ń rí lára àti tèmi. Mo lè mọ̀ pé bẹ́ẹ̀ ló ṣe máa rí lára àti tèmi. Mo fẹ́ kọ́ wọ̀nyàn nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ play lẹ́ẹ̀kan yẹn tẹ́ ẹ play fún wọ̀nyàn. Kọ́ wọ̀nyàn rí nínú nǹkan tó bá sọjọ́ sọ. Àwọn tó ń sọ pé kò tí ì gbà tí wọ́n máa declare. Kọ́ statement tó bá sọjọ́ sọ. Àwọn tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí sọ́wọ́ tó bá sọjọ́ lọ. So Nigerian government lè respect pé kí Nigerian government kọ́ fara tẹ̀ wá pé a máa wá announce. Àwa la máa ní wọ́n lára débi pé a máa fi announce. Ọ̀gbọ̀n mílíọ̀nù tí Ọbásanjọ́ sọ yìí, mílíọ̀nù tó Ọbásanjọ́ sọ yìí, ó ti ká bọ́ bí káà lọ gbọ̀ngàn. Á dà fún ẹ̀wọ̀n. Ọlọ́run wa máa gbogbo nǹkan tó ń dùn yín lọ́kàn tẹ́lẹ̀ sọ fẹ́ nítorí pé Ọlọ́run ẹ̀ ń sọ fún Ọlọ́run tó iṣẹ́ ṣọ́ kábà àtìlẹ́yìn náà. Ọlọ́run á ti ṣe gbogbo ìpín ní dẹ̀rùn. Kíní dẹ̀ bí ọ̀rọ̀ Ọbásanjọ́ tẹ̀ pé kí n máa play ní continuously fún ọmọ tó sọ pé kò tí ì yá wa. Ní pé ká kílẹ̀ kọ́ máa gbọ́ kọ́ wá ó ń jáde kí wọ́n máa àgbẹ̀sẹ̀ lọ́pàá rẹ̀ tó lọ́ bá fọdún ẹ̀sẹ̀ ẹ̀mejì ló ti president ayé ológun ó ti president ayé alágbádá. Àwọn tó sọ pé ní kò tí ì yá ká àgbẹ̀ yẹ sọ́bẹ̀ mú ọjọ́ Ọbásanjọ́ lọ. Ó ní Nigerian government a máa fara ní wọn débi pé a máa fi ráyè ṣe tiwa. Ẹgbẹ́ òsè pé tiẹ̀ dáadáa bébí ṣe túmọ̀ lọ́kàn àyà tèmi nìyẹn o. Á dà fún yín lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀. Ìyá yóò ní kojú sùkúrú. Á dà fún yín lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni. Thank you so much. Mo kí Mùsùlùmí, mo kí Kìrìtẹ́nì, ẹ dá gbọ́ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí.
Now, you see, you Obina, you have everything going for you. And I don't want you to feel discouraged. Please, think about it in Nigeria. But I believe it was only for a short time. Because it depends on you. Whatever my generation might have done wrong, and I will be fair to admit that my generation has done a lot wrong, it is for your generation to do it better. And don't just sit down and complain. Don't just sit down and complain. Sitting down and complain is like the anger of the people. You're on the same time, you'll be on the same time, on the same level. But you have to be proactive. And you have to make sure you get enough of what I call critical mass of people, like-minded people, who will be ready to say, yes, we can bring about the change. And you can bring about the change if you get the critical mass of people that are ready to slug it out. I always say when people say, well, when will this old hand go out of the way? They won't go out of the way. You have to make them go out of the way. They won't voluntarily go out of the way. You have to make it uncomfortable for them. I'm not talking about violence, but bringing pressure to bear to make it uncomfortable for them. They will go out of the way.
Well, you had him there. I just have to play that again because of the last caller. We are only taking one line to call, and that number is the one. Let me reduce the front of this so that I can take this down because I've done my analysis on it. I can just be using it as a gauge there. So we go straight to the next caller. I say good morning to all our PhD, all our doctors, I want us to all remember that this is not about KOIKIMEDIA. It's about our identity. And if we fail, it's not going to be KOIKIMEDIA. That means we've all failed. A very good morning and welcome to the program. The call on the line, please.
No, good morning, please. To start with, I want to thank you and your family. You're doing a very good job.
Thank you so much.
Bless you. I've called numerous times anyway.
Thank you, yes.
You're the front line of this battle. I got a few cases I need to address. I'll be as fast as I can.
Okay.
We don't have to milk this Yoruba Nation Declaration. The more we milk it, the more people will. And we need to take it serious more.
Okay.
my understanding from my observation, I want or expect from my day to Yakode.
Okay.
So within the leadership, I won't contain panic. There's a proverb someone you man so sorry, you are very rude. You only want protection, so called say your Bama when you're February.
Okay.
That's the proverb. Do you understand? So if it 30 days here, I won't contain panic.
Okay.
So that's why they're trying to milk it. I watched your program yesterday about that when you control so wrong by radio.
Yeah.
Can I finish with the radio? Believe it that way. Sure makes sense. Could make sense. Could make sense at all. So what I'm gonna say is, as soon as possible, I need to declare rally. I want you to understand that freedom is not free.
Okay.
Freedom is not free. And I want Baba Watawa Loke. The only thing our youth are ready, our decide to make that sacrifice for ourselves. Because our tongue so uncontradictory. They say youth, everything is in your hand. Everything is in our hand. Actually, decide by fashion. So why are they holding back?
Why do you think that there's a panic among these set of people? I mean, because you talk about panic, and it's a very, very important word. Why do you think there's a panic? I mean, we have done everything that we are meant to do. Do we still have something that we need to do that probably maybe? So I was watching a movie yesterday. I'm gonna ask my wife in just about a few minutes. And the movie, the lady, I think it's flight 127. There was a bomb, in that aircraft, and eventually she went back to review the whole. Because sometimes your mama review maybe our I can feel okay, but maybe we need to review something. I don't know, but why do you think there's a panic? If I may ask you.
Yes, I'm going to answer that question from my own personal experience.
Yeah.
The reason is I want no disrespect to all the leaders. They're doing a fantastic job.
Yeah.
But maybe psychologically, they want a clean exit.
Oh, clean exit. Okay.
Exit. Yes, I will explain why.
Okay.
Because we among Yoruba, our Yorubas are too emotional. They want the more already for the record. They rather is called arrogance. And our program called the greatest disease on earth is an educated illiterate. He only can wait at the same time could illiterate, could naive. They are not deep inside already they are. At the same time, I want to pay any youth or any what. Everyone contradicting back on. Because our youth we are ready to go. Why are you holding us back? Because eventually, freedom will free. Freedom, freedom is because sacrifice done. What you call your free Benny. From history, our America going to civil war, but I want civil war. Our England going to our Russia going to our Turkey.
Orúkọ film tí mo wá yẹn is called All the Old Knives. And tó bá láǹfààní àti lè wò kó lọ wò. Very, very powerful. Details is called All the Old Knives. But go ahead, my brother. I'm enjoying that. So, can we get a clean exit in reality?
The reality can be fiction. Facts. You can't get a clean exit. Fact. They have to deal with it. I want Lord. Understand me? They can't get a plain exit. Or you consider the thing that is only on show rally, Peter Obi, Google, all the son. It doesn't matter. There's a difference between a political rally and the building a nation.
Okay.
Say your combat jade for mega rally. Someone you buy your July to win the Wikilon Shele. I want you to buy your turn will follow. That is the way it's meant to be. And that was the way I want you to answer your Kokolado Formula program. Only we're not ready you can't be ready for freedom. Nobody plans to be free. You fight for it. I want to understand. Our leaders all are too educated, all are naive, or they are hiding behind the book. they are more about history. Tobacco history. No disrespect to them. Tobacco history. No freedom is fought won by the book. Because what you people need to know is power. Power corrupt. Absolute power corrupt. Absolutely. And when you're talking about power, I won't control all over. Nobody will need power. It's just common sense. Say you're about Nagbara, even history, area boy go on the Fagbara. Only Bobo Kontope, the program in your call, the guy name is Femi. He keep calling. You could see how people are so dumb. The one UK, I was speaking proverb. Onja for whoever you're fighting for APC. Whereas Lagos State, the MCM are low rules of Lagos State. You're joking. More than one UK. Sorry, pardon my language. The one UK, Osawasi UK, Onja for APC Oka. Whereas the Lagos State, in your Chokawi, Mr. MCM, Lagos State. The list, Tobati and Sheyo. So Tobati and Sheyo, my to stage call. You want to so common sense. Because if that guy wants to have, if you could hear me now, Mr. Femi, to have a constructive conversation. Oh, shit, basically, KOIKIMEDIA now, okay, sorrow. Toba mo ko fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ pé o fẹ́ jà o de wà ní UK o lọ Nàìjíríà kò lọ pé o wà ní UK o bá lọ sí Lagos kò lọ sí Lagos State kò gbẹ̀rẹ̀ wà láti gbogbo yà pé o fẹ́ pàdé ọmọ àlejò lẹ́jọ́ pèsè KOIKIMEDIA kò sọ̀rọ̀ kẹjọ sọ̀rọ̀ kí gbogbo wa listen wà á justify reason tó fi fẹ́ ká vote fún APC. Àwọn àdèmà bèrè lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ pé kí ni reason tó fi wà ní UK o níbo làwọn ọmọ ẹ̀ ti ń kàwé níbo ni ìyàwó ẹ̀ wà o níbo ló ń gbé lẹ́kọ̀ọ́. Make sense.
Well, I mean, you've actually said it out because when we look at the transportation system, that transportation system is meant to be in the hands of a government, not an individual. Yes. And I don't think a lot of people understand that. Yeah, it will still create the enabling environment and the job. And eventually, what is the problem? Because when you look at the accident, 18 people died on the Third Mainland Bridge in a vehicle that could have been avoided if it was a government vehicle, well services, nígbà tó bá need the services, àwọn tó jẹ́ mechanic, wọ́n á gbé lọ síbẹ̀, ẹni tó yẹ kó maintain ẹ̀, wọ́n ò ní gbé mọ́tò síta tá a máa pààyàn. But I don't think a lot of people understand that. And I really have taken a lot of your point down, and I believe I'm going to expatiate on that. And there's something that you said that I'm very, very happy about. You said, there can never be a clean exit. And I think, you've said it all. Yeah, so thank you so much. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
Our leaders were.
Yes.
No disrespect, I don't want to mention it. They need to ọkọ àti ìyàwó kan tó bá jọ ń gbélé sí ọkọ bá rí pé òun take advantage of ìyàwó kò ní jẹ́ kí ìyàwó lọ́ọ́ máa jà ní. Ọ̀rẹ́ àti no, it just come in life if one person is taking advantage of the other. It can never let the other party go, even in business terms. It's just common sense. Okay. You have to fight for it.
Wow.
And when people need to understand that our political leaders were
ẹ̀gbọ́n kan tí ọmọ bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú sọ, I don't think some of you have heard what he said. He says Yoruba should remain in Nigeria. Màtàwá tí kùnìyàn jáde nísìnyí lórí Sahara lánàá. Ó ní Yoruba territory must remain in Nigeria. Ọmọ bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú, yìí tó fẹ́ ṣe under PDP governorship. That's what he said yesterday. And these are the people that at some point, if we don't declare, they will just be taking us as we are not ready. But I want to declare. Gbogbo ta ma ṣe kọ́ la fi sọ lórí social media.
A good example, give another good example.
Yeah, Adebutu. Yeah, thank you. Mo ń gbọ́ yẹn máa sọ̀rọ̀ lọ.
Tí ta bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ Yoruba nation, ta bá ń drag ẹ̀. Àdéhùn dídé ọmọ ènìyàn ní gbogbo wa o. Kò sí bá ṣe fẹ́ràn Yorùbá tó máa sún wa. I will say, you don't wear, sorry, I don't know if I could say root stop. Please call this.
Yeah.
You don't wear a
Go ahead. Go ahead.
You don't wear a condom except you want to have sex. We can't get this far. If these people disappoint us, it's going to affect our present generation, our future generation, And the past, Erosme and Baba, Professor Banji,
Yeah.
they came out, they wrote a letter to apologize to all our past.
Oh yes, I remember. Yes.
So, King of Tebajade, Wakaleta, you are ready to trigger it. Torí Teba Kaleta, Teba trigger. Ekpeyema triple, Ekpeto ti ṣe 200 years ago. Oma triple past at and one in future. Torí sí Professor Babati Jade wati waka apology letter. Even the dead spirit will be elevated that yes, these people will live. The spirit will be floating.
Okay.
You know what doing in the spiritual realm. But to about declare the spirits they apologize for.
Got it. Let's give somebody else another chance, and I think you know.
I want to quickly sing a song, please.
Yes.
Please.
Yes.
Na we dey live,
Okay. All right.
They can't join us, We no one join, We want to live Yoruba nation,
no going back. No retreat, no surrender. Wow, my brother, I love you so much. Yes.
When we make sacrifice, it's natural.
It's natural.
Christmas Day, Jesus got a sacrifice. Your man says sacrifice to live life.
Wow. Thank you so much.
God bless you.
Wow, that was fantastic, and I had to give him that opportunity right there. We still have about an hour for 15 minutes before I join the Star Radio, so there's no need for us to be worried. We think KOIKIMEDIA will bigger than Africa. This I do not own the copyright to it. Let's just watch it.
From the west coast of Africa to North and South America, Cuba and the Caribbeans, the Yoruba came in mass.
The Yoruba were a people who came from a thriving empire, an empire that had subject states, an empire that was well organized, well structured, well founded.
The song that has been sung in our palais since our ancestors came, and it said, "We are your children, my God, do not throw us away." For me, it's a very sad song because it reminds me of the pain of my ancestors.
Spirituality is embedded in human beings. The superstructure, what sort of manifests spirituality, is what we call religion.
Hundreds of years after their arrival to the New World, their culture might have survived it all.
A cultura do povo Yoruba foi muito importante para a emancipação, para a liberdade do povo que estava negro, africano, que estava aqui escravizado.
It was during the Civil Rights ages. We were opening Yoruba culture to the black people that had no knowledge of where they came from, had no knowledge of ancestors.
Baba was a part of many black nationalist movements. They went to Detroit, Michigan at Aretha Franklin's father's church. Detroit Police Department showed up and just unloaded on the church.
And they started shooting up the church. We had women and children with us. Our soldiers fired back until they had no more ammunition. Meanwhile, the Black Panthers got a hold of what was happening to us.
Yoruba culture did not teach turn the other cheek. On the contrary, Yoruba culture celebrates the god of war, absolutely execrates their oppression. So you can see that Yoruba even played a role in liberation struggle in Latin America and in the struggle for human rights.
The people who began the village came from the Black Panthers, they came from the Martin Luther King movements, they came from the civil rights movements, the Malcolm X movements, Stokely Carmichael. They were fired up.
We are nothing without Africa.
When people are deeply immersed in their own spirituality, it doesn't matter where they go. Within the secular world, they preserve that inner system of beliefs, of relationship with outside phenomena, with nature, and this in turn manifests itself in cultural production, which these slaves took across the Atlantic with them.
Well, that was Mumbo Yami for minute 30 seconds. That was the powerful Bigger Than Africa. Professor Sonti ọmọ àlè Yorùbá yìí, ọmọ àlè ni mo pè é, ìyẹn ilé ìtẹ́ ń wò níwájú mi. Ẹgbọ́n nǹkan tó kọ, ó ní we cannot take Yoruba land out of the mainstream of Nigeria. Yoruba land must remain in the mainstream of Nigeria. He noted whilst reacting to somebody like KOIKIMEDIA, Baba Akintoye, IGBOHO, Ìyá Onítìrí, the secessionist calls by some groups. Ìyẹn ọmọ Bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú ló ń sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ pé wọ́n ò gbọ́dọ̀ yọ Yorùbá kúrò nínú mainstream Nigeria. Ẹ gbóhùn sókè, ìyá mi ó tójọ́ mẹ́ta tí mo gbóhùn yín. Ẹ̀yin lẹ sọ fún wa pé a máa drag àwọn nǹkan kúrò nínú ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà wọlé Yorùbá ni. Ẹ gbóhùn sókè mà.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ bàbá Kóìkì.
Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò.
Ẹ kú iṣẹ́ gan ni o, mo kí yín o. Ẹ kú ọmọ akin ṣe, mo dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run pé kò rẹ̀ yín, kò dẹ̀ nílẹ̀ yín kò ní sú yín.
Àmín, àmín.
Ọlọ́run ló lè sọ èèyàn lẹ́sùn gbogbo irú iṣẹ́ tẹ̀ ń ṣe yìí. Ẹ̀san rere Ọlọ́run á sọ yín, á sọ ìdílé yín láti àtìrandé ìran. Ọlọ́run á sọ yín lẹ́san rere. Ẹ ló tọ́jọ́ mẹ́ta pé ẹ̀gbọ́n mi.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni mà.
Mo dákẹ́ mo fọwọ́ lẹ́rọ̀ mò ń wòye ni. Torí wípé ọ̀rọ̀ àwa ọmọ Yorùbá ó kéèyàn fọwọ́ lẹ́rọ̀ kó wá máa wòye. Ṣé ẹ mọ ìgbà tí ń bá ọ̀rọ̀ yìí bọ̀? Ṣé ẹ mọ nǹkan tó yà mí lẹ́nu nínú àwa ìran Yorùbá ni wípé bá a ṣe sọ wípé à ń sin Ọlọ́run tó, ká máa sọ wípé Ọlọ́run sọ báyìí, Ọlọ́run sọ gbá, Ọlọ́run sọ àwo. A máa láìkí ká máa tọ́ra wa jẹ o. A láìkí ká máa tọ́ra wa jẹ gan ni. Kò dẹ̀ dáa. Ẹ jẹ́ kí iṣẹ́ ti rí èmi, nǹkan tó jẹ́ kí n máa dákẹ́ lẹ́nu ọjọ́ mẹ́ta yìí ni wípé mo máa ń fẹ́ sojú abẹ nìkan. Mo dẹ̀ máa fẹ́ sọ òótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n ní ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìgbà òótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ kì í dùn mọ́ àwọn èèyàn nínú. Òun ló jẹ́ kí n máa dákẹ́. Ọlọ́run ti fi ilẹ̀ wa fún wa. Ọlọ́run ti gbà fún wa. Ọlọ́run ẹ jọ̀ọ́ kí la wá sì ń ṣe o? What is dragging us back? Ṣé ẹ rántí sáà pé ó ti pẹ́ tí Olúwa ti sọ fún wa wípé a máa jẹ àjàbọ́ ni? Ṣé ẹ rántí sáà?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ṣé ẹ rántí sáà wípé Olúwa ti sọ fún wa wípé mo ní mi ò rí ogun o. Mo ní ṣùgbọ́n ẹgbẹ́ Ọlọ́run sọ pé there will be use of force. Ṣé ẹ rántí sáà?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, mo rántí.
Ṣé a dẹ̀ sọ wípé àgbà Ọlọ́run gbọ́? A sọ pé à ń gbóhùn Ọlọ́run ṣùgbọ́n nǹkan tọ́lọ́run bá sọ yẹn àfẹ́ tẹ̀lé àbí?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ẹ má jẹ́ ká máa tọ́ra wa jẹ. Kí là ń tọ́ra wa jẹ fún? Àwa wá clean exit nísìnyí. Nígbà tí Ọlọ́run tó dá ayé àti ọ̀run, tó mọ gbogbo, tó lè ṣe ohun gbogbo, tó jẹ́ ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ àti òpin, tó ti ní ìfẹ́ wa débi kó ti sọ̀rọ̀ fún wa wípé báyìí ni o, ẹ lọ múra, ẹ gbáradì ẹ múra. Ṣé nísìnyí làwa wá clean exit? Ṣé Ọlọ́run ò wá sọ̀rọ̀ mọ́ ni? Ẹ wá jẹ́ kí n sọ òótọ́ kan fún wa. Ẹ stop láti máa dá ọpẹ́ tipátipá. Ẹ just stop all of this. Ibi tí mo wà nínú ilé mi láti di ọjọ́ mẹ́ta, inú kan bí mi, inú run mi ni. Ọlọ́run ò gbà ọpẹ́ tipátipá kankan lọ́wọ́ ọmọ Yorùbá. Stand up and take action. Ẹni ẹ̀mí ni àwa. Olúwa ti jẹ́ ká rí ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ yìí, Ọlọ́run jẹ́ ká rí òpin ẹ̀. Ẹjọ́ kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀? Ẹ bá wa bèrè lọ́wọ́ gbogbo àwọn leaders yìí. What are they doing? Ọlọ́run ò bèrè ọpẹ́ tipátipá kankan lọ́wọ́ ọmọ Yorùbá. In fact, this is the time of ṣé ti ní àwọn tó dúró nínú ẹ̀mí gan tó fẹ́ ja ìjà ọ̀rọ̀ yìí níbẹ̀? Ẹ̀jẹ̀ ń jẹ́ kó súnwọ̀, ẹ̀ ń jẹ́ kó rẹ̀ wọ́n. What is happening? Kí ló dé gan? Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀? Kí lọmọ Yorùbá ń bá ká gan? Kí ni? If you are not ready, if you don't want it, ẹ jẹ́ kí n sọ òótọ́ kan. Ṣé láti bí 2 years? Ṣé òfin láti bí ọdún méjì lèmi ti ń pè yín?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ṣé ti rí nǹkan kan ló wà ńbẹ̀ o? Nǹkan kan ló wà ńbẹ̀. Ṣé ti rí freedom yìí? Mo máa ń fi clause kan sí tẹ́ bá rántí in the past bá sọ̀rọ̀. Mo ní àfi tí àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá ò bá fẹ́. Ṣé ẹ rántí sà?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ṣé ti rí àwọn kọ̀ọ̀kan wà tí kò yé àwọn èèyàn? Spiritual things are not automatic. Tá bá ti ṣe nǹkan nínú ẹ̀mí, activation gbọ́dọ̀ wà nínú ara. Tó gbọ́dọ̀ lọ complement nǹkan inú ẹ̀mí yẹn kó lè wà sí ìmúṣẹ sí nǹkan táwa nínú ara máa fojú rí. If you don't activate to complement the things of the so Yorùbá nation wọ́n automatic o. nation ẹ̀yin ọmọ wọ́n ti mọ̀ pé tẹ bá ti gbọ́ Ọlọ́run tẹ bá ti gbọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ Ọlọ́run tẹ bá ti gbọ́ Ọlọ́run Olúwa sọ wọ́n gbàgbọ́ ó sọ pé kìrìkan gbogbo yẹn wá máa gbọ́ kiri please stop all this rubbish stop it nǹkan tí èèyàn máa ń ṣe Ọlọ́run ò ní wá ṣe fún yàn Ọlọ́run máa ń play pàtì tiwọn Ọlọ́run máa ń fi àyè pàtì titi ọmọ ènìyàn sílẹ̀ ó play ẹ̀ stop hiding under God say kìrìkan stand up and if you are not ready because already ẹ̀dọ́ Ọlọ́run ti sọ tá a lè sọ pé àfẹ́ tá a bá sọ pé àfẹ́ it will not happen Ọlọ́run ò kí bá yàn lu agídí God does not use veto power Ọlọ́run bá sọ wípé mo fẹ́ ṣe nǹkan dáadáa fún ẹ tó bá sọ fún Ọlọ́run pé ò fẹ́ Ọlọ́run ò ní lu agbára lé ẹ lórí o Ọlọ́run máa rọra fi ẹ́ sílẹ̀ ní nítorí ẹ̀yin Ọlọ́run ṣe pè wá ní ènìyàn my brother ẹ̀jẹ̀ ẹ̀mọ́ mi ní ènìyàn ẹni tí ó lè yàn ló jẹ́ ènìyàn you will choose what you want nínú Bíbélì gan ó sọ wípé ẹni tẹ̀yin yóò máa sìn lónìí Ọlọ́run máa ń fún yàn ní freedom of choice so tí Yorùbá bá sọ pé àwọn ò fẹ́ freedom yìí wọ́n lè jẹ́ tí sìn ẹ̀ kọ́ má gbà but if you are ready for it stand up and go for it and stop all the ọpẹ́ tipátipá kankan God does not want it ọpẹ́ tipátipá ní ẹ sọ pé káwọn Yorùbá Ọlọ́run ò fẹ́ pẹ́ tipátipá go and take action and you will come back to come and give praises so please let us stop all this if you are doing this let us do it if you are not doing it let us forget about it these people are better stand up gẹ́gẹ́ bí èèyàn yẹn ti sọ tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ lákọ̀ọ́kọ́ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn tó wọnú kinní yìí wọ́n ọ̀rọ̀ wípé wọ́n máa dé ibi tó dé yìí ó ti wá dé ibi tí tó dé kinní sí ẹ̀rù ti ń bá ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wọn because wọ́n rò wípé ṣeré yìí tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ ó ti dé ibi tó dé ẹ̀rù ẹni tẹ́rù bá wá ń bà kẹ́ni náà yẹ̀ bá ó yàgò àwọn ẹni tó bá wá lè lọ tí wọ́n lè ṣe ọgbà kí wọ́n jẹ́ kí wọ́n lọ àlejò kì í sọ fún ọmọ Yorùbá don't have blind loyalty o don't have blind loyalty nínú nǹkan tó wà lẹ́yìn kò jẹ́ dandan kó jẹ́ pé èèyàn kan ló máa ṣe nǹkan kan èèyàn kan ló gbúdọ̀ sọ nǹkan kan èèyàn kan ló gbúdọ̀ ṣe nǹkan kan wọ́n ti sọ fún yín sọ mọ́ọ̀sẹ̀ kó wọ́n ní Olúwa sọ wípé ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá ibi kíbi tí freedom yín bá ti gbà wá kẹ́ ẹ̀ tètè gbà kẹ́ ẹ̀ embrace ẹ̀ you don't complain bẹ́ẹ̀ èèyàn kan don't have blind loyalty wherever the freedom comes from just embrace it and take it ṣé àwọn tó bá wá àwọn ẹjọ́ wọn sọ pé àwọn ò ní nǹkan kan ṣe wọ́n jẹ́ ká tètè mọ̀ ẹjọ́ ẹ stop gbogbo Ọlọ́run nǹkan tó lọ́run expect from us kò kọ́ là ń ṣe rárá àwọn onílẹ̀ àwọn tó ti lọ àwọn ogun tó dúró in fact nǹkan táwọn expect kọ́ là ń ṣe we are not doing what they are expecting òótọ́ tó wà bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹni tó bá tún jẹ́ ẹni ẹ̀mí ó tún lọ fi ẹ̀mí rìn wò kẹ́ wá já mi bí arọ́ ni mo pa we are not doing what is expected of us as now. So please stop all this.
Thank you so much. Well, that was a very powerful one. I've not heard from her for some time. First and foremost, let me quickly give some of these other updates as well. I'd like to say thank you so much to one of our, very powerful, beautiful mother. Yesterday, again, as I still say, there will be a lot of things that is needed. Not that KOIKIMEDIA is the one doing everything. It's just that we are doing our own little bit. We've sent the Wosimilano, we can order walkie-talkie. And I've been able to order 12 walkie-talkie. So 12 walkie-talkie has been ordered yesterday. Program. And likewise, she said, Koiki, £100 also, as at yesterday, I've sent money. We've ordered another 1,000 flags. But when they béèrè fún flag ní UK tẹ́fẹ́ sanwó tẹ́pẹ́ mo fẹ́ gbowó lọ́wọ́ yín wíìkì ni flag yẹn máa dọ́dọ̀ tèmi tó bá ti dọ́dọ̀ tèmi we will then contact you gbogbo orúkọ yín ni mo ti kọ sílẹ̀ at America àti gbogbo all over part of the world because I need owó yẹn náà láti tún sáré tún ṣe díẹ̀díẹ̀ èmi náà dẹ̀ ṣe kíni èmi náà rí díẹ̀díẹ̀ níbẹ̀ tó yẹ ló máa ní ẹ pé kò ní rí díẹ̀díẹ̀ níbẹ̀ rọ́lẹ̀ pa. I always say media lèmi I'm not a blogger tó bá lọ sí media needs money to function every day. Lánàá nísìn sáàárọ̀ yìí a tún ti dispose owó kéékèèké àwọn kan náà fẹ́ ṣe nǹkan kan ní side àlèmọ́ṣọ́ níjọ́ Friday mo fi 15,000 mo ní ẹ̀yin náà gbà síbẹ̀ so poster flyer sticker àwọn Yorùbá central account wọ́n ti send message sí mi wọ́n lè wá ní àná bá ti ṣe sọ níjọ́ Monday bọ́dà party agree péjọ Friday wọ́n máa bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ I don't have problem with any one of them but the issue I'm having is tàbá ní káwọn èèyàn máa donate owó ìṣòwò ta fẹ́ kẹ́ tọ́jú pamọ́ nísìn we need that money to be spent a ní Koiki like owó bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kí lẹ̀ ń tọ́jú owó fún nígbà táwọn èèyàn bá ń try tó ń gbìyànjú tó ń ṣe flyer tó ń ṣe sticker owó tẹ̀yìn wá ń gbà yẹn kí lẹ fẹ́ fi ṣe ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ní owó tó máa fi make owó tiẹ̀ owó tá a nídìí nísìn owó campaign àti fún security ibi tí mẹ́wàá méjìlá walkie-talkie máa lọ a ti mọ̀ already and nobody I repeat nobody should call me and say Koiki àwọn gbọ́ lórí program ẹ̀ pé walkie-talkie I mean it nobody should call me ibi tí 12 yẹn lọ mo ti mọ̀ mo dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Chief Sunday Igboho wọ́n bá mi dúpẹ́ fún ìyá yẹn náà nígbà tí wọ́n pè mí níjẹta wọ́n ti release owó yẹn fún mi lánàá a dẹ̀ ti order lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀ do and say lèmi mo sọ fún yín pé mo need 1,000 àárí 1,000 yẹn gbogbo ntarí òtẹ̀ 200 mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo yẹn tẹ́ gbìyànjú Koiki méjì bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn mẹ́ta bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn so tá a bá ń sọ pé a fẹ́ declare náà a gbọ́dọ̀ gbáradì fáwọn so many things and that's why when the YSDM which is under the central account come and speak to us because once upon we need owó we understand òmìnira need owó but we want you to fund things on the ground kò ṣe pé káwa ní káwọn èèyàn wá máa lọ donate owó if not èmi kọ́ lè ní káwọn èèyàn donate owó fèmí náà kí n máa fi ṣe nǹkan fẹ́ ṣe tẹ́yìn bá dẹ̀ need owó ẹ̀yin náà ṣí platform yìí kẹ́ máa béèrè owó lórí bẹ̀ at least ẹni tó ṣàfún mi lówó pé kí n lọ ra walkie-talkie ó ṣàmọ̀ pé central account wà níbẹ̀ ó dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé òmìnira wà níbẹ̀ they don't want to understand that because wọ́n mọ̀ pé èmi làwọn lè bá sọ̀rọ̀ mo mọ ẹni tó wọ́n need walkie-talkie and that's the fact. And as a mega rally is coming, we're going to need that walkie-talkie. Láti fi ṣe communication between a length of people. We need that. Ṣé tó bá rò pé àní need it because àwọn tó bá wà at least radius to radius ẹ máa ríra yín bá sọ̀rọ̀. It's now 10 o'clock so we just have 1 hour and I want to make use of that 1 hour quickly. So mo ní fún àwọn èèyàn púpọ̀ ní time ẹ mute background yẹn mo kí n máa gbọ́ rárá ẹ bá mi mute background yẹn. Ẹ mute background yẹn ìyá mi mo sì ń gbọ́ra mi ẹ mute ẹ pátí inú ilé yẹn ìyá ẹ lè gbọ́ra wa. Tẹ bá ti ń pè sórí program ẹ bá wa pátí inú ilé yẹn ó jẹ́ fóònù yìí nìkan la fi ń bẹ orí fóònù láti fi bára wa sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ gbóhùn sókè.
Ẹ kú
ètò nìyẹn.
Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ èmi fẹ́ béèrè ìbéèrè ni ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ṣé a sì ní ìrètí pé nínú ọdún yìí ṣé declaration yẹn ṣì máa wá.
Lágbára Ọlọ́run.
Gbogbo nǹkan tí àárín yìí ó ń bu.
We still have 3 months, so actually 3 months. So am I accurate? Actually 3 months. So okay. I mean, yes, as much as we are all in a hurry for a declaration, we should also remember we still have time. More message kan tó wọlé nísìnyí ẹ̀gbọ́n mi yẹn ní àwọn tí pè mí títà wọn get through sorry show. Keep trying, you will get through. There's so many people. Hello Koiki. I always try to call you on your show, but never get through. Anyway, my question is, what when we eventually declare our country? We are not just going to sit down and fold our hands. We have to start doing things immediately. We need to register our businesses under our nation. Yoruba Nation, Oduduwa Republic, not Nigeria. Is there any website like the Company House in the United Kingdom where we can register our businesses before we start operating? If not, is there any group that can create the website for us to register our businesses? The website, we should be able to check our business name online. If it is not available, if it is available, you should be able to register it straight away, like the way you register with the UK, with the Company House in UK. Please let us look into it. And that is why we are saying that different people, different things are asked to be done by every single one of us by not just sitting back behind the fence. Get involved. Ẹ mọ̀ fẹ́ darapọ̀ mọ́ group. Wọ́n jà níbẹ̀. Get involved now. A ní Yoruba Central Office. Àwọn Dr. Kebí ọ̀run kò sí. Ẹ darapọ̀ mọ́ wọn. Bó bá jẹ́ YSDM náà ni, ẹ kóra yín kẹ́ lọ darapọ̀ mọ́ wọn. Rather than just sitting down behind the fence, we want everybody to be involved. And I believe and I know that there's so many things that still need to be done. But there are some things that will not be done until a declaration happens. A declaration will force a conversation on a round table with international community. Hello, caller. Hello. Ẹ̀gbọ́n sókè, because time there ti lọ. Ẹ jẹ́ ẹ̀gbọ́n sókè. À ń gbọ́ yín.
bóyá àwọn ọ̀pọ̀ èèyàn á lè retí kìíní yẹn jù tó bá lè ti pẹ́ jù àwọn politician wọn àwọn èèyàn wọn tẹ̀lé wọn politician nípa tí owó tẹ̀lé ní ká mọ́ dá yìí nípa tó dé ní ká mọ́ dá yìí à ń dá owó yẹn sọ kò ń dá owó yẹn gbọ́ nígbà pé nǹkan tí wọ́n expect láti gbọ́ wọn gbọ́ sọ wá ìwé ṣe wọ́n mọ bá wọn mọ relax even tí mo sọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀dọ́ ni mí mo ti retí tó pé àwọn politician tó ṣe tó tẹ̀lé politician wọn tó ti fi mí ṣe ẹ̀yẹ pé àtàntara wa jẹ ní tó bá take action tàbá lè take action irú sọ́ọ̀dì bàbá Sunday Igboho tó ṣe pé ó kú èmọ́ọ̀tì ó kú èwíìkì tó bá ti lọ ju èmọ́ọ̀tì lọ fún àwọn tí nígbàgbọ́ nínú Sunday Igboho mọ́ so ká take action is the best thing téèyàn tó bá kọ́ sí ọkọ̀ tó bá fẹ́ ṣe nǹkan freedom ẹ̀ lọ́sẹ̀ ó sì mọ go to a true a lot of things táwa mọ̀ sẹ́ pé freedom of life ẹ jẹ́ ká take action freedom no be special ẹ tí wọ́n fẹ́ kú ká take action ká kúrò nínú mẹ́sì àwọn tí ń sùn wọn ó kì í sùn yàn.
All right, Eshegoni, thank you so much. Not more than 2 minutes because we want to take as many people to come in. So 2 minutes. 2 minutes, Egbo mi láti Sudan. They load you 2 minutes law. Go ahead straight away because money time. Yeah.
Téèyàn fẹ́ ṣe nǹkan yẹn Ọlọ́run máa gbé wá fún mi lójú oorun pẹ̀lú ọlá àdúrà mi eléyìí ó wà authentic ni látọ̀dọ̀ Ọlọ́run àwọn aṣíwájú wa tí wọ́n gbé ètò yìí dání kò sí nínú ọkàn wọn láti declare nítorí pé èmi tí ń wó bàjẹ́ mo ti ń wò ó bọ̀ ti pẹ́ bíá kí ló dé kódà mo sọ fún ìyàwó mi mo ní kí ló dé tọ́lọ́mù òfin fàmí lójú oorun ní pé àwọn máa declare lẹ́jọ́ báyìí ó lè nìyí pé kò sí lọ́kàn wọn ó lè jẹ́ pé ìwọ̀n ẹ̀rù ń bà wọ́n ó dẹ̀ lè já sí ní pé wọ́n ń tẹ̀ wá àmọ́ èyí tí wọ́n ń ṣe nínú ẹ̀ èyí tó jẹ́ ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì mò ń sọ fún Ọlọ́run mo dẹ̀ ń pe gbogbo àwọn èèyàn pátápátá jẹ́ rí ọ̀rọ̀ abẹ́kú òlóko ẹrú àkú òlóko ẹrú àsìkò tá a bá ti ń bẹ̀rù tí wọn bá ti declare à ń tara wá jẹ ní o mo dẹ̀ fẹ́ kó yé gbogbo àwọn èèyàn kò sí bá a ṣe lè sọ yí pé a máa lọ tí ò ní sí wàhálà bẹ́ẹ̀ wàhálà máa ṣẹlẹ̀ ń bẹ́ẹ̀ àmọ́ tá a bá forí rọ́ wàhálà yẹn ìgbádùn ni gbogbo ẹ̀ máa padà jẹ́ fún wa ìdẹ́bi mọ̀ ní pé ìta máa ń sọ pé yẹn wíìnì lójú ogun òun ní pé tá a bá rí aim and objective wa tá a fún yẹ̀jà àmọ́ tá a bá rí tá a bẹ̀rù tá a ti waste owó tá a dààmú tá a kàn tẹ́ra wa eléyìí ó máa tún jẹ́ ká máa wà lóko ẹrú lọ pé kọ́rin kése ní o gbogbo àwọn ọmọ wa tó ń bọ̀ wọ́n máa wá ṣe ìpè fún gbogbo wa àbẹ́kí gbogbo wa ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ declare ẹ ṣe ká wo information rẹ̀ wàlá ó kà mí lára gan ọ̀rọ̀ lé ayé wọ́n sọ wá dẹrú wọ́n lò wá bí ẹrú gbogbo oríṣiríṣi àwọn ọmọ ìyá wa ló wà ní tọ́jú tó ń jìyà ẹ jẹ́ ká declare ẹ jẹ́ ká mọ tó fẹ́ ṣẹlẹ̀ ọ̀run mọ́bọ̀ ni ìjọba náà ò ní gbádùn wàláì tàláì ẹ declare ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ká mi lára gidi ẹ má jẹ́ ká máa tẹ́ra wa ẹ má tẹ àwọn Yorùbá ẹ jẹ́ ká declare kò sí nǹkan kan tó ń bọ̀ tí ilẹ̀ yóò gbà látòkè ẹ declare already for it gbogbo already everybody of us àbọ̀ wá lé àwọn náà ready inú ọmọ ìyá wa tó láwọn ọmọ àgbẹ̀bọ̀ wà àbọ̀ kò sí nǹkan kan tó ń bọ̀ látòkè tí ilẹ̀ ò gbà èyí tí mo fẹ́ sọ kò jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ ẹ má jẹ́ ká ẹ má tẹ̀ wá o.
Thank you so much, Eshegoni. That was a very emotional one there. Let me just recap quickly. South Sudan got their independence. Kosovo declared in 2008, about 1.8 million in population. Hello. Oh yeah, mute the background. Yet about to be mute and become pass straight away because old man really echo para. Hello. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò.
Àdúpẹ́ láti Ìlọrin, mo ń sọ láti Nàìjíríà ni mo ti sọ̀rọ̀.
À ń gbọ́ yín sà.
Ṣé ní ọ̀rọ̀ bí ẹgbẹ́ òṣèré náà ni òun kálukú bí ẹ̀? Àmọ́ ṣe ní nínú ìdẹ́sọ́ ni pé ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn olóṣèlú yìí ó gba làákàyè púpọ̀. Àwọn tí wọ́n tó jẹ́ àwọn olórí àwọn bàbá bá àwọn Sunday Igboho kí ló dé wọn ò mọ bí wọ́n ṣe. Àmọ́ àwọn ọmọ ọ̀rọ̀ olóṣèlú wa ọ̀rọ̀ wọn ní agbára gan tí yóò bá ṣọ́ra.
Irú agbára wo ẹ má máa ṣe ẹ jẹ́ ká là á mọ́lẹ̀. Irú agbára wo ẹ má tẹ bá ná lágbára gan irú agbára wo ẹ jẹ́ ká mọ irú agbára náà ṣé spiritual agbára ni ṣé economy ni ṣé financial ni.
Kò ságbára kankan tí wọ́n ní kọjá ète burúkú.
Okay.
Ète tí ò dáa ó pọ̀ fún wọn.
Okay.
Náà ni àwọn bàbá náà làwọn ń ṣọ́ra fún pẹ̀lú kó máa àfẹ́tì àwọn mẹ̀kúnnù.
Okay.
Kì í ṣe pé bóyá wọn ò lè dìkí ẹ̀ rí i pé níjọ́ kan ìyá onítìrí wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ kan wípé nígbà tí bàbá fẹ́ dìkì ya wọ́n ní kí wọ́n ní sùúrù o pé kí wọ́n ṣọ́ra fáwọn olóṣèlú yìí o kí wọ́n má dàbí tí wọ́n ṣe fún ọkọ àwọn.
Okay.
Ẹni pé wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn níjọ́ náà.
Okay.
Kì í ṣe pé bóyá àti dìkì à nípa àbá náà lẹ́rù. Àmọ́ wò fẹ́ kí wọ́n ṣe jàǹbá wò fẹ́ kí ẹ̀jẹ̀ pọ̀ lẹ́lẹ̀.
Okay.
Pẹ̀lú ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn olóṣèlú wa etí ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ló kì í ṣe pé bóyá.
Okay. Ṣé kí n sáré fún yín ní statistic kékeré kan East Timor nígbà tó declared in 1975 gbogbo èèyàn tó kú títí di àsìkò tí wọ́n gba independent wọn ní 2002 gbogbo èèyàn tó kú pátápátá within that period of time láti 1975 títí di 2002 was 102,000. So tẹ́ bá sọ pé àwọn èèyàn tó máa kú àbí nǹkan kan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn so I mean if we break that number of people that died between that period of 1975 to 2002 èyí tẹ́ bá mọ mass ẹ bá mi divide it in terms of killing numbers of people tó kú ní a year in year out ní East Timor and East Timor ẹ̀ là ń sọ pé wọ́n lè wọ UK lẹ́nìí ẹ̀yin bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe wà báyìí nísìnyí tí bá ní kẹ́ wá kí mi ní London máa ra tíkẹ́ẹ̀tì yín ẹ̀ sì máa kọ́kọ́ lọ gba visa tó wọ̀ ní fún yín. So kí ni so tẹ́ bá ń sọ pé àwọn olóṣèlú I'm trying to figure out àwọn olóṣèlú.
Tó bá ti rí báyẹn ó ti yá kí wọ́n dìgbì yẹn torí àwọn èèyàn náà torí àwọn kọ̀ọ̀kan náà bẹ. Àwọn kọ̀ọ̀kan náà bẹ tó jọ wípé wọ́n respect pé ká dìgbì yẹn ká dìgbì yẹn. Tó yẹ kó má lè ṣe ó dáa náà torí pé bẹ́ẹ̀ ló gbà wá bẹ́ẹ̀ ló gbà wá. Torí táwa náà retí nítorí òkú táwọn yẹn sọ láti ẹ̀ka gan ó ṣe bí ní ti ń rẹ̀wẹ̀sì ọkàn báwa náà gbé kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ ẹ̀ka ti dìgbì àkíní àwọn náà sọ pé kò ṣeé ṣe àwa sì fọkàn balẹ̀ pé ó ṣeé ṣe ọlọ́run ló sọ pé ó ti yá.
Ẹ ṣé gan bàbá mi láti Ìlọrin lẹ ti pè àbí ẹ ṣé gan ni so that means pé ẹ ń gbọ́ wa kétékété lọ́hùn yẹn dáadáa. Ẹ ṣé gan ni. Lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí mo dúpẹ́ fún gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí ẹ̀ ń bá wa lọ lórí ètò yẹn ní gbogbo àgbáyé orúkọ mi ni Ọláyọmí Kóìkì mo kí gbogbo yín lọ́kùnrin lọ́bìnrin lọ́mọdé lágbàlagbà mo kí àwọn Àgbẹ̀kọ̀yà mo kí dáadáa mo kí àwọn ọmọ OPC mo kí Global Directorate mo kí gbogbo ẹgbẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá pátápátá èyí tó wà nílẹ̀ yìí gbogbo alókàn ẹ ló kọ́là.
Ẹ lọ Mr. Kóìkì professor àti lecturer ọ̀rọ̀ tèmi ò pọ̀ wọ́n ti ní ká gbàdúrà àdúrà tá a ti ń gbà for the past 2 years wọ́n ti ní ká gbàdúrà kan ṣe kọ́ńsó nígbà tí ìwé tán òkèrè tán fún Buhari tán ti mẹ́tọ̀ tán wọ́n tún ní pé ká tún gbàdúrà 7 days àti kọ́ 7 days máa tó tán àákò kan tó fẹ́ ṣẹlẹ̀ bàbá Ìgbòho jáde ojú kò padà lórí nǹkan tó ń sọ òun máa ṣe rally òun máa ṣe rẹ́gà mẹ́gà rally àwọn central media wà bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n sọ kókó ń pa ẹ̀ gbogbo wọn kí ọ̀sẹ̀ pé kọ́ máa ṣe grassroots àgbáyé wọn ò dá sí kankan walkie talkie wọn ò ṣe flyer wọn ò ṣe bọ̀ tó bá ti di pé báyìí pé ẹ̀kọ́ jáde kọ́ fẹ́ kí kọ́ sọ pé kọ́ declare wọn á jáde wọn á fàyà ṣùgbọ́n tó ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ láàrin ọ̀sẹ̀ yéye ọ̀rọ̀ rédíò station tó ti pẹ́ wọ́n fẹ́ fáwà yìí Mr. Koiki they are still coming for you torí wọ́n mọ̀ pé ẹ̀yin lẹ́ ń push kiri they are still coming for you jẹ́rẹ́ èmi I'm sorry to say this wọ́n bàbá Akíntóyè kan bẹ̀ wò dáadáa wọ́n bẹ bàbá Akíntóyè wò dáadáa. Bàbá tó ti kọ́ sí compromise, I'm sorry. Mi ìmọ̀ kan tó tún kù. Kí ni nǹkan tó tún kù? Kí ni nǹkan tó tún kù? Kí wọ́n tún fẹ́ ká ṣe ìgbòho bàbá ìgbòho sọ̀rọ̀ ìkọ́yọ́kọ́ ló sọ. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ló máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní sọ̀rọ̀ ìkọ́yọ́kọ́ ló ń sọ. Mẹ́gàrà náà ń pariwo. Ọ̀wọ́n tí ó bá lè bàbá gbogbo rẹ̀ sí platform lọ sọ̀rọ̀ mẹ́gàrà nìyẹn. Kí ni nǹkan tó ti ṣe? Kí ni nǹkan tó ti ṣe? Kí ni nǹkan tó dá sí? Wọ́kítọ̀kì wo náà múlẹ̀? Dráyà wo náà ṣe? Ibo náà lọ? Kọ́ bẹ̀ wọn bàbá Akíntóyè wò. Kọ́ bẹ̀ wọn wò. Kí ni nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀? Ṣé bọ́ọ̀ náà lọ́yìn bá ìtọ̀ wọn lára àwọn lídà wọn tún àwọn APC bìkì lánàá? Ní lẹ́kọ̀ọ́, èmi ní àbí tó ṣe APC tó sọ fún mi. Mo ní àti tó ṣe APC tó sọ fún mi. Lára àwọn lídà wa, ó wà bẹ́ẹ̀. Kí ni nǹkan tó ń sọ? Kọ́ bẹ̀ jẹ́ ẹjẹ́ kí n sọ kọ̀ọ̀kan. Kọ́ lọ bàbá Akíntóyè tàbí báwọn náà ṣe sọ wọlé bàbá Akíntóyè. Ṣé ní kan ẹ̀kọ́ láti bàbá Akíntóyè mọ́lẹ̀? Ṣé orí ọ̀sán pọ́ńtẹ́ pé kò sí ẹni tó gbé olè kò sí ẹni tó gbé nǹkan lájà? Àgbàgbà kò sí ẹni tó wọ́n gbé bóòlì kan wọ́n jáde lágbàtọ́ gbé fún. Ṣé rí àwọn pọlítíà ti náwó fún àwọn kan tó ń gbàgbọ́ ni wọ́n náwó fún bàbá? Ẹ máa ní nǹkan tó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ tó bá yá. Èmi sọ fún yín, ẹ máa ní nǹkan tó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ akọ̀dájà àkọ́wò ní báwo kó tó máa ṣẹlẹ̀. Èmi 7 days náà fún wa pé kọ́ ṣe prayer lẹ́yìn prayer kan kó tó máa ṣẹlẹ̀.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni. Once again, as the rally is being put together, as the momentum of the rally is coming, gbogbo èyí tẹ́ bá ní different WhatsApp group pátápátá tí ẹ dẹ̀ ní àwọn ẹ̀ka àwọn èèyàn yín tó wà nísàlẹ̀, ẹ máa gbáradì fún wọn, ẹ máa prepare wọn. Ẹni tó bá ọ̀rọ̀ aṣọ kọ́ lélẹ̀, ọ̀rọ̀ logistics, ọ̀rọ̀ the technical aspect of it, gbogbo tó lè fi ràn wọ́n lọ́rùn nígbà tí àsìkò bá tó fún rally yẹn, òun ni kí a ṣe kí ni kí a jọ máa sọ. Bí a ti ṣe ń kí gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá pé a kú palẹ̀mọ́ rally náà, rally yẹn máa wáyé, ó kù díẹ̀ ni, ó máa wáyé kò sọ́gbọ́n ẹ̀, ó máa wáyé. Ẹ jẹ́ kí a fi ọkàn wa balẹ̀, rally yẹn máa wáyé. Èmi ò ní wá sọ̀rọ̀ on behalf of bàbá wa Ìgbòho kí ó má rí bẹ́ẹ̀. Rally yẹn máa wáyé, announcement yẹn máa jáde, ó kù díẹ̀ ni, ó kù díẹ̀ ni. So mo kí gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n ń dilé mú látòrí bàbá wa Emir, mo kí yín dáadáa, mo kí yín bàbá wa Emir, ẹ kú ìdílé mú. Mo kí yín ní Òkè Ògùn, mo kí yín ní gbogbo ilẹ̀ Yorùbá, ní gbogbo set of ilẹ̀ Yorùbá pátápátá. Mo kí alága, ẹ kú ìdílé mú. Tí gbogbo wa bá ń sọ pé kí Yorùbá kó lọ, that means pé gbogbo wa pátá náà la gbọ́dọ̀ máa sọ the same thing. Àwọn tó bá ti ń sọ nǹkan míì tó bá ti ń yàtọ̀, ó likely pé wọ́n kàn fẹ́ yẹ kí ìrìn àjò yẹn kó túbọ̀ pẹ́ sí díẹ̀ ni. Hello caller.
Ẹ káàárọ̀, mo kí gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá.
Ẹ káàárọ̀.
Eléyìí tẹ̀mí fẹ́ dá sí ni pé ṣe rí bọ́dà ẹ̀ pé àwa ń kánjú at the last minute tí ò yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀. Ẹ jẹ́ ká ní sùúrù, ibi tá ń lọ kò tó ibi tá ti ń bọ̀. Wọ́n fẹ́ declare, ẹ jẹ́ ká múra. I think our leaders won't try to put things in place. Pé ìṣẹ́rí ní ìlú yìí, plan ni máa ń wà for everything. There will be a plan, either short-time plan or long-time plan. Strategies yà wà. Báyìí la máa ṣe nǹkan báyìí, tí nǹkan báyìí bá ṣe báyìí. It can go well, it can be káà tó lè máa wà náà gbà mí because àgbéṣọ náà. Ó máa ń bí we try their best. So nǹkan tí mo kàn fẹ́ rọ àwọn èèyàn wa sí ni pé ẹ jọ̀ọ́ torí Ọlọ́run, ẹ jẹ́ ká ní sùúrù. Ká má máa ṣe bàbá yìí, bàbá Akíntóyè, ká má máa tì wọ́n síbí tì wọ́n sọ̀hún, putting blames on him. Ṣé mo pé kì í ṣe àwa la gbé bàbá yìí síta pé bàbá come and lead us to our self-determination. Bàbá yìí ló rònú wọn pé ó yẹ kí Yorùbá ó kúrò nínú oko ẹrú. We should respect him for that. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ torí Ọlọ́run. With Baba's age, please let us honour him. Ká ní sùúrù, ibi tá ń lọ kò pọ̀ mọ́. Ẹ má jẹ́ ká bà nǹkan jẹ́, ká fáyà, ká go out of, ká jump the light. Please, for God's sake, ẹ jẹ́ ká ní sùúrù. A dẹ̀ need owó for every struggle. Mo máa ń sọ pé we need money. gbogbo wa ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ fowó díẹ̀ kan sínú òmìnira ká fowó kan sínú central bank èèyàn kan fẹ́ kó jẹ́ èèyàn kan ò kó jẹ́ èlò la fẹ́ fi síbẹ̀ tó máa ní wá lára. Putting 10 pounds in òmìnira, putting 10 pounds in central account kò lè pa wá lára náà. After all, we can send money to Nigeria láì kíkàrí àkáǹtì fún. Even owó gan tó yẹ ká fi jẹun. Sometimes we send it back home. Why can't we do this now? 5 million Yorubas ká lọ fi 10 pounds sínú òmìnira ká fi $10 sínú òmìnira $10 sínú central account. À ní owó níbẹ̀, à ní ìdòwó láti ṣe nǹkan. For God's sake, you can't tell them to go and declare without us putting things in place. Ẹ̀yin náà lẹ máa padà wá tẹ̀lé bàbá yẹn ló ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn, bàbá yẹn ò ṣe báyìí. We are going to put blames. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ torí Ọlọ́run, these people have to be careful and put things in place. Ẹ má jẹ́ ká kọjú ju bó ṣe yẹ lọ. Ọ̀fọlọ́run bẹ̀ wá, and God will help us.
Amen.
Thank you, my brother. God bless you.
We are now just about 2 hours 52 minutes into the program. It will link straight into the Star Radio, just as we did yesterday as well. And let's hope the connection with the studio is going to be fine. As we are saying, the rally is coming. The announcement will be announced. Okay, I think Ambassador, Studioline, I think you want to come into the program. Is a Studioline, or I'll try and call you. I've sent you a message. I'm not sure whether you're watching a program and you wanted to say something. Let me go straight to the next caller. Because time is long and I'm going to be preparing myself for the Star Radio. Go ahead, straight up to the Caro. Latibo. Okay, Zamfara. Okay. I think I know the caller. Go ahead, I'm going. Go ahead. Go ahead. Because of the time. Okay. Okay. Eshegani, thank you so much. As we are preparing for the rally, which is our main focus, the mega rally will be announced, and I hope if that's the program, because I realize you keep calling me. All right. Okay. Let me bring you in from this side, because the other number, hello caller. Oh yeah, boss. Okay, my brother.
Then the other person to come before to call them Baba, the person doesn't know what he's talking about. One, they don't accept many leaders. I want them know the motives go out to one at camp for money to not speak about declare. Then what if you discuss this before they go and declare?
Very important. Yeah, security. Yeah.
And the security has to be in place before they declare. And do we have to that
èèyàn kan ló fún wa lówó kára 12 walkie-talkie ní àná lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀ tó dẹ̀ send owó yẹn tábà tún ríyàn kan náà tó tún máa ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ náà bíyàn márùn-ún tábà ríyàn mẹ́wàá tó bá ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ à lè tún ní at least multiple walkie-talkie tí a máa kó fáwọn tó necessary láti kó fún kí èèyàn kankan má pè wá fún walkie-talkie o ẹgbọ́n sókè ambassador.
We don't have ordinary walkie-talkie, we don't even have enough. And it's enough of actually need a lot of and then come on, declare. And didn't want to declare. I was going to my mom about the time to take it. To my mom, I was going to ask my mom about to my son, Baba didn't look no, say you're just my for 7 days. I was going to crowd, which is I do with those people. What did Baba ask me to share to come along for 7 days, which is also understandable. Baba can't come along my brother, and then play Baba, everybody is and probably Baba, I call up Baba, and they say, yes, come and lead one out. Like I said, I want to worry Baba, don't do about Baba now. Like I said, let nobody blame that Baba. Let him Baba, Baba knows what he's doing. If he's a leader, he's our leader. Let us follow him and follow whatever he has to do. Like I said, Baba is our leader.
Okay.
Check it, but I didn't know. I want to go
People again. Then central account, about us on your Friday, like for long. I think what we're gonna do tomorrow. Now that everybody's saying declare, tomorrow we're gonna do something on the platform Wednesday. Okay, I hope we can be able to do it tomorrow. Somebody walkie-talkie loaning. Well, with £200, it will get us some few walkie-talkies. That woman, that mommy was in UK, Nigeria, but she was there and she's gone back. And I spoke to her yesterday and I said thank you so much. And for those that have contributed already as well, at least we need a meeting. I need 1,000 walkie-talkie. Maybe 3 months ago, people thought it was a joke. Hey, imagine if we have 1,000 of that. Irú àwọn ambassador tó pè mí nísìn, wọ́n mọ ibi tó máa distribute sí, wọ́n mọ àwọn tó máa wà. Pẹ̀lú ìyá mi comrade kò gbọdọ̀ kú. So we cannot continue lóòótọ́ láti sọ pé cannot declare, and we don't want to also put our mouth in it. But we will be doing our own little bit. We can still continue that walkie-talkie. As like I said, 12 walkie-talkie is going to get to me very soon. And it will go home to support our people at home. Gbogbo ìtara pátá ó wà lọ́wọ́ àwọn tẹ́ ẹ kó wà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ tó ń wò mí báyìí. Ẹlòmíì ò tẹ bọ́dà àwọn tẹ́ wò mí. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń ṣiṣẹ́. Gbogbo ẹni tó bá fẹ́ pè wá orí Studioline nìkan ni. Tẹ́ bá ń try any other number, Studioline ni ló wà lórí screen yẹn. Ibẹ̀ yẹn lẹ́ ń wò mí, ló wà lórí screen. So let me take the next caller quickly and let's say, because another half an hour I'll be going. Then don't call direct, you can only call the WhatsApp. Àwọn kan máa bèrè alpha lórí flag nígbà tẹ́ pé àwọn diaspora gan tó kówó fún mi gan pé ṣe flag gan wọ̀ bí mi ní wàhálà tó pọ̀ tó yìí. Ẹ tó bá ti gba flag ẹ ṣe sùúrù ni. Ẹ mọ iṣẹ́ tá à ń ṣe lórí ọ̀rọ̀ flag yẹn ni. À ń ṣiṣẹ́ lé lórí. So tá a bá sọ pé kò tí ready ní sí nìyẹn fẹ́yìn tẹ́ wà nílé. Ìyẹn mo ṣe fẹ́ sọ fún àwọn YSDL, àwọn Global Directorate, àwọn Yoruba Central Office. Yoruba Central Office náà nílò owó. Gbogbo àwọn organisation ló nílò owó. Ẹ ń pè mí sórí fóònù tún pè yín padà tún kọ́tẹ̀. Mr. Kuti ẹ ti tẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ nìyẹn. Ẹ ń pe wrong number mo dẹ̀ ń pè yín padà lórí the right number but you're not picking as well, so there's nothing I can do to that. Let's take the next caller straight away, and we haven't got much time, so that means I'm gonna cut time here by watching that call. 1.3 30 minutes. Let me 1 minute 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay, káàárọ̀ sà. Nǹkan tí mi fẹ́ béèrè ọ̀tọ̀ ni. Mo receive message email láti ọ̀dọ̀ Òmìnira pé wọ́n máa close the account wọn on the 4th lónìí pé kí n máa sanwó sí
Central account.
Mo fẹ́ mọ̀ bóyá authentic email ni àbí mi mọ̀ bó ṣe jẹ́.
Yeah, I've received that same email from people as well. There's a change of there's a change in that Òmìnira, and the new details I believe will be as I've got the new details. I think I showed it earlier.
I got the
new
detail as well, but I don't know why it's Òmìnira that will refer me to Central account. I'm a bit confused.
Well, there's again, as you can imagine, there's a lot of internal issues that I don't want to go into too much in there. So there's a lot of internal issues around there. But let's just continue to donate to Òmìnira and the Central. There's too many lingering problems that sometimes doesn't need to come to the public domain. So, but again, the Ominira has been updated, and that means that we will continue to give you the right information. And the central account cannot tell somebody like me not promote Ominira or Tilisoyen. So we will promote the two of them, and the two will be used appropriately for the main reason why it is needed for. So I think that clarified the problem. So if you have received any email like that as well, where it's just that there's a change going on, underneath, and that's why there's still the same thing, but again, there's just as usual, we always have these. I go straight to the point without mixing words because at the time, our comfort for the super chat. Ekaro. I mean.
Ọ̀rọ̀ tí mi ò fẹ́ sọ pọ̀ ẹ jọ mo fẹ́ bi àwọn èèyàn wa wọ́n ní ibi tá à ń lọ jìnnà ibi tá à ń yà lọ pọ̀ wọ́n jọ kan ní sùúrù kán bàbá yìí kan fi ṣe nǹkan tó bá nẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀tì láti ṣe so that akọ nídìí pé àwa ń kẹsẹ̀ bodò tán àwa kì í gbé òtútù kán jọ ibi tó tá à ń lọ mọ́ jìnnà kẹ́nìbọ̀dì ní sùúrù kán jọ nítorí Ọlọ́run so that ẹ̀bẹ̀ tí mi bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ níbọ̀dì nìyẹn. àmọ́ kò sẹ́ni tí ò tí mo ta ò tí mo ta o. gbogbo èmi tí mo sọ̀rọ̀ mo ti wà ọ́rì bẹ́ẹ̀ tí mo bí àwọn èèyàn wa ní mega rally ní kókó àti mo pé mega rally ń bọ̀ lọ́nà ẹ̀jẹ̀ bí láwọn bí àwọn èèyàn wa ní káwọn náà máa polówó ibi anybody bá wà kó máa polówó mega rally yẹn kì í ṣe pé ká máa wà ọ́rì so táìmù mega rally là ń dúró dè anybody kan ní sùúrù kan jọ torí Ọlọ́run kan jọ àfọlọ́run bẹ́ẹ̀ anybody.
ẹ ṣé gan ni, thank you so much. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n fún wa ní information ní Òmìnira yẹn, the one that was sent to me. What I was told was the GoFundMe is still going to be the same. I think it's just that the change of hands, so nothing has changed. But this is what I have with the Ominira. As far as I'm concerned, méjèèjì la wá promote níbí báyìí. Ẹ lọ fowó sí méjèèjì. Tá bá ní ká declare, ẹ̀yin náà lọ fowó sínú account. Central account need owó tó pọ̀. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni Ominira need owó. So right there, come on, block video. So I'm going to just leave it there for now like that. So you can see right there on the screen. That is the latest update that was sent to me. Let's go straight to the next caller. You only have 1 minute and make use of it properly. Because after 1 minute, man, disconnect. I go ahead straight.
Yeah, brother.
Sir.
We understand that many people call you for Jamaica. But one thing I know is I want to bring that they are complete men, and I know anything to have more delay, they have other plans.
Okay.
Because I want to imagine you have to get extra brain to fight your own father. Because your father is not want to live, require a lot of things. But I understand about you, but you never don't call them my pound to one Nigeria because they are being different than entirely.
Okay.
So when the pound don't go to that, I know one child that is secure.
Okay.
People don't seem to know that we have to be secure before we make
security. Oh yes. Oh, very, very important. If not, we're gonna be in a big mess.
There is every delay. And I understand. Because of history, a lot has happened with you. I want to
Kara Bashiru, my brother. Okay.
That's my contribution to this morning program.
Okay. Thank you so much. Eshigoni, that was a very quick one. And like I said, because of the timing, we cannot allow anybody to spend, the whole 6 minutes, 5 minutes as we did at the beginning. I go straight to the point, Eleni, just 1 minute. And make use of it. 1 minute, iti bẹ̀rẹ̀ o, mo ń gbọ́ báyìí, ẹ káàárọ̀.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ sà.
Èmi ni ẹ.
Ẹ wo ṣe rí àwọn fi kíní yẹn falẹ̀ o.
Okay.
Wọ́n tètè declare ní o.
Ká lọ fowó sí account náà.
Wọ́n tètè declare ní o. Àwọn fi kíní yẹn falẹ̀ ju o.
Okay.
Lọ́dún ìbádẹ́ ti lè lọ parí nìyẹn o.
All right.
Ọlọ́wọ́ ràn wá lọ́wọ́ lọ́wọ́ Yorùbá nation lọ́wọ́.
Àwa náà máa ran ra wa lọ́wọ́ kọ́lọ́run tó sọ̀kalẹ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
So,
bẹ́ẹ̀ni òun náà ni àwọn olórí wa náà ni wọ́n declare kíní yìí. Ìgbà tá a bá fà á dé nìkan àwọn àgbáyé á dá sí.
Bí ó ṣe rí gangan náà nìyẹn.
Ẹ kú ètò sà.
All right, Eshegoni. Then we went, the man send it so many videos. Mr. Koiki, ẹ lọ wo, èmi ò ní time yẹn. Ẹ lọ wo video yìí, ẹ lọ wo this. Níbo la ti ní time àjọpọ̀ yẹn? Mo ní over 2,000 messages tí mo fẹ́ response lójoojúmọ́. Tí kò tí tó kò lọ́lẹ̀ ń gùn kèsì ní. Ẹgbọ́n sókè, ẹ̀ tó ń pè wá.
Ìgbà tẹ́mi fẹ́ sọ ni pé Koiki jọjọ náà máa bá àwọn tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ pé declare yìí. Máa bèèrè lọ́wọ́ wọn pé ṣé wọ́n ti fi owó sí àkáǹtì.
Òun náà là ń bèèrè lọ́wọ́ wọn báyìí.
Táwọn tó lè kígbe fún Mr. Professor Orígbòho or Mama Onítìrì.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Máa tó lè kígbe declaration. Àwa náà ti wọ́n ká àti sí bí £100,000 sínú àkáǹtì. Yóò sọ pé nìkan o. Owó yẹn ti wọ bí 100,000 or 200,000. Ìgbẹ́ ńlá lẹ́gbọ̀n ọ̀rọ̀ láti ní kílẹ̀ dúró dé. Owó the last time tí mo rí sínú it was bẹ́ẹ̀ olówó £45,000. It's like $100. The last time tí mo rí listing owó yẹn la wá ní kí àwọn bàbá náà declare o bí o ní kí wọ́n má declare bí o ní kí wọ́n declare àwọn tó ń fàdí sẹ́yìn wọ́n máa dé listing tí wọ́n fi ń push.
Okay. Ṣé ṣe wà ń bẹ̀ àbẹ́ tí ń lọ ní ti network. Okay, I think we got the caller properly. The phone started because time to. All right, I'm gonna let him go. I think we got the message because he's calling from Nigeria as usual. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí ẹ ti bá wa dá sí láti ìgbà tí a ti bẹ̀rẹ̀, and those of you that still wants to get involved as well. Okay, let's go straight to the next caller. Everybody wants to say something, but nobody wants to put money down as well. That's the problem. Hello, caller. Tó bá ti dọ̀rọ̀ owó dísìn, àfi sọ̀rọ̀ owó. Ẹ̀gbọ́n sókè à ń gbọ́ yín.
Okay, ṣé wà ní zone?
Dáhùn sí ẹ̀wà wẹ́ẹ̀pù mọ́ lórí program, so I need láti tún máa discuss further. Ẹni tó bá ti mọ̀ pé mo wà lórí program, then it's not worth communicating. Because this is a number that people call every day. Once again, mo kí gbogbo wa níbikíbi tí ẹ ti ń gbọ́ mi ní àárọ̀ yìí. Èmi àbúrò yín náà ni. Èmi náà ni, okay? All right, that's fine. As we are, let me leave the ọ̀rọ̀ phone yẹn sílẹ̀ and come back to the reality here. What is the reality? Can we say, a ní ká pajú òmìnira yẹn dé àrípadé ní last month? We are asking for $50,000. $50,000. Is it possible pé tá a bá náà wá $50,000 tá a rí, ǹjẹ́ pé torí àwọn èèyàn believe nínú pé Yorùbá fẹ́ lọ ní àbókọ̀ ti sú àwọn èèyàn pé wo àti dáwó síbí dáwó sọ̀hún gbawó gbogbo ilẹ̀ kan gbọ́ owó gbogbo platform ẹ̀ kan béèrè owó ní left and right. That's understandable. But there's some money that you can also say will be needed towards this movement. Ọ̀tọ̀ lówó ti awareness campaign, ọ̀tọ̀ lówó fún ti security. And when we say security, everybody understand what that means without going into too much details. And tó bá ń béèrè details does not help the system or does not help us. Mr. Koiki ṣe breakdown. Kí lẹ mean by security? Orí gbá. Ọ̀pọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ máa ṣe pé yẹn ní sí ẹ̀dá pé opportunity ní kì í ṣàmà take it easy pẹ̀lú yẹn. Tó ti bá ti fi ṣe pé báyìí ní sí máa rántí yẹn. But to be honest with us, I think we are thinking that the world power will come and give us our security. Àwa la máa ṣe security fúnra wa o, tá bá rántí. And we need everybody to be involved. I understand not everybody have, but this can also be funded. And if you're looking for a genuine, apart from the central account, that I have no doubt in my mind is confirmed. I'm having sorry, your Friday. My only problem with them is I need them to put money into production of things. And if I don't see that, I'm not going to promote that account. And I don't give a toss. Platform in the lane. And táwọn ọmọ Yorùbá ọba rí nǹkan tá a fẹ́. But lórí security mo fẹ́ kọ́ go into too much detail. But pé flyer, sticker, àwọn èèyàn fẹ́ ṣe nǹkan níjọ́ Friday nísìn. Koiki ló ń pè. Níbo lèmi ti máa rí yẹn? I don't have it. But what I can say is, it is time now that we all squeeze ourselves. Ẹ̀yin tí any group, tẹ́ jẹ́ diaspora, any group, I'm sure you know people you can talk to in this movement, apart from me. Kò ṣe pé mi nìkan, ẹ mọ̀ àwọn tẹ́lẹ̀ bá sọ̀rọ̀. Olúkálùkù dẹ̀ ló mọ̀ àwọn tó ń bá sọ̀rọ̀. Ẹ̀yin ò ṣe pè wọ́n pé nínú group yìí, àwọn wo ló jẹ́ bí akọni wa dáadáa tẹ́ mọ̀. Kẹ̀dẹ̀ wá nǹkan ṣe fún wọn. Directly to nìyẹn tó ní kankan ṣe pẹ̀lú central account. It can be done. While the central are working as central, ẹ̀yin á máa work within the space and confinement of your group. Irú ẹni tó bá wa ra walkie-talkie tí wọ́n fún wa lówó lánàá nísìn. Àti mọ̀ bí ta fi donate gbogbo ẹ̀ sí. It's going in one bulk, at least 10 of it. I'm going to retain 2. Mo ti sọ live by. 10 of it is going to one bulk channel. La ma donate ẹ̀ fún because it is needed for them. And I don't have to mention, the details of that. Ntí mo dẹ̀ sọ fún mọ́mì wa yẹn nìyẹn. Mo dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ pé bá mi Ìgbòho ṣà náà bá mi kí wọn. Nígbà tí mò ń bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀, mo kọ pé Ìgbòho pé kọ́kọ́ ṣẹ́ lò sí wọn. Privilege mo ní nìyẹn. It might not be everybody that will have that privilege, but some of you have enjoyed that privilege. Tí bá bá yín sọ̀rọ̀, máa pé Ìgbòho ẹ̀gbọ́n wọn, a kí yín, a dúpẹ́ fún yín. Mo dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ṣe ń ṣe ìrànlọ́wọ́ náà fún bàbá wa Chief Sunday Igboho lọ́tún ló ṣe ẹlòmíì á pè wá Mr. Koiki àwọn fẹ́ fún bàbá wa ní kankan ṣe lákàntì wọn ní ọ̀dà bá mi. So what I'm trying to say is at in this stage we have to understand that kò sí ìjọba kan tó fẹ́ gbówó kankan lẹ̀ fún wa. Àwa la máa ṣì squeeze ara wa láti mówó jáde. Àbọ̀rọ̀ mo yẹ yín nísìn. And I guess we can do so. But we have to be fully determined. Ìtàgbédá ní òkè ń ṣeré. Àwọn olówó gbé àwọn politicians tó ti jí owó. Owó tó wà lọ́wọ́ politicians is in the billions of naira. We don't have that. Tí Yorùbá nation bá ní bí i 1 billion nísìn, ìtàn sọ yìí, rẹ́rẹ́ máa ti rún, hello caller. Mo fẹ́ máa prepare fún Star Radio ní o, so mo máa yọ kíní central yẹn kúrò. À ń gbọ́ yín sà. Because Star Radio tó máa wọlé in another 20 minutes. Mo ń gbọ́ yín. Àmì ẹ bá gbóhùn yẹn sókè lọ́lẹ̀ díẹ̀. Àmì Jésù Kristi. Àmì.
Nǹkan tí mo kàn fẹ́ sọ ni pé lórí mo gbọ́ mà tí ṣé ambassador tó ń pè lẹ́ẹ̀kan. Tó ń sọ pé àwọn ṣẹlẹ̀ àwọn kankan wọlé.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Kò sígbà tí irú wọn yẹn ò ní wáyé ìjọba nìyẹn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ìgbà tí a bá fi kó ìgbà tí a bá ní ilé ìta ọ̀tá tó lé lé àtọ́ ní clear. Ó dàbí kan tí ìyá onítìrí sọ lánàá ní ṣòro
Ìjìnlẹ̀ Marcus.
Ìjìnlẹ̀ Marcus. So mo fi dé sílẹ̀ sí gbogbo kan tó ń sọ. So tá a bá ti rẹ́dì ìyẹn ní kókó, readiness ìyẹn ní kókó ń bẹ̀. Tá a bá ti rẹ́dì tá a di clear. Àwọn kan máa torí bóyá bá ṣe wà yìí tá a di clear. Kò sí nǹkan tá a fi gbé wọlé tó lè ṣiṣẹ́. Láti gbé kankan wọlé.
Ntẹ́mi náà ti ṣe bí mo ti sọ pé èmi ti sọ yẹn bí i 2 or 3 months ago pé tá a bá declare an access sí port wa an access sí airspace wa ó ti di gùrùgùrù nígbà yẹn but ẹ go ahead mo gbádùn yín.
Ìkan tí mo kàn fẹ́ sọ nìyẹn so tá a bá ti determine bẹ́ẹ̀ pé ká máa sọ pé wọ́n kó àpò wọlé ìgbà tá a bá ní kankan báwo la ṣe fẹ́ ní kankan tí a fẹ́ fi kojú àwọn kò sí ṣùgbọ́n tá a bá dìgbà pẹ̀lú agbára ìrànlọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run á dábò ẹ̀bù á dẹ̀ ṣe àṣeyọrí so Ọlọ́run tí bá wa ṣe ṣùgbọ́n a nílò àwa fúnra wa tàbẹ́ ṣe nǹkan yẹn bí nǹkan tí arábìnrin wa kan sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan pé aláàjì ìjà tẹ̀.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni, thank you so much to my caller. Mo kí gbogbo yín ní gbogbo àgbáyé tí ẹ ti ń bá mi sọ̀rọ̀. Ẹ̀yin ọmọ káàárọ̀ òjíire. Ẹ̀yin lẹni KOIKIMEDIA platform. Because tó bá yẹ pé nǹkan mìíràn mo gbé dání ni, I'm sure some of you would not even be here. Ẹ máa lọ síbi tí wọ́n bá ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá nation. But the reason why you are here is because mo ń sọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá nation gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìkan náà àwọn mídíà tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìkan náà àwọn Yorùbá tó fẹ́ ìrọ̀rùn. Hello caller. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sà.
Yes sir, láti Ìlọrin.
Ìlọrin lọ́hùn again ẹgbọ́n sókè à ń gbọ́ yín sà.
Àwọn èèyàn bẹ́ẹ̀ ni à ń gbọ́ yín kétékété.
Adúpẹ́ fẹ́lẹ́ dùmarè, we appreciate that.
Ẹ dákun àwọn èèyàn tó ń sọ pé declaration kì í ṣe báwọn bàbá ọmọ ń tán ṣe.
Okay.
Àti Ìgbòho àti ìyá onídìrí.
Okay.
Àgbàlagbà tó mọ̀ pé bí nǹkan bá rí báyẹn wọ́n máa ń fẹ́lẹ̀ yanjú ẹ̀ ni. Àwọn náà fẹ́ kí wọ́n declare rẹ̀ a máa fẹ́ gbọ́ láti ẹ̀rọ àwọn bàbá ni.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Àti Sunday Igboho onílé gbogbo yín pẹ̀lú ògbọ́dọ̀.
Àmín. Inshallah ẹ bá ń kí alájà lẹ́yìn yẹn. Àmín alájà ẹ ṣé gan alájà. Inshallah Qudratillah Inshallah. Àmín. But ẹ̀hún náà èmi náà ti ń kí wọn, mo ti gbọ́ wọn. Ẹ bá ń kí wọn. Àmín. Ẹ ṣé gan ìyá mi. Thank you so much. Ẹ ṣé gan ni ìyá mi. Thank you so much. Ó ga jù Ìgbòho Òòṣà ìmọ́lẹ̀ Yorùbá. Ẹ ṣé gan ni ìjáyà federal government. Ó ń bọ̀ ó kù díẹ̀ ẹ lọ sọ fún wọn pé Koiki ló sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ Ìgbòho is coming back. Ẹ̀yin ọba tẹ́ ẹ̀ ń bá military ṣe meeting mo sọ fún ilé nǹkan sí ẹ padà lẹ́yìn wọn torí pé dòzí àyín ti wà níwájú mi ẹgbọ́n sókè tó ń pè wá ní kíákíá. Ẹ káàárọ̀ sà. Àmín. Àmín. Ọ̀rọ̀ àgbà lélẹ́yìí o dádì ló ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí o ọ̀rọ̀ àgbà ló ń sọ wọ́n ní kálukú lọ gbáradì nínú ilé ẹ̀ mo gbọ́ yín dádì. Wọ́n ní ẹni tó ẹ má bínú pé mo bá yín ṣajá náà sà wọ́n ní ẹni tó jẹyán kó jẹyán mo gbọ́ sà. Wọ́n ní ẹni tó múra lẹ̀ lógún kó lọ Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kógún kó wa lọ ẹ má sọ pọ́rọ̀ yìí ọ̀rọ̀ eré ni tó wà nílẹ̀ yìí o ọ̀run yabọ̀ ni o èmi náà lẹ́bi ń lé o. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni sà. There will be tension kábíyèsí àwọn àgbàlagbà ló ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí kò ń ṣe Koiki o mo gbọ́ yín dádì. Dádì ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ o ẹ má ní ẹ gbọ́ o ọ̀dà ẹ ṣe ọ̀dà ok ẹ ṣe gan ni kò lè wọ́ o kò ṣe pé gbà tó bá di gbìsgbìsgbìs lẹ́ máa béèrè pé Koiki kí la máa ṣe o. A gbọ́dọ̀ ti dúró tán mo kí gbogbo àwọn Àgbẹ̀kọ̀yà mo kí OPC mo kí gbogbo farmers hunter ẹ ṣé gan ni sà. Kábíyèsí Elédùmarè bàbá sọ̀rọ̀ kan o. Irúgbà ilẹ̀ mi máa ń láì tí pé UN máa sọ̀kalẹ̀ nígbà yẹn ní kíákíá UN resolution a máa lọ nísàlẹ̀. A máa defend ara wa ni làwa tẹ̀ ń sọ. Ẹ ṣé gan ni bàbá mi thank you so much daddy ọjọ́ yẹn á dalẹ̀ a máa rí yín bá o kò ní bàjẹ́ fún yín. I'm just 12 minutes láti lọ sí Star Radio so mò ń gbáradì so mo ní máa jẹ́ kí ọ̀nà yẹn kọ̀rọ̀ yẹn kó pọ̀ púpọ̀ ẹ lọ sí point yìí straight ẹ gbóhùn sókè ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò ìyá alálùbáríkà gbogbo àjọ wà lórí ẹni mà.
Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ mo fẹ́ kí àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá nation ká mọ̀ wípé òtítọ́ ni yóò yẹ kí wọ́n ti declare but a lè declare on empty account so ọ̀rọ̀ pé ká lọ fowó sí account yẹn ó wà very very important ẹ jẹ́ káwọn èèyàn understand yẹn because tá a bá ní a declare tá a ní kan tá a máa fi support ara wa kò possible now ọkọ òde sọ pé kíyàwó lọ ra ọkọ rẹ̀ ní ọjà láì fún lówó ṣó fẹ́ kíyàwó lọ ṣiṣẹ́ iṣẹ́ oṣù òdìbò tó wá kó jẹ sí orílẹ̀ mọ̀mọ́. So ẹ jẹ́ bá wa sọ fáwọn èèyàn wa tí wọ́n ní ká lọ dìbìlẹ̀. Pé ó wà necessary. Kí gbogbo wa gbòòrò kò ká parapọ̀. Ká pa ìmọ̀ pọ̀. No matter how small, ká fowó yẹn sí àkáǹtì yẹn. Àti mọ̀ tá a máa fi tọrọ kọ́bọ̀ sí. Owó yẹn á di púpọ̀. Láì sí owó yẹn, àní bá kú. Láì sí owó yẹn, mo emphasize lórí yẹn, láì sí owó yẹn, àní bá kú for anything, even to declare, àní bá kú. Because anything bá ṣẹlẹ̀, ilé wa ti support ara wa kò sí. And àwọn olówó yẹn tí wọ́n ń dákẹ́ tí wọ́n ń wòye, Ọlọ́run kọ sílẹ̀ fún wọn o. Àwọn tí wọ́n lówó bílíọ̀n in dollars.
Tọ́jú ẹ̀ pamọ́.
In náírà tí wọn ò declare. Tí wọ́n fún Yorùbá nation kan fi ṣe nǹkan tó dáa. Ọlọ́run kọ sílẹ̀ fún wọn o. Wọ́n má gbàgbé o. Lórí ìran wọn máa jẹ́ ń bẹ̀ o.
Ọ̀rọ̀ rí o. Ọ̀rọ̀ ni mọ́mí sọ yìí o. Ẹ ṣé gan ni ìyá alálùbáríkà màmá rí bá gbogbo yín o. Ẹ kú àdúró ti Kóìkí o. Torí àwọn kan máa béèrè pé bọ́ bá kúkú ń sọ̀rọ̀ kò ní sọ̀rọ̀. Kí mo fẹ́ sọ nígbà táwọn ìyá mi bá ti ní ń dákẹ́ kí ni mo tún fẹ́ sọ wọ́n dẹ̀ náà dúró à ń lọ. Ó yá ní kíákíá ní wàrà ń ṣe ṣàìgbó sókè.
Hello, senior man.
Ẹ ti wà láì. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sà.
Yes bro. Yes sir. Ẹ jọ èmi ní àwọn question mélòó kan tí mo fẹ́ béèrè.
Ẹ máa kó pẹ́ torí àsìkò mo lọ sí studio.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sà ẹ má bínú mo dẹ̀ tún fẹ́ gba àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá àtàtà fẹ́ gba àwọn lámọ̀ràn. Number one, kí ni àwọn ọba yẹn gangan particularly kí náà fẹ́ ná? Kí ni nǹkan tí wọ́n fẹ́ particularly náà kí náà fẹ́? Question yẹn náà ó yẹ káwọn èèyàn kọ́kọ́ kọ̀wé sọ ọkọ bí wọ́n lè rí kí lẹ fẹ́ particularly náà. Ṣé wọ́n fẹ́ kán fi ọ̀rọ̀ ìgbésí ayé wọn náà fẹ́ kán fi ṣètàn ni? Because I don't really mi ò really understand.
Mi ò really understand.
Fine, aṣọ pé 60 billion ni wá. Àwọn Hausa Fúlàní. Hello sir.
Mo ń gbọ́ yẹn máa sọ̀rọ̀ mo ń gbádùn yín.
Àwọn Hausa Fúlàní sọ fún wa wípé 30 million ni wá. Fine, àdẹ̀ tó bá yín jiyàn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
But kí ni àwọn ọba yìí fẹ́ particularly gangan náà? Ṣọ́mọ ẹgbẹ́ nǹkan táwọn ń ra wọlé ló bí ọ̀rọ̀ ilé ayé wọn máa dìtọ̀ tó bá yà.
Àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ìbọn ọba Ifọ̀n ní sí Fúlàní ló pa ọba Ifọ̀n. Kọ́lọ̀ bá àfọ̀rún kẹ́wọn wọn náà bá kí ikú ọba máa wá ìjà ni.
Then ìyẹn ẹ̀kan ìkejì èmi fẹ́ gba àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá lámọ̀ràn tí wọ́n bá ti fún wa ní declaration a gbọ́dọ̀ wọlé mọ́ wọn. Tí ìgbọ́ nǹkan tí mo sọ.
Mo ń gbọ́ dáadáa kétékété.
Wọ́n bá ti fún wa because bàbá Akíntóyè òun kọ́ ló máa stand fún mi family òun kọ́ tí n bá jàjà mi mo jàjà fáwọn ẹbí mi ni o. Torí tílẹ̀ Yorùbá bá dúró sìn bàbá Akíntóyè kọ́ ló máa jẹ fún tèmi o bàbá dájẹ́ fáwọn ẹbí mi ni. Gbogbo wa gbọ́dọ̀ wọlé mọ́. Tó bá ti declare pé Yorùbá country ẹ̀rẹ́ sí flag ẹ tó bá lè lọ bá wọn ní báńkì flag tó bá wà bẹ́ẹ̀ kọjá bọ́ ẹni iléeṣẹ́ tó bá wà bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ mú bọ́lẹ̀.
Mo láìka ọ̀rọ̀ bàbá yìí ọ̀rọ̀ akínyẹ́ni yìí sọ.
Kọ́ jẹ́ kí immediately tó bá ti gbọ́ announcement báyìí ó nídìí àti dààmú ara ẹ̀ táwọn ará lọ báńkì tó bá súnmọ́ ẹ ọ̀gá ẹ mú flag yìí wálẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́lẹ́ ìtẹ́ ìbá ti fowó ṣe flag ẹgbẹ́lẹ́ kẹfì sókè ó jẹ́ kékeré ẹ sì fi sókè náà.
Ẹ sì fi sókè náà ọ̀rọ̀ akínyẹ́ni yìí sọ rẹ̀ mo jẹ́rìí.
Ó jẹ́ kékeré ẹ sì fi sókè náà. Tó bá ti declare àwọlé mọ́ ọ torí lára ṣẹ́rí reason tí mo sọ̀rọ̀ yìí ni wípé lára Mrs. Onítìrì wọ́n sọ statement kan gbà kan mo dẹ̀ ṣe ń di ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn mú dì sìn. Wọ́n ní ọkọ̀ àwọn ò ṣe mathematics àwọn kò ṣe mathematics ẹ̀ dáadáa olójẹ́ kó bá ikú pàdé. Ọ̀rọ̀ kan tó yẹ ni mo rí dìmú.
Ọ̀rọ̀ akíní bàbá yìí sọ yìí o.
Ṣẹ́rí tó bá ti declare fún wa ó ní kálukú ẹ̀dì state yín mú ẹjọ́ ẹ̀yin Yorùbá ẹjọ́ ṣẹ́rí àwọn tó ń jó tó ń yọ̀ tó ń tẹ̀lé olóṣèlú ṣẹ́rí gbogbo 300 million gbogbo 30 million kọ́ ló máa gbàlù ẹ̀ níjà ti bẹ́ẹ̀ everybody jà níjà ti bẹ́ẹ̀ everybody jà ó lè jẹ́ yín 5,000 péré lẹ́ máa gbàlù fún wa kí lè fẹ́ dáhùn ara yín
ẹnì kò bá pè yín lólè ẹnì kò bá pè yín lórí burúkú kò kàn yín. UAE tẹ́ ń wò yẹn odidi lídà mẹ́ta ló máa gba UAE fún wọn ní ọ̀dà Saudi tí gbogbo wọn ò bá mọ̀tàn kọ́ lọ mọ̀tàn àwọn èèyàn mẹ́ta péré ló gba UAE fún wọn. Torí ẹ̀ ló ṣe jẹ́ wípé ìdílé mẹ́ta yẹn olólè di president wọn níbẹ̀. Ṣé ní president wọn tó kú láìpẹ́ yìí ẹ mọ̀ wípé ó fẹ́ ẹ má bínú sáà ẹ má bínú pé mo gbà táìmì o ẹ mọ̀ wípé ó fẹ́ ọmọ UK kan ìyẹn bí ọkùnrin fún ẹ sà òfin tẹ gbọ́dọ̀ gbélẹ̀ ní Yorùbá là ló gbọ́dọ̀ lé gan wàláì tàláì jẹ́ kó sí citizen ní UAE.
Kò sí citizenship ní UAE.
Kò sí citizen o tó bá kàn wá bẹ́ẹ̀ wá gbé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ipò ilé tó ń tà fún ẹ gan òun san tax lé lórí o kò sí pé bóyá o ra lé o ní citizen o. Níbi ọ̀rọ̀ tí mò ń bá lọ ó fẹ́ ọmọ wọn kan ní UAE àbí ó fẹ́ ọmọ wọn kan ní UK ó wá bí ọkùnrin wọ́n lè sọ pé ọmọ ọkùnrin ló gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ ọba níbí báyìí ṣé màmá yín pé ọmọ ọkùnrin tó bí fún wọn tọmọ lédè tó wà ní UK yẹn tó bí fún wọn tó jẹ́ ọmọ UK tó bí fún wọn ṣe àgbẹ̀ kò lẹ́tọ̀ọ́ àtijọba ń bí ṣé mo bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣá.
Kò lẹ́tọ̀ọ́ àtijọba.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni bóyá jẹ́ pé ṣé kìíní second class citizen ló wà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ o.
Ó yé mi.
Kò lẹ́tọ̀ọ́ reason ni wípé ọlá wípé UK ló ti lọ fẹ́ ọmọ yẹn bàbá wọn tó ṣẹ̀ kó ń sẹ́yìn ni o president wọn tó kú ẹ lọ ká ìṣòtò yẹ.
Ọ̀gá o ọ̀dà ẹ
ṣe. Kò lẹ́tọ̀ọ́ àtijọba níbi báyìí ẹ jọ tó bá ti rí sí flag wa ìwọ tó bá lè di eyín mọ́yàn tó bá lè di apá mọ́yàn lábẹ́ lọ.
Ọ̀dà àbáyé ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ọ̀dà ẹ jẹ́ àṣẹ studio tán àtúláǹfààní àti tún continue program yẹn torí pé mo ní time ẹ ṣe gan ni I appreciate that caller ẹ jẹ́ lọ sí Island kí wọ́n bá mi ṣe ní kíákíá ẹ mute background ẹ wá mute background tó mọ̀ mọ̀ pé ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà lábúrò TV ilẹ̀ máa fi ń wò mí ẹ wá fi wọn adẹ́rùbà mi àbí èmi náà ní TV mi o ẹ̀yin a ní di laptop mi mo sọ fún yín tá a bá ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ kínní ìkànnì mò ń lò ní bíbá nísìn kọ̀ǹpútà kan wà níbà àwọn tó wà lórí Instagram eré tí mo fi ṣiṣẹ́ yìí ó máa ṣiṣẹ́ 24 hours ẹ má yẹ kí n gba time tó pè mí láti Island ẹ gbóhùn sókè.
Bàbá wa Mr. Koiki.
Kò ní bàjẹ́ fún ìyá mi ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò àwa ni mo mẹ́ tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ káàbọ̀.
Mo kàn tó fẹ́ sọ mo tún fẹ́ fi kún nǹkan tí bọ́dà mi yẹn sọ ni wípé a sọ̀rọ̀ tó bá lọ jókòó ká sọ̀rọ̀ ká máa jẹun bẹ́ẹ̀ ká máa wọ
ìyá ẹ ti yàrí o ìyá ẹ ti yàrí o yà.
àti jẹ́wé tó bá ṣe wà ìbò sí tó fẹ́ ṣe wọn nípa òkú wa tán ká lọ jókòó ká sọ̀rọ̀ tá bá ti bá sọ̀rọ̀ lọ́wọ́ wọn àbúṣe tí mo fẹ́ fi kún
ẹ ṣe gan ni nígbà tí a bá ti make a declaration we are important people gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ máa ń béèrè pé àwọn gọ́vnà yìí kan ló ń jẹ́ gọ́vnà kò sí nǹkan tó ń jẹ́ gọ́vnà mọ́ gọ́vnà gan láti listen sí òfin tajà gbé jáde ní ẹ má bínú mọ́ prepare studio ni sọ̀rọ̀ kẹ́ lè máa rí mi so kámẹ́rà méjì dẹ̀ mo fẹ́ mú jáde because àná yà tètè bẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹ jẹ́ n sáré lọ sọ́dọ̀ ẹ bá mi ṣe ní kíákíá ẹ sì níbi less than 2 minutes kò má pé 2 minutes gan tí a máa wọ studio nísìnyí mo ti ń gbáradì ó yá ẹ gbóhùn sókè ìyá mi alálùbáríkà.
Mr. Koiki ẹ kú
kò ní bàjẹ́ fún yín.
mo ṣáìtì £200 sínú àkáǹtì ní bátìrì.
kábíyèsí Elédùmarè káfi kún wọ́kítọ́ọ̀kì yẹn àbí ìwòlá mẹ́bí.
ẹ máa bá mi fi £100
ok
wọ́kítọ́ọ̀kì.
ok
£100 tó kù ẹ máa bá mi fún Ìgbòho ṣá.
ìmọ́lẹ̀ Yorùbá kábíyèsí Elédùmarè ẹ ṣé gan ni ìyá mi. Thank you so much ẹ ṣé gan ni ẹ ṣé gan ni one love. Àwọn do to sell àwọn ilé ibi gbogbo náà ni ẹ ṣé gan ni ìyá wa yẹn mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ mo mẹ́tọ́ ń pè dáadáa now tá a bá parí studio mo ti prepare dáṣẹ́rí ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà nílé only if you understand the reason why we are saying we should go these are the things that kẹ́ máa ṣe kẹ́yìn náà ní studio yín ó lè má jẹ́ studio láti máa fi ṣe media ó lè jẹ́ studio láti fi ṣe business báwo lè ṣe fẹ́ ṣe business tíyàn ní internet níbi táyé dé nísìn so ẹ má ẹ̀ kó sú wa ẹ má ẹ̀ kó rẹ̀ wá èmi wà ní bíbá ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ gbá Frank sọ̀rọ̀ ẹni tó ń pè ó yá kíkọ̀ fún yín ní tẹ bá lè lo 1 minute ní ó yá torí mo gbọ́dọ̀ join studio ní sí ẹ go straight to the point a bá parí studio a padà wá lórí call again ó yẹ gbóhùn sókè mo ń gbọ́ yín.
ọjọ́ mẹ́ta ẹ kú ilẹ̀ Yorùbá wa yìí.
àwa ni ẹ sà.
mo dúpẹ́ gidi kan lọ́wọ́ yín mo rí pé ẹ̀ ń ṣiṣẹ́ takuntakun ẹ̀ ń ṣiṣẹ́ takuntakun.
jẹ́ ká lè máa ṣiṣẹ́ pẹ̀lú iṣẹ́ yìí. At least àwọn ọ̀dọ́ á ti mọṣẹ́ ta ṣe á ti ṣiṣẹ́ gan lórí ọ̀rọ̀ nínú. Bẹ́ẹ̀ tó máa fi ẹ̀mí wa ta káìtì bí àwọn olóṣèlú àwọn ò fẹ́ràn ẹ̀ rárá. Àwọn ò ní fẹ́ràn ẹ̀ òbí kan àwọn làwọn wájú tó make declaration àwọn táwa lé gan-an á ti ṣe tán láti ṣe nǹkan tó ta fẹ́ ṣe. Because gbogbo ilé yìí ọkọ̀ waste time wa gan-an tí ò lè yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀. So kò jẹ́ bóyá jẹ́ ṣùgbọ́n torí ọlọ́pàá àti wọn kọ́ make declaration wọ́n jẹ́ ká lọ. Ẹ ṣé gan ni, thank you so much. Ẹni tó náà fún bàmí lówó send message sí bàmí pé lórí Koiki láàárọ̀ èèyàn wọn ti ní fún ní 100 gbowó ṣàìmọ́lẹ̀ Yorùbá. So I might join Star Radio nísìn, and when we finish I will come back and then we will take it from there as usual. A máa padà wá ó yẹ yín nísìn. Ìmọ́lẹ̀ gbogbo wa ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ Yorùbá ìmọ́lẹ̀ Yorùbá Ìgbòho Òòṣà ìmọ́lẹ̀ Yorùbá mo wà lórí live o. Ìmọ́lẹ̀ Yorùbá ẹ̀kọ́ káwọn ẹ̀kọ́ jàǹfààní ẹ má bínú sí mi ẹ̀kọ́ bá ń kí wọn lórí live show mo wà lórí program ẹ̀kọ́ kí wọn briefly ni mo lọ lórí Star Radio but màá bá yín sọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ bá ti yọ kúrò ní speaker but wọ́n ń gbọ́ yín nísìn ẹ̀kọ́ bá ń kí gbọ́ wọn yẹn. Àṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àmín. 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 Ọ̀dà ẹ ṣé gan ni. Mo gbọ́ ẹ jẹ́ n kúrò níwájú kọ̀mpútà. Bàmí lẹ gbọ́n wọ̀ ẹ̀yẹn Ìgbòho Òòṣà èmi náà wọn tó bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ti pò gbọ́dọ̀ gbòòrò. So ẹ já lọ sórí Star Radio Òòṣà lẹ gbọ́n wọ̀ ẹ̀yẹn confam ẹnà ìfọkàn yín balẹ̀ pé kò ní sí rally Ìgbòho Òòṣà ìmọ́lẹ̀ Yorùbá. Ẹ jẹ́ n kọ́kọ́ sáré lọ kí n tó máa wọnú studio lọ kí ra máa sọ̀rọ̀ bóyá bí 30 minutes. Ẹ tó bá fẹ́ jáde nísìnyí pé kẹ́ máa bọ́ọ̀nù credit yín. Mo ti bá yín jíṣẹ́ mi ìyá mi tó ní kí n bá Ìgbòho fún kọ̀ọ̀kan mo ti jíṣẹ́ yín fún wọn wọ́n ní máa kí pẹ́ ṣe gan ni àyà mi Adéníkẹ́ mo kí n bẹ̀. So a máa wọnú Star Radio lọ nísìn bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe máa gbọ́.
That happened. Here we have in Ghana forest reserves that are meant to be protected, for which we have the land ministry, and again we have the forestry department, the commission. People being paid to secure what they call it, those forests for us. And the forests are being, mined. People are in there doing all kind. Why should those in charge still be at post? At least the person in charge of the forestry commission should be given way because they have failed. But hey, that is why we do have in Africa. That is what we do have in Africa. My apologies once again. It's going to be a struggle, but we'll try and push through it. We're still waiting for Olayemi to come in. Passport booklet short.
Ìmọ́lẹ̀ Yorùbá lẹ gbọ́n wọ̀nyẹn. Ẹ lọ fọkàn balẹ̀ yẹn ọmọ Yorùbá. Announcement máa jáde ó kù díẹ̀. Chíńchíní ló kù. Wà á ní bọ̀bọ̀ Koiki ó ti mọ ọjọ́ kò fi sọ ní irọ́. Èmi gan ti mọ̀. Ìmọ́lẹ̀ nìkan ló mọ̀. Wọ́n ní ká lọ máa prepare ni. Ìmọ́lẹ̀ Yorùbá nìyẹn. Ẹni kò mọ̀, ẹni mọ̀ kò lọ́rọ̀ tó wà nílẹ̀. All right, let's go to Star Radio. So, camera méjì lẹ máa rí. Ẹ máa rí mi báyìí. Ẹ dẹ̀ máa rí tó ń lọ láti inú studio. So now we join the Star Radio for the morning update from the contraction Nigeria country.
Here are some of the benefits of using that IGBOHO user-friendly platform.
Right, welcome back. And I do have good morning.
A very good morning to you, Mr. Frank. Good morning to you, and I hope you can. I hope you can hear me loud and clear.
Oh, loud and clear.
A very good morning. I'm doing very well as usual. It is the Tuesday edition, Star Radio UK, your finest African and Caribbean radio station in London, and I've been listening to you carefully before joining you, and it's good to be back again as usual after the yesterday program.
Good. How's the family?
The family are doing very well. Okay, bear with me. I think I know where the problem is. There's an audio coming back on. It's coming from my side. I've actually muted that. Yes, I think we should be good now. Yes. Well, the family are doing very well. When you look at when people ask how's the family, I always try to also ask how's the family in Ghana, how is our family in Kenya, how is our family in Uganda? Because if our family are doing very well here and they are not doing very well in African countries, as you are drinking that coffee, there's probability that somebody in Ghana is also trying to go into that coffee, and that probably means that you can have an headache with that coffee. So that's why we are saying that we need the best for Africa, and we believe that is going to happen when they listen to Star Radio UK, where we give them all the news and the headline coming out of Africa.
100% right now there. To be honest, giving water become a problem for some people. You look at people in the mining communities in Ghana, for instance, we speak, their rivers, their water bodies are polluted. Even water, common water, is now in there. So 100% right there with you. That's right on the point. Now let's move straight to the headlines for over here. Before we go to Nigeria, Liz Truss, under pressure about benefits, I mean, she confirmed pension will be increased in line with inflation. But when it comes to the most vulnerable, that is the benefits, single mothers, those being supported by the state, and she's saying no. I mean, nothing to say. I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
Yesterday I was looking at the exchequer and trying to reverse what they actually say. It seems in reality that there's a need to support, especially the mothers, the working mothers that are doing that little short hours, the 16 hours. Likewise, we know that a lot of pensioners out there need the support of the government. I mean, each time I go into my local store and I see these our elderly mothers, our elderly fathers, struggling to pick items. You could tell because they pick it up, they leave it there, and sometimes they have to continue to check the price. And it seems that the government, as we know, spending so much money, after the Ukraine crisis, is now also by fighting. It's not just the UK. When you look at America, when you look at around the world, there seems to be something is not right. I'm not sure I know how that is going to be resolved, but definitely there's going to be pressure with Liz Truss. I mean, Boris Johnson have actually left. It's not even up to a month, but already, the problem of the economic crisis that is still pushing a poverty line is not going anywhere soon.
That's a very difficult one. And some people are just saying, oh, Boris Johnson should come back. But we should know, during Boris Johnson's time, he was in the architect of economic framework that it was with Sunak, who again, the Conservatives denied the opportunity to lead them. So basically, Boris Johnson coming back, we also know he had a baggage, serious baggages that we couldn't be talking about at this point. Olami, let's move straight to Nigeria. What are the headlines?
Well, quite a lot of headlines again this morning, and as we go on Star Radio UK, we give those headlines quickly for the benefit of all our listeners from around the world. As the election campaign continue, there is still a lot of conversation among the political party, especially the gladiator political party that we have. When we talk about the PDP, we talk about the APC. It seems that they're still having internal crisis. And that is something that, I remember in February, after a whole month I came back, I told Mr. Archie that it seems that APC might break up before even the election. PDP crisis, the board convenes emergency meeting to rescue Atiku's campaign. That is actually coming from the headline, this morning. And likewise, Peter Obi has now unveiled agenda plans to reduction of governance costs. That is also coming, from the Peter Obi, the Labour Party as well. Nigeria needs a Green New Deal. Here is how it's going to happen. What a very sad news coming from Kogi State. 9 family members have died mysteriously. We're going to be going into that as well. Let's touch on 2 more headlines. Remember the hotelier, that was killed in Nigeria, and then he has now been buried over the weekend, and that transmission was brought live, from our platform. The U.S. flew Oyo hotelier that was killed by the Fulani terrorists for home burial, according to the information that we have here. Ayorinde Owolabi, the brother of the hotelier to late Mr. Oluwagbenga Owolabi, has said that it was the United States of America that gave the Nigerian government a time frame to find his killer. It now seems that there's now a communication between the Nigerian government and the United States of America for an American citizen that was killed with the Fulani terrorists on August the 2nd in Ogbomoso in Oyo State after he was kidnapped with one of his staff. 3 people lost their lives, according to the report. Mr. Oluwagbenga and a worker at his hotel, Rachel Okwadele, were both adopted as gunmen, terrorists in Ogbomoso in Oyo State. They were killed by their adopter on August the 3rd. Oluwagbenga, a U.S. citizen, was living in Maryland, U.S., and decided to invest in hospitality business. And he only opened the hotel in December, not even a year, and you can see the kind of danger that diaspora could face as well. Like I said, he was buried at the Trinity Life Church in Maryland on Saturday. That was transmitted. But according to the American government, the Department for State Services have literally been part of this, bringing back the body back to America. The American government wanted evidence. They came down here to do a post-mortem. Another post-mortem was done in U.S. where a death certificate was issued. The case was also presented at the United Nations meeting, which was also concluded. So that is the headline that we have there for you. And then let me come back again to you in the studio while we review some of those headlines, and we come back and look at more other stories happening in Nigeria today, the 4th of October 2022 at 12 minutes past 11 on Star Radio UK, your finest African and Caribbean radio station in London.
Right, Olami, thank you very much, listeners. This is Star Radio UK, and with me is Olami bringing your headlines from Nigeria. Olami, very, very interesting. Yeah, I'm going to start with the story we ended up with, which is the issue about the adoption, the kidnapping, and the murder of a U.S. citizen. Yes, he might have ancestral traces in Nigeria, but as far as the laws are concerned, he's a U.S. citizen. Now, something happened in Ghana a few years ago. 2 Canadian ladies were adopted. The Canadians actually had to intervene, trace their mobile phone signals, and were actually pinpointing the location where they are being held. Now, the Ghanaian police then moved in and successfully helped in rescuing the people. Now, the question for me is what troubles me now. We've seen how the U.S. they tend to put it as on to even the UN trying to make a case that look, these are unacceptable conduct and behavior that you people tolerate back home. When it comes to our citizens, we do not play those games, right? Is it that Africans we do not play value on our citizens, and therefore when we are being slaughtered like goats, cats, chicken, no one wants it?
Well, the case of Mr. Owolabi has actually opened a worms, in the minds of the diaspora. the diaspora that wants to invest in Nigeria. Let's take about to Chief Sunday Adeyemo Igboho. He actually came out because we had a similar case with one of our diaspora that returned back to Oyo State, wanted to invest in large farm scale, and he was eventually killed by the Fulani terrorists. And that was part of why, Chief Sunday Adeyemo was actually asking the state government, the federal, to look into, these atrocities that was happening in, not just in the southwest of Nigeria, but up to the, the southeast and the middle belt. And as we see today, that a year after the death of these, professor that also died, in your state, we've seen another person being killed. And the question you ask is, what is the role of the government? Your state governor, which is the governor of the current situation that we are discussing, was probably aware that someone has been kidnapped, whether he's an American citizen, but he's also have a Yoruba root and is also a Nigerian. He was invested in a state that would have paid tax, that would have also helped, the situation. But the problem is, was the government able, with their security vote being collected on a monthly basis to the tune of 4 billion naira, according to Richard, Robert Clark, the senior advocate of Nigeria, which we were able to find out when Okorocha was the governor, gave 4 billion of his own security fund to be used to build schools in Anambra State while he was the governor. The question you ask is, do we have the mechanism? Do we have the technicality to have been able to trace the lines? If I play the audio between the terrorists and the family, it's about almost 8 minutes. That is more than enough to pinpoint the exact geographical location in Nigeria where they were operating from. But this is Nigeria, where lives does not mean anything to both the state governor, the House of Rep in that particular unit, the senator, but the federal government is nowhere to be found in the first place as well. So the American government is now pushing that the Nigerian government must give them an answer to the death of Mr. Owolabi Oluwagbenga that was now buried in the United States of America over the weekend.
Right, thank you very much, Olami. And I'm going to be asking our brothers and sisters who are in the diaspora and are tuning and listening to us. The simple question is this. Does it dampen your confidence trying to go back to invest? If you do have a business you want to invest, will this affect your confidence level? Will you be so confident enough that you still want to go invest in Nigeria? Are you ready? Are you willing? If you are looking, you are thinking of going to Saudi Arabia, you are in Russia, you're thinking of going to help to probably establish something little in your country. Will this affect your plan? Let us know. Our line 0208133257, or you can leave your comment on our Facebook for those of you following us. Olami, let's go to the second item that interests me a lot. We'll come to Obi's pledges and the plan, because everybody had to. What is Obi all about? Yes, Obi, but you need to be able to show us what you can do different, how you will be doing, and so that people can enjoy it. That it's just not that you make it. It's not that
Jamboree.
It's not that's not what. But this issue about Atiku's campaign needing a bit of resuscitation and rescue. What is happening?
Well, it seems, Wike, the governor of Rivers State, the governor of Oyo State that we just talked about, Seyi Makinde, and two other governors are not pleased with the current chairman of the PDP. So they're pushing, Atiku, to allow the PDP chairman, to leave. But it seems Atiku doesn't want that, and that is now creating havoc. When the campaign started on the 28th of last month, we saw that 4 governors that are PDP governors did not attend the inauguration and the book launch of Atiku. So what do we know? Bearing any last-minute change of the mind of the Board of Trustees of the People's Democratic Party will this week meet to deliberate on the crisis that is rocking the party. This is part of a larger plan to rescue the campaign of the party presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar following the boycott of his campaign by some aggrieved governors of the party. Why is that? They worry by the growing feud between the party and the loyalists of the Rivers State Governor Nelson Wike may ask the party national chairman Ayu to resign. Is that going to happen? Time will tell. But if he doesn't resign, that means there's still more problems for Atiku and the rest of his campaign team.
Wow, that's the big one. We can't be going to an election, and if you are already struggling to hold your house together, how are you going to be able to hold Nigerians together, especially in a hot environment where political tension, tribal tension, if within your own party activity we still see this, then how are you going to bring Nigeria together is going to be very, very difficult. Now let's go to the main man, the man on the top, the new king. He's not a youth, although he claims to be a youth, to be 61. By all indications, he's supposed to be on time, isn't it? But let's look at the plan that he's actually put there. He said his promise agenda to reduce government costs. What are some of those points of life?
Well, when we look at Peter Obi, it seems the obedient as they are known are pushing everything, and just as a lot of people would like to see some of their manifesto and what actually they have in place. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has rolled out his governance agenda to Nigerians, especially in diaspora. It seems a lot of them try to woo the diaspora, knowing that the diaspora have a big influence when it comes to communicating with the people back home. And just as the self-determination groups, whether the Biafra or the Yorubas, are doing exactly the same thing, continue to educate those at home to reason why having a nation of their own is far much better than being part of the giant of Africa, the most populous black nation. But what do we know in terms of these, that has been put together? According to this team, Nigerian Diaspora and Capacity Building in Michigan, United States, on Monday, Obi stated that if elected president, his administration would look drastically to reduce the cost of governance. This was contained in a statement by Obidat media offices that was released today. According to Obi, the reduction in the cost of governance will help you to reduce the nation debt and tackle corruption. But those that are against, especially the view of those that says that Obi might not be able to do much, and the reason for that is looking at the 1999 Constitution as we have it today, it would not have the power to turn things around, because the 1999 Constitution has actually been crafted in a way that is not going to help anyone that becomes the president, to do as much, even though it's giving much power, to the president of the day, but likewise, it has its own ripple effect as well. But Obi believes that, when we tackle the cost of governance, there will be so much changes in bringing a nation back to its feet.
So some of the specific we need to be asking Obi. We know Peter Obi is going to be in London on the 9th of October. There's an event going on. We're going to try to see if we can track him down for an interview, live interview on Star Radio. We're also going to see if we are putting on Niger Voices. We're working on that. I know live is working on it.
In bringing a nation back to its feet. So some of the specific we need to be.
It's going to be in the UK on the 9th.
Working on that. I know Lime is working on it. We're also working on it from behind the scene to see what we can pull about. Peter B is going to be in Nigeria.
Is it just going to be rhetoric? We want you to put your questions to him
for an event. So we'll bring you those updates. And what is it to reduce the cost of government? Is it just going to be
giving us speeches? No. We want to see formula. We know 1 + 1 is 2. So when they are coming and telling us, look, I'll make you 2. Show us where the one is coming from, where the other one is coming from. That's what we like. Olami, let's go straight to the other head.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Archie, Mr. Frank, rather. Our National Security Advisor, Mungono, asked President Muhammadu Buhari to award multi-billion naira pipeline protection contract to Tompolo over continuous oil theft. It seems as much as we have the security, we have the the Navy, we have the Air Force, we have the DSS, but it seems that that is not more than enough to protect our pipeline across the southeast of Nigeria. So that literally means that pipeline contract is now awarded, to those that a lot of question is being asked. Several militant groups in the region are reportedly now angry with the Nigerian government for leaving them out of a juicy contract, threatening to make surveillance contract unworkable. Imagine the National Security Advisor of the country, Major General Babagana Mungono, facilitated the award of a multi-billion naira pipeline surveillance contract to a former leader of the movement for emancipation of Niger Delta, according to what we have, known as Government Ekwemukulu, popularly known as Tompolu, the 4 billion naira per month contract, which covers the Ijaw-speaking part of Bayelsa State. What is then happening is, these are now going to have sophisticated weapons to protect the pipeline against other individuals or militants that may want to destroy the pipeline. It shows how Nigeria, over the decades, has failed as a country. Let's go to the next headline. Yoruba nation, we won't give up agitation even if Tinubu wins. This is coming from Professor Banji Akintoye. Professor Banji Akintoye is the leader of Ilana Omoodua, a self-determination group agitating for the actualization of the Yoruba nation. Akintoye, who speaks from Benin Republic, says the Yoruba may pull out of Nigeria before 2023 general elections. He added that his group won't stop agitation even if Bola Tinubu becomes the president of Nigeria next year. People are saying that the leaders and members of the Yoruba self-determination struggle are in disarray. We are not in disarray. What is happening among us is natural. Our young people want their country now and cannot wait. I am an historian. I know that young people want to jump now, but their elders are holding them back. According to Professor Banji Akintoye, we are making progress, but there are certain things people don't know. The first is to clarify the Yoruba self-determination movement and Ilana Omoodua. We have many self-determination groups which are up to 200. We deliberately did that from the beginning so that the authorities will not be able to decide it. Organization, it was clear from the beginning that we will need to have one central voice representing the Yoruba people in certain situations. So that is coming from the Yoruba movement as we have it as well. Let's go back and take one more and then come back again to you in the studio at exactly 11:27 on the 4th of October 2022. We're expecting Nnamdi Kanu, as we know, to be coming back again. There's a case coming up on his behalf in one of the courts in the southeast. But it seems that also that don't wait till expiration of the United Nations 6-month deadline before releasing Nnamdi Kanu. The NCF advised President Muhammadu Buhari Tuesday sit-at-home has been cancelled because of the court case that is going to be held there, on behalf of Nnamdi Kanu. So let's go back and look at, the headline. Also, the UK government faces court challenge in Nigeria rendition case, according to the, Nnamdi Kanu's family that have now taken the court case here in London. Don't wait till expiration of the United Nations 6-month deadline before releasing Nnamdi Kanu. That is coming from the headline, this morning. According to the Nigerian Consultative Forum, NCF, has advised President Muhammadu Buhari not to wait till the expiration of the 6-month deadline given by the United Nations Human Rights Council on arbitrary, illegal detention before releasing the incarcerated leader of the Indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, from detention, according to what we have. NCF says it is still pondering why the federal government is yet to release Kanu, asking, is it that the Nigerian government wants to disobey the UN, a world umbrella body, or is it waiting for the last minute before obeying the United Nations demand? So we will have to wait and see what an outcome of that will be. One more before coming back again to you in the studio, and when we come back again, then we will go straight to the social media. Once again, if you like to send money on, remember to use SendWave. As you're doing that, you're doing it for the first time, you can use star for radio, R for radio, and that gives you S for star, R for radio to give you the first discount as well. Also, the headline, scores fear dead in Borno as motorists climb over a Boko Haram IED. IED is well used across the world, especially by the terrorists, to create problem and havoc. But it seems Borno State that has been ravaged, with the influx of Fulani terrorists, a motorist have literally, stepped over an IED. Scores of motorists and travelers have now feared death on Monday yesterday after stepping on improvised explosive device, also known as IED, planted by members of the Boko Haram cell on the Meduguri Dabo Chibok Road in Borno State. May their soul rest in peace. I'll come back again to you, Mr. Frank, in the studio.
May their soul rest in perfect peace. Sad situation, sad if you are a family member, whether they are sisters, they are brothers, and may their soul rest in perfect peace, as said. Olami, we know for one reason or the other, Nnamdi Kanu has been agitated for years before being again incarcerated, or basically, I don't know how people be kidnapped. I think that would be the kidnap and rendition from what we understand today is Kenya hideout to Nigeria. Now we have two scenarios again. But if you look at what happened to the gentleman that was killed, the actions of what they call it, the U.S. government, how aggressively and how patriotic they show that they can be. You can be the U.S. citizens wherever you are on the planet. We do not give up on you. We do not give up on you. Compare that to what is happening today. We know Nnamdi Kanu is a UK citizen. He is a British national. He is a British. Why has the UK been so quiet on this issue? Are the British involved in the kidnapping and rendition of Nnamdi Kanu? Do not forget, the Nigerian experiment as we have it today was made from British laboratory. They created Nigeria where it is today. Do you think of what the Nigerians say? Are they suspecting the UK to be involved in the kidnapping and rendition of
That is something that a lot of those from the camp of Nnamdi Kanu believe that the British government should have done more to get involved in these Nnamdi Kanu rendition and kidnap back from Kenya to Nigeria. Yes, you're quite right. Nnamdi Kanu doesn't even, he has actually given out his Nigerian passport, so he doesn't even carry one. All he carries now is the British passport while he was traveling en route to Kenya before he was kidnapped and then renditioned back to Nigeria. But it seems that the UK government is not really doing much, to that situation. Yes, Nnamdi Kanu has been campaigning for years, from London here, in agitating for the Biafra nation. And let's take a quickly listen to Dr. Ugo Uyo that spoke about the reason why the Biafra are asking, for their own country as well. Let's listen quickly.
Wanted to be separate from the country that the British Empire had imposed on us, which was this country of Nigeria, where they kind of took a bunch of independent nations who don't have anything to do with each other, don't even speak each other's language, don't relate. Many of them were even enemies and warring at the time. Smushed them all together and drew these arbitrary lines around them and called them countries and named those countries. Right. And it said, now y'all get along and do a country for us and be a union for us. And then go through, contentious, bloody independence processes that never really yield any real independence. You're still part of a commonwealth afterwards. True. And you have the eternal meddling in your affairs and the eternal extraction of your resources and the eternal fomenting of divisiveness and infighting in order to be able to control you. This is what an oppressor does, a colonizer does. These are tactics and strategies of dominance. Right. We were subjected to that as a larger unit of Nigeria. And then when the Igbo people said, we want our own thing, let's go and do that. Well, it so happened to be that the territory that this new country of Biafra was going to be in included very, very rich oil reserves. And the British were not going to let go of that.
Wow.
And the people that they had put in power, their puppet Nigerian governments, weren't going to do that either because they needed it for the Nigerian project.
Right.
And Britain needed it for its own interests and uses. So Great Britain got directly involved in this civil war and in the war for independence, and decided that they would do everything to make sure that Biafra did not go.
Wow.
And this everything meant directly funding genocide of the people of Biafra.
Well, that is Dr. Ugu Anya. She's a university professor and a researcher in applied linguistic, critical social linguistic, and critical discourse study in the United States of America. During the death of the Queen, she said a couple of things that we can't say here, but that generated a lot of conversation. The question you ask is, why has the British government not literally got involved, with the case of a Biafran, but also a British citizen, that has been apprehended, kidnapped, renditioned back to Nigeria, but it seems the British government is trying to play it down. But the family of Nnamdi Kanu has now taken that case to here in London, and the court has given room for that court case to come up.
Thank you very much, because that's a sad story. It then tells us that if you're a British citizen who will hear, it sends signals once you black. At the end of the day, let me use that word again. Once you black, the fact that you're a British citizen might not matter, because we've seen it in other places where what happened in Iran, we saw the campaign that were taking place. It doesn't matter the angle. The most important is that the British citizen is in a place of foreign nation. Whatever is accused of or not, look, we even see situation where Thatcher, the son of the late Margaret Thatcher, was actually arrested in Zimbabwe and due to go and cause to lead a coup in Guinea, an oil issue. But agreements were made by the British, and it was actually brought back to England. So Nnamdi Kanu and the family have the right to take this issue up and push into the fullest. Olami, let's go for other headlines.
We go straight to the social media, and it seems it's already trending all over the world. I'm not sure whether you've been able to watch that new movie on Netflix, Anikulapo, Frank.
The warrior, the woman, African warrior.
No, not that particular one. This is a new one that just came out, a couple of days ago, called Anikulapo. It's very, very.
I've not watched it, but there's this movie that I'm going to. They told me about it yesterday. I watched it with you. It has to do with how our women stood up against the oppressors at that time, and again demystified this notion that African men were bullies and African women were nothing but other tickets for the colonial massacre. But that movie actually spoke about how the Dawomen, which is between Ghana.
What's the name of? Can you remind me again? What the one?
It has to do with the warrior, the African warrior.
Yes, I think it's I remember that. I saw the advert as well. Yes, you're right. Yes.
Yeah, I mean that the Dawomen women actually formed an army, one of the strongest and the greatest army, and fought the oppressors at that time. It's a movie I would like to watch, and I'm going to watch the one you're talking about.
Yes,
let's get it.
You're quite right, and that is trending. This morning on the social media at number 3 with about 23,000 tweets. But Atiku is our choice 2023 is also trending at number 2. This morning as well. Joker Silva is trending, as we can say as well this morning. So let's go straight. Yoruba Muslim is also trending. Boko Haram is trending. Let's take a look at why Boko Haram is trending. This morning, Buhari is a Muslim, yet Boko Haram and Fulani bandit ravaged the northern Nigeria. The people were kidnapped in Kaduna, were Muslims too. When they steal your wealth and share, they forget Islam is against corruption. Wake up! It is 2022. Islam is not on the election ballot, but bad politicians. This is coming from Zion 313 on Twitter. So that is about that. Now, let's take a look at the other thing that is trending this morning. The marking of the Independence Day. We showed those videos yesterday. A very, very amazing one, especially with inflation, the security as much as other. So let me just quickly look at one or two more of what is trending at 11:39, and we can end the conversation this morning on the headline coming out of Nigeria. When we look at Nigeria, Africa must be interested in the ongoing presidential campaign in Nigeria. Peter Obi, the leading candidate, is the choice of the youth. Jobs. Bloomberg predicts a landslide victory for Peter Obi at about 72% of Nigerian voters ready to elect the Labour in 2023. That again, if there will be 2023. Doyin Okukwe, here is one of the heroes of the new Nigeria. We can't play the audio, I'm not sure what is inside. But let me take this one. Defense Chief Irabon to resign after admitting not as 137 unmanned borders through which terrorists infiltrated Nigeria. Imagine we have 137 borders, porous borders, that terrorists just walk in and walk out without any protection as well. So also, we take the last one. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu goes to court at Umuahia. Pray for victory, says words of encouragement to the legal team. Aloy Ejimako, the extraordinary rendition case begins, and that is exactly what we discussed earlier as well. Also, this man, the Secretary Blinken, who collected bribe from the Caliphate and delisted Nigeria from countries that persecute Christians, is an American talking about credible election in Nigeria. That has no credible system. Blinken, you should mind your corrupt mind business. This is coming from Simon Ekpa, as the American says that they are looking forward to the 2023 election, but as the Yorubas are saying that we want to retake back and reclaim back our rights. Omodua, Nigerians have been abused by Nigeria so much that only thing Nigerians know how to do is abuse and insult. What a trauma this zoo has caused. And that will be from me this morning. I'll come back again to you in the studio.
Yes, allow me. Our producer has just actually rescued us. The movie that I was talking about is called The Woman King movie.
The Woman King.
The Woman King movie.
Okay.
It's a movie that I look at the review. I have to go and watch.
Yes. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, The Woman King. Yeah, very powerful.
Yeah, I urge every African woman, especially. And I mean, if you have a daughter, and if you have a daughter, to a large extent, be made to believe that in an African setting, women do not have rights. Women, until the advent of colonialism, did not matter. Yes, we understand the cultural dimension of what women go through, depends on the whole. I mean, basically nature giving them some excellent gifts that men cannot negate, cannot do anything about them. They do a lot of homework. But this movie, imagine the review I've read, gives a different perspective. And I'm going to get my daughter to watch it. At least it gives them that self-confidence to know that there was a time, there was a generation of African women that were also great king and queens on the continent. Well, I mean, I'd like to say thank you in absence of any comment from you.
Thank you so much. And for those that are watching, stay tuned. Let Frank take you through the rest of the segment. I'll be back again same time tomorrow for more update from Nigeria. Have a very good morning. Bye for now.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for that, man. And we'll see you, talk to you behind the scene. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of our updates from Nigeria, and we will be proceeding to looking at other parts of the news, making the headlines across Europe, the UK, and then.
And that is that is how far we go from that side. Yes, The Woman King may film here. So should we just go back with our own thing? As we, wow, I think we've done quite a lot already. Almost 4 hours. Woman King, Emina Latilawo film is a very powerful film that I need to watch. It's going to, for those of you that can watch it, but I'm not sure whether it's on Netflix. I'm going to have to decide that. Muki Yami, let me quickly appreciate those of you that have joined us. Analysis, rally and all that. I'm sure some people have dropped out, but that's normal. It's a long program I do, and that's the way it is. So I'm going to open back my phone line. I will probably stay a couple of more hours, probably an hour more, and then I'm going to go. Then we'll have more time later. So the line is back on again. Torí pé mo mọ̀ pé àwọn America àwọn iná ṣe máa jí ní sin pé Mr. Koiki àwọn náà dẹ̀ fi dá sí program yẹn o, but unfortunately ó ti parí ẹ̀. So the line is still open. Let me yẹn paná ilé so that it doesn't reflect too much on those on Instagram. Adékúnlé Adépọ̀jù tèmi nìkan, welcome on board. Mo kí yín ẹ̀yin tí ẹ ti darapọ̀ mọ́ wa ní gbogbo àgbáyé. Let me close some of these right here. So the line is back on, and we will continue the conversation as we are doing earlier before we went on Star Radio UK. Rally, declaration, preparation is all we are discussing in the last 4 hours. And as I always say, yes, that's it. I've muted that for now. So what we were discussing before we went, to that Star Radio, update of the contraction you call Nigeria is a contraction as far as I'm concerned. We were discussing a lot of things. We were looking at issues, and I'm just going to recap quickly for the benefit of those that are joining us, so that we started with the world newest countries. Àwa kọ́ la máa kọ́kọ́ jẹ́ ìlú náà pọ̀ káàkiri àgbáyé. We talked about South Sudan. South Sudan, just to give you the summary, is a country of 11.99 million, not up to 12 million, and they have their own country. Their also passport is under 102 in terms of the position. Níbi tí pálí wọn wà fún àǹfààní àwọn tí ó bá fẹ́ lọ sí South Sudan wà lè mọ̀rú pé ibi tí passport wọn tó ní value sí. I mean, Nigerian passport has a value more than South Sudan, but South Sudan also break away. And táwọn èèyàn bá sọ pé ọkọ̀ máa pa gbogbo yín dànù, I'm not sure that everybody in South Sudan was killed. Yes, people died, but eventually not everybody died. Some people survived as well. We now went and talked about Kosovo. Kosovo, àwọn ọ̀tẹ̀ dúró de United Nations, wọ́n dúró de anybody, báwa ṣe ń dúró. But I'm sure they knew what they were doing as at the time. In 2008, when Kosovo declared their independence. So àwa náà àmọ́ tá à ń ṣe. So táwọn Yorùbá sọ pé àmọ́ tá à ń ṣe, I'm sure àwọn bàbá wa tó ń lead wa, from Professor Banji Akintoye to Yonitiri, bàbá wa, all the leaders, I'm sure they know what we are doing, because in tá à ń ṣe kò ṣe pé à ń ṣe just for mere saying. We are not just coming online and be talking and then thinking that we don't have anything to do. Ekaro, Yami Ojora, Maze God, good morning. Ajayi Noah, good morning. Now that at least there's a bit of less thing that we're discussing. I'm just doing a review and a recap, then I'm going to end the broadcast. So we talked about Kosovo. Let's come back. Kosovo. Kosovo declare independence wọn kúrò lára Serbia ní 2008. Mo rẹ̀ rò pé ọ̀run ya níbi tí ó wà, ọ̀run ò dẹ̀ sọ̀kalẹ̀. They actually got their independence. Yes, that is it right there. So let me quickly read this to you so that anybody tó bá ń sọ fún yín pé lè declare. Yes, we want to declare, but we want to make sure that we also get it right. We don't Matthew Olusanya. Thank you so much as well. Yesterday, while we were almost ending the program, ìkànnà comrade wa kan ní ilé wọ́n damage mọ́tò ẹ̀ tí a bá rẹ̀ tó bá fẹ́ fún ní support láti fi ṣe windscreen yẹn padà. Mind ẹjọ́ is one of our comrade, but definitely this is what we go through when we are doing a movement. Bí alára àwọn politician ni wọ́n lọ jókòó sí ara mọ́tò yẹn. Tension between Kosovo, Albania, and the Serb communities slim through the 20th century and occasionally erupt into major violence, culminating in the Kosovo War of 1998. That was the year I came to UK, and 1999, which resulted in the withdrawal of the Yugoslavia Army and the establishment of the United Nations Interim Administration Mission in Kosovo. Ultimately, Kosovo unilaterally declared its independence from Serbia on the 17th of February 2008. And since then, they've been able to gain diplomatic recognition as a foreign state by 100 members of the United Nations. Serbia does not officially recognize Kosovo. Kò matter. Definitely wọ́n ní recognize wọn. Ṣèbí láti ibẹ̀ lọ ti kúrò. Àbọ̀rọ̀ mi ò yé yín nísìn. So wọ́n ní recognize wọn. So kí lẹ expect? Ìlú tó kúrò dá wọ́n ní recognize wọn. You know? So, but what we can say is 100 countries, you know, have recognized Kosovo. So what we are also saying is, I'm sure by the time we declare Yoruba nation, we are not going to be hostile. We are not going to be in a country where we are saying that, yes, nothing might be perfect straight away, but moving on a daily basis, we will continue to engage with countries, smaller countries like Tuvalu, countries like Asoro nípa ìlú kan náà lẹ́ni tá à ń pè ní Palua. Gbogbo population wọn is 18,000. So we now talked about Montenegro. Montenegro, as you can see there, is also a country. It's a country with a population of 621,000. Gbogbo population ìlú yìí, àwọn èèyàn tó wà níbẹ̀ wọ̀ tó 700,000. They also have a passport. Their passport can take them around the world. They are number 47 in the world according to the Global Index. Their currency is euro, and their official language is Montenegrin. Wọ́n sọ English as their official language. Ẹni ká yọ English kúrò nínú Nàìjíríà lẹ́nìí kí ló máa kù? We now went and talked about East Timor. I'm just doing a summary before I close my broadcast. We talked about East Timor or Timor-Leste. Timor-Leste is also a country that declared their independence from Portugal in 1975. And what happened? It took them years with fighting and fighting, but they became the first country in 2000, in the year 2000, to have a country. With a population of 1.3 million, East Timor is now a country of their own. Yes, about 100,000 people died between 1975 and 2002 tó fi gba independent wọn. But today, their passport rank number 56. Ẹni tó bá ń gbé ní East Timor tó dẹ̀ ní pálí wọn lọ́wọ́, ó lè wá sí UK kó lò 188 days. Ìwọ tí wọ́n sọ pé ọmọ Nàìjíríà tí wọ́n ní ó wà lábẹ́ Commonwealth tó jẹ́ pé òyìnbó ló dá gbogbo problem yìí sílẹ̀, ìwọ lọ sọ pé ó fẹ́ wá sí UK láì ní visa, immigration afẹ́ náà ti ẹ̀ bàjẹ́ ní Muritala Mohammed Airport. This is why we are saying that ìbẹ̀rù yẹn ẹ jẹ́ ká yọ kúrò. Mo kí bàbá mi Àjàdí Ọlárẹ̀wájú. Mo kí ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà lórí Instagram Prince_Adeola_Olamilekan. West Tirito mo kí yín 01 coded _junior. Collie_Bobo. And the rest of you that I might not be able to see because I have to keep bending my neck. I appreciate every single one of you on Twitter. I appreciate you on YouTube. I appreciate you on Facebook. And likewise, those of you on the Mixer Lab. We should not be worried, but we should prepare our mind for the beauty of what is about to come true. So, nígbà tá a sọ̀rọ̀ nípa East Timor, we went now and talk about Palua. Wọ́n pẹ̀lú kan ní Palua, ẹ lè má gbọ́ rí. Gbogbo population ìlú yìí is 18,000, kò pé 19,000. It's under, kódà American government, ó tún kí wọn pé wọ́n kú independent. We talked about that earlier. The American government was also saying thank you so much after I did something and he brought that up. Let's go and look at their independence. The American government is saying, wow, your independence, we continue to appreciate you. No, not the industry. Well, the economy of Palua consists primarily of sustenance, agriculture, and fishing. The government is the major employer of the workforce, relying heavily on financial assistance from the United States of America. Let's talk about their independence. 28 years ago, they got their independence. Upon independence in 1994, ni ìlú ìgbà independent wọn, by 1994. I'm sure nígbà táwọn sáré MKO Abiola ní 1993 àwọn ilé ń jà fómìnira wọn. Mo kí ń bẹ̀ bàbá mi ọ̀rànlá. Ní on the 9th of month yìí wọ́n máa ṣe birthday fún bàbá wa Chief Sunday Igboho ní London. I'm going to get that information because it was actually sent to me yesterday. Wọ́n dẹ̀ ní kí n bá wọn announce it because ìjọ Monday ló bọ́ sí but wọ́n máa ṣe prayer kan fún wọn níjọ Sunday. So I'm going to get that information and update us before I go from this broadcast today. Okay, I think I've got it here. Okay, yeah, ó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Ìṣọ̀kan Ọmọ Oòduà UK is celebrating CSI Chief Sunday Igboho Oòṣà at 50th Golden Diamond birthday on the 9th of October 2022 at 4 p.m. Venue 204A Abboud Lane, London, SW9 8 Sarah Alpha. The landmark description: Lobrough Junction, British Rail, or tẹ́ ti wọ bus 3545 P4 or 345 Brixton from Camberwell. Its bus stop or train station is Loughborough Station, code Abboud Lane. I'm going to put that information out on our social media and likewise on the link for the conversation here. So if you want to make your way down there, that will be on that fateful day. Mo kí gbogbo Mùsùlùmí, mo kí Kristẹni. Ìjà ẹ̀sìn kọ́ là ń jà o, ìjà òmìnira òun là ń jà. A tún sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ìlú míì. Kí lorúkọ ìlú tá sọ̀rọ̀? Mo kí bàbá mi Káyọ̀dé Ẹniọlá, mo kí ìyá mi Grace Junior, Grace Senior rather, ẹ má bínú. Mo rí bàbá mi dáadáa ń bẹ̀, bàbá mi Pastor Emmanuel Tọ́gbà. Mo kí yín ẹ kú gbígbàdúrà bó ṣe ń lọ lójì lọ́tún lósì mo rí àdúrà ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ti gbà, a dúpẹ́ fún yín. Fabrics mo kí yín, mo kí gbogbo àwọn ìyá wa tó ń tajà ní Dustin, ní Peckham. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ṣì ń support Yorùbá Nation ni o. Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ̀ support Yorùbá Nation tẹ́lẹ̀ ń tajà Yorùbá, Ọlọ́run máa jẹ́ wá o. Ẹ ṣáà máa rántí pé ilé ò ní ṣe lọ o. Àwọn ọmọ tẹ́lẹ̀ bí sí bíbà wọ́n lè máa ṣe irú business tẹ́ ẹ̀ ń ṣe tó yẹ pé ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ni. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni, so Leonard Johnson mo kí yín, Ahmed mo kí yín, Adébísí Yusuf mo kí yín bẹ́ẹ̀, Shitu Ọmọwùnmí mo kí yín, Shafi Muhammad mo kí yín. If you're watching me from the northern part of Nigeria, we don't have any problem with you, but we have the right to self-determination. Michael Olúwatósìn mo kí yín, ìyá mi alálùbáríkà Tèmítèmí, welcome on board. Mo kí Bámigbálà Adékúnlé Akínlóyè. And let's now continue with the program. Once again, my name is Olamilekani. As we are just wrapping up this program, Moki Ismaila Amidu Adeniyi, Otegbeye Raphael Moki. And now let's go back. We talked about another country, which is now called Eritrea. Eritrea is also a country that came out of Ethiopia in 1993. As you can see there, Eritrea, their population is just about 6 million. Passport one is number 105 ní àgbáyé. They had a referendum and the country split. Saliu Adiyo mo kí yín, Abiodun Ọbátáyọ̀ mo kí yín, Shesti 76, I greet you. We now talked also about Slovakia. Slovakia also split in 1993 on the 1st of January. Their population is just under 5.4 million. But àwọn wá ṣe nǹkan kan tó yẹ pé wọ́n pè ní velvet divorce. Wọ́n tẹ̀ bára wọn jà rárá. And we went and looked at the meaning of velvet divorce. Kí ló ń pè bẹ́ẹ̀? Because èmi náà gbọ́ rí. They actually had what they called velvet divorce. Òun ni wọ́n ṣe. Under Croatia ni gbogbo wọn wà tẹ́lẹ̀. But wọ́n ṣe nǹkan kan tó ń pè ní velvet divorce. Velvet divorce is a non-violent transition. Kọ́lọ̀ ń jẹ́ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ nígbà táwọn náà bá máa dá lọ. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ní ó máa dìjà. Mo ní báwo lẹ́yìn ṣe mọ̀ yẹn? Tó bá tẹ̀ máa dìjà. Well, as long as we are ready. But ká máa sọ pé torí kó máa dìjà, ní wá lọ. It could be peaceful. Wọ́n lè ní pé ká máa lọ. Ṣèbí Buhari kan ti sọ pé ká máa lọ. Ó sọ nínú fídíò ẹ̀pẹ́ tó bá fẹ́ kúrò ní Nàìjíríà kó máa lọ. Àwọn alẹ́ kíkù Nàìjíríà sí northern part níbẹ̀. Let us not be scared. Mo kí ìyá mi rí sí. It says there, and I quote, "The Velvet Revolution or the Gentle Revolution was a non-violent transition of power in what was then Czechoslovakia, occurring from 17 November to 28 of November 1989. Popularly demonstration against the one-party government." Ṣé gbọ́ pé àwọn náà jáde níjọ́ náà lọ́hùn? Ṣé lérò bó ṣe jáde? Tá a bá jáde fún rálì àgbáyé ò lè mọ̀ bá rẹ́dì. Mo kí í bẹ̀ Mr. Peter Funsho, Idris Raji 9090 lórí Instagram. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń gbọ́ mi lórí Instagram. Achievable Wale, mo kí ẹ̀gbọ́n mi. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń ṣiṣẹ́ as a doctor. Ẹ̀yin ò ráyè. But what you need to understand is ní identity mọ́ tó bá yà. Ó dáa bá ṣe kó passport tí ìlú mi sọ́wọ́. Ìjẹ́ àwa náà fi ní passport ilẹ̀ Yorùbá tó máa tẹ́ wa lọ́rùn. Ẹ lọ fi owó sórí Yorùbá Central account. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kẹ́ fowó sórí the Òmìnira as well. Mo kí Ẹ́mbẹ̀ Bashiru lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí. As I'm now ending this program, I would like to appreciate every single one of us and say, asking for a country is not a crime. Do not let anybody bully you and say what we are doing is against, the international criminal blah, blah, blah. We have the right to self-determination, and that is exactly what we have been doing. And nobody is going to tell us not to do so. Not even the British government, not the international community. The worst they would do is they would have to accept that we have to go. So as I'm going to end my conversation this morning, I say thank you once again for those of you that have, the privilege to watch it. And if you're watching it again as a replay, I will try and come out later on tonight. If I think when I wake up for interview in Lale, I think so. I think I have an interview with Casmon. So ní ìjọ Friday, our central account ń bọ̀ wá bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ níbí báyìí. Michael Godwill, my brother, I cite you, welcome on board. Ẹ kú program rally yìí ní Jọ́sí. More rallies is coming up. Just keep an eye on all our social media platforms, even up to my link there. So níbi tí a máa parí ètò sí nínú kémi náà lọ relax there. I think I've been on for 4 hours 31 minutes or 33. Not everybody can listen to it, but I'm sure the message will get to where it needs to get. That's the most important thing. Ìwọ tó bá ṣe ń gbọ́ mi láàrin méjì program yìí, a pè Chief Sunday Igboho tó bá mi kí àwọn èèyàn wa. And I say thank you so much to Chief, the wife, the children, and the family, all his, network. Gbogbo wa ká ṣe sùúrù pé a máa débi tá à ń lọ. Thank you so much, Bashiru Mustapha, the one and only, the one man warrior ní Bashiru bó ṣe wà yẹn. Mo bá sọ̀rọ̀ yìí lórí fóònù, one man warrior ní bó ṣe wà yẹn. Thank you so much. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí ẹ̀ ń gbọ́ wa. Ẹ má ẹ̀ka bẹ̀rù, ìbẹ̀rù yẹn la fi para wa, a dẹ̀ ní láti bẹ̀rù. If you still want to support for Walkie Talkie, do so. Ìyáwá kan fún wa £100 láàárọ̀ yìí. I'm going to send that straight away and purchase extra Walkie Talkie. We bought 12 yesterday. Ẹ má pè mí fún Walkie Talkie ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà ń lé o. That 12 is already going to where it needs to go without any hesitation. So eléyìí tó tún ní kàrà náà a máa fi kún. We need a lot of that, to prepare, especially for the eventualities of what is about to happen. Mo rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ìyá mi Adéníkẹ́ Òfè. Ẹ yẹ ká fọkàn balẹ̀, kò séwu rárá. Oh, okay, you started your shift now. Okay, bye for now. Anyway, I have to go myself. Kí mi náà lọ relax. Kí n tún lọ, ká tún lọ gbá kọ́ọ̀lù náà ní call. Mr. Koiki, ṣe ti ka mẹ́sẹ̀gì, ṣe ti rí fídíò yìí. That's all I do all day in my studio here. Even if I'm not online, to be honest, there's a lot of work that we are doing behind the scene. That is how far we can go. Have a very good afternoon from wherever you're watching. If you've just joined us, if you really want to rewind and watch it again. Today has been the 4th of October 2022. The time is now 3 minutes past midday. And I say thank you so much. Bashimari Moleni niyen. Ìran ọmọ Yorùbá. Drizzy Fresh, I cite you, my brother Muyiwa Osinuga. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí ẹ jẹ́ elite nílé. Gbogbo yín òkùnkùn ní owó mọ́ nísìn. Ẹ ṣe kan ṣe big boy ní ẹ̀ lówó lọ́wọ́. Big boy tó lówó lọ́wọ́. Ẹ jẹ́ ya darapọ̀ mọ́ Yorùbá nation. Ẹ rò pé àwọn politician máa kówó fún gbogbo yín. Wọ́n lè kówó fún yín. The best thing is let's have our own country, Káwa náà lè lálàáfíà. And build an economy that works for us and that will be the best. Kò ní bàjẹ́ fún Aziz, my brother, gbogbo Miami. Àwọn èèyàn béèrè pé báwo ni màá wá sí Amẹ́ríkà, ó kù díẹ̀. Iṣẹ́ tó wà níwájú wa nísìnyí, rally ni mò ń dúró dè báyìí nísìnyí, gbogbo brain mi báyìí nísìnyí, rally ló wà lórí mi báyìí. That's all. And after rally, a declaration. Have a very good afternoon. Bye for now. If you never see Igboho, maybe you never see Igboho, ẹ máa rí Igboho láìpẹ́, ó kù díẹ̀. Bye for now.
Created by the harmony of black men. Where the black never see the lies. Revolutionary, that is what it is. The country where the leaders said the people slowly. The poor boy children to prostitute. And the poor boy children to terrorists. Now, terrorists on the takeover. The Republicans say you know they do it great. Say how we do it, that is what we want now. Freedom, 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 freedom. What the fuck are you doing? Freedom, 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 freedom. Because your man in Boko Haram, you knew our house for the nation at the last man. Big promises every year. Big miracle every year. Big miracle every year. Every crowd people wanna go. Biafra people wanna go. But there's just one night in the bed. Freedom, 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 freedom. Freedom, 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 freedom. Free education, good security for one chance. Over 100 million people don't work. Come on, nigga, they get and let the see what. I want to go to farm, feel like I'm where we give me any fucking reason why we want to go. Even many people say they wanna go. Freedom, 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 freedom. Freedom, 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 freedom. Go back, back home, you know what I'm for, please. I don't go to a ball. So, you're darling, only to joy. And the day I go to work, and it's so good, you're British, came to Africa. The farmer and slave us, are you calling colonization? We joined four nations together, are you calling one and two? Tell you we are one, then only the Yoruba never had a right. But you join us together, even with the people who never did the cost. As he said, you damage our culture, you damage our language, and you damage our way of life. Because of your whole weaknesses. You forward the hammer that has expired since 2014. Come to Nigeria. Come and celebrate what you match together as one. We are not one. We can never be one. We don't have the same culture. We don't speak the same language. We just live like the whole way. We're not your children. You don't know God over us. You don't know anything about us. Just come from the whole way. We're not your children. A fool as this is a fool forever.
Thank you so much. Bye for now.